this. We are here. Everything's working and shit. What up, Matt? How are you? How are you? Wait. Oh, fuck, I can't see shit. There we go. Oh, this is your first time? Well, welcome. I don't know if you would call it comedy, but you should stick to something. What up, Saad? How you doing, man? I can't match that energy, I'm sorry. Mark, how are you? Jaquantavius. Again, great name. How is everyone? We have a couple announcements for this video, or for this broadcast. No, man. I'm assuming it's not. What's up, Lyric? When am I having a debate with Sneeko? It's not in the works. I appreciate that, but no. I don't want to do any more videos on the song for a long time. That guy sucks. Audio's low? Frick. Wait. How's that? Can't I turn it up on this thing? How's that? There we go. What's your question? Well, that's the funny thing, so I actually just finished the next video. I just put it up for the members. It's done. I think I'll premiere it. I still got to do like a sponsorship for it. I just signed a contract, but I'll film it over the weekend. I think it should be out by like Monday or Tuesday. He said, we need to talk. Why? I'm going to say Jesus, Matt. Definitely Jesus. I know, Justin. I know. I don't think he'll respond, but maybe. I try to be nice at the end, at least. Bro. Make it big. I just went through the Discord and I had to ban some people. I just did it for the first time ever, so we're working on that. That's my bad. I know the Discord's been a fucking shit show. We have no mods in that bitch. It's just, and I haven't been going in there. I really only use it to like do live stuff like this. I haven't been like in it, but I went through it. It was fucking terrible. Yeah, some people got clapped. You know I try, Azar. I try. Should I mod you? All right. I'll definitely mod Lyric. Definitely trust her. Oh, I thought that was under Justin. Yeah, definitely. Are you in the Discord, Lyric? If you do, just message me and tell me it's you, and then I'll make you a mod. Okay, Lyric, I got you. Or you got me, I guess. You're the one who's going to be helping me out, really. Thank you, I appreciate that, because it's fucking messy in there. We need help. Apparently some dude was like pretending to be me. It's a whole fucking shit show in there. I believe in you. I mean, whatever you do, it'll be an improvement. You know what I mean? The bar is low. I believe in you. Nuggets winning the chip? Probably. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Have not watched a dribble of basketball all season. I just don't care. Andrew, no. I dropped out. And what do you like to do slash want to do? What do I like to do? I like to make YouTube videos. What do I want to do? I want to make like films. That's like the big goal. He was literally make a bunch of other fucked up stuff as well. Literally insulting. Bro, I saw that. He was really doing a lot. Yeah, I got blocked. Everything got deleted. But yeah, it was a lot. That was a lot. Azar, don't do that. What do you need help with, Matt? What's wrong, buddy? What do you need? What's wrong? Also, people, I think the China stream will be tomorrow, and that'll be on Twitch. So follow the Twitch, because it's going to be just on Twitch. I'll be up here to let you guys know we're moving over there, but I don't want to get canceled. The stream might be a little racist. We'll see. Oh, thanks, Andrew. How is it, Justin? Is my mic is my mic okay? Do I sound alright? Yeah, we're just gonna learn about China, and I know YouTube is sensitive, so I want to play it safe. Like, are they a threat for real? I want to know what's going on. I'm curious. Maybe I just need to move it closer. I don't know. Reminds me of near. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I sound distant. This is a Kylan thing, not me. It's up all the way on what's it called? Alright, what about that? Is that better? Oh shit. Matt, that's a great question. Can I practice? Because I haven't hit a free throw in a minute. Right now I just take the million. Because I would miss. I have not played basketball seriously in like 2 years. Retired. I just retired from all things basketball. Just don't care anymore. 1 week practice, I'm taking the risk. Fuck it. That would really suck ass though if I miss. Fuck. That's a lot of pressure. That's a really good question. I don't know anything about the Shark dude. I don't even hate FD Signifier. I just find him to be really fucking like pretentious and obnoxious. But I don't hate him. I think he's annoying, but you know. I think a lot of people are annoying. What are we, 8 minutes in? Yeah, we'll wait a little bit. Oh, man. How are you guys doing today? How are we? It's Friday night. We're chill. I finally finished this fucking video for the most part, at least. There's a couple things I want to ask you when I premiere it. I'll premiere it live. It's up right now for the members, so if you're thinking about becoming a member to the channel, now's a good time, because you're the only one who can watch this video. Just so you guys know, members they get the videos early, and there's obviously no ads, and then they get the unedited version where I say fuck and all that. Because YouTube's really annoying about that. They'll take like half your money if you throw an F-bomb in there. It's fucking bullshit. Smitty, I don't even know how to respond to that. How's life with no draining job? You know what's funny, Azar? I don't know, man. I think I have problems like accepting things as they go, because it's such a blessing I don't have to go back to that piece of shit job, right? But now I'm just spending that time doing other shit, so I'm still fucking busy all the time. But it's definitely better. I have no idea, Crab. He did, and so did I. Wow. Yeah. Gang. Oh, guys, also. Yeah, I'm alright. I'm gonna get this thing. Let me show you. Actually, no, fuck you. I'll have it be a surprise. Is YouTube livable at your scale? Yeah, it is. Like, just barely. It's a risk. This is not like a safe. This is a big risk that I'm taking. I would not suggest this on anyone. This was a huge risk. But, sometimes you just gotta do that. Yeah, I think it'll make the stream a little bit more fun. Actually, I know it will. I think it'll be something different, something you won't expect, and I'm even paying for it out of my own pocket because I'm such a nice person. No, I did not buy a gun. Made a video called "Why is the Left So Depressed?" Woke ideology, prenatal, whatever the fuck that word says, meaningless sex, not seeing the difference between men and women. I wonder why. Oh wow. Make it big. Is that Young Ben? I feel like that's something you would say. I just feel like that's Young Ben energy. Yeah, Levi, we're full-time YouTube. We're working on it. We're doing everything. Merch is going to be coming soon, too. I'm working on that. I just wanted to do everything of quality, do things a little bit different. I knew it. I knew it was you. I just knew. I could tell by the way you were typing that it was you. That's how fucking smart I am. Oh, bro. This is fucking Kylan's fault. Blame him. The mic sounds better now, right? I was talking into the back of it like a dumbass. Doughy. Yeah, this is the front. Yeah, my bad. Kylan, that's on you. He was playing with it. No diddy. When's the next movie night? That's a good question, Azar. Now that like this video's done, I can like chill for a little bit. Maybe tomorrow. Do I have anything to do tomorrow? Besides like regular shit? Let's do it tomorrow. Next movie night's tomorrow. Am I an NFL fan? Fuck no. Are we still gonna react to the Good Time show? No. Hell no. That shit was honestly painful. And now on for movie night, because we're film buffs here, we have to watch quality. We have to learn, you know? Things I need to work on. Become funnier, editing, writing, and I think like my overall like knowledge of film needs to increase by like 50. So we're gonna be watching a lot of fucking movies. You know what I mean? None of that garbage bullshit. We're gonna watch a lot of random shit, some classics, some new shit. Just, you know, we want to get better, so we're gonna learn from the good shit. I heard Monkey Man was mid. You know what's funny, Lyric? I just went and saw Spider-Man 2 in theaters because it's back in theaters. What was that, yesterday? And wow, it was a very interesting experience. Very interesting.
Arigato.
Crab, I appreciate you, bro. I hope. Tell me what you think of the video. Young. I'm just gonna call you. Make it big. What should I call you if you don't want me to call you Young Ben? So, Evan, this guy went on Piers Morgan and lost his fucking mind. Oh, yeah, let me know. Yeah, let me know. Let me know. Alright, are we ready? Are we fucking ready? I'll start at 15.
Arigato.
Bro, you act like I know what your fucking name is. Something, I appreciate you. You also, let me know what you think of the video. I'm just, for the guys who are about to watch the video, I'm thinking about moving the third section first because I think that's a bit more interesting. So you guys let me know what you think. Just write it in the comment section. To be fair, it will be pretty easy to lose your mind having to talk to Piers Morgan. I don't know, man. Well, that's fair, but we'll see. I haven't watched it. I've heard it's bad. Yeah, we're gonna watch old movies. There's this old like musical fucking thing. It's not a musical, but it's some old movie I'm supposed to watch. It's like movies that film majors should watch. Blah 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 blah. So I need to watch all that shit. We're gonna watch all that shit. All that shit. We're gonna watch it. And we're gonna learn. We're gonna become better people. All right. You're gonna level up your game. Yeah, I saw like clips, and from what I saw, Hassan really made a fucking ass of himself. Yeah, make it big. Also, you didn't tell me? Okay, Joshua. There it is. I'm just gonna call you Josh, cause Joshua too long. Josh, you'll Do I fuck with slasher movies? Not really, but I haven't really watched that many. I feel like I should watch some. I mean, I've seen like the classics and shit, you know what I mean? But I'm not like a connoisseur, you know what I mean? But we're about to be connoisseurs on all that bitch. In a year's time, different people. He is the biggest what? Detriment to modern society? Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. It's so funny. I saw this lady say like exactly how we feel about Hassan, and I was like, wow, that just feels so good. Yeah, they're definitely a mixed bag for sure. And that's probably being generous. What's up, Alec? I figured we would start with the Destiny Sneeko shit. Just cause. As we wait for people to trickle into this bitch. I'm here for the... Yeah. This whole thing is my growth arc. No Diddy, alright? You guys are gonna see. Is Kamal gonna sink or is he gonna swim, alright? No job. I have banned myself from the working world. This is all I've got. We're gonna see what happens. Either I'm gonna have a dope fucking life, or I'm gonna have to move back in with my mommy. We're gonna see. The pressure is on, and that's when I thrive. Okay? We're waking up early, we're going to the gym. We have green juices. We are streaming. You see me. I'm here. Hello. Video fucking done. Alright? It took 2 months, but it's done. I think it's pretty good. We'll see. I think it's my best. This man said, Destiny is low-key kinda terrible. Dude, it's moving. I'm so famous, I can't read it. I only slightly liked him because he defended Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, Josh, you're insane. I remember Ethan once said that every war in the U.S. military... Oh, God. Oh, boy. Every war is the U.S. military's fault. It was with Ryan Macbeth. I have no idea who that is. How am I insane? Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing. No, you're insane because because of your political views. That's why you're insane. I know, Azar. It's done, so I have no excuses. I'm trying to push myself creatively. I think this video is a bit different than anything I've done, at least like topic-wise. But yeah, every video, I'm trying to just do that Mr. Beast thing. Every video, I'm trying to add something new. This one was more of like an audio edit that I learned. But yeah, every video, I'm trying to build. He said, well, damn, Trump 2024. Oh, shit, you're going to watch Game 3 live? Shout out to you. Destiny Cuck, Sneeko in that debate. Okay, Mark, well, we're about to see. I highly doubt that, but we'll see. Sneeko's grifts are entertaining, I agree. There's something about people getting history wrong. Yeah, I know, right, Lyric? Come on, bro. WTF, where have you been? I've gotten a divorce and moved to Texas. Sorry. I feel like you're being a little hyperbolic. It has been a minute. Life has changed, but we're back. We're back and we're back full time. Who? No. Yeah, Ben, that's what I would expect. I haven't seen any of it. Are we ready? I said at 15 and it's been 18, so let's do it. Sneeko isn't as dumb as he landed. You could see in his earlier videos where he actually... Yeah, I don't know what happened, Snake. He's just... things have regressed, I would say. That's why they say it's all a grift. And I'm not going to argue with him. All right, let's do it.
I don't know.
Okay, agrees with what? Agrees with what?
Also, I will continue to say every single time he's brought up, XQC have nothing against him except for the way that he speaks English. Just speak your language. You know what I mean? Just speak whatever you speak. Is it French or whatever it is? Just speak that.
If you're bringing in stuff from outside of the game to like attack somebody on, then obviously it's a bit more personal. So then you're going to start looking at that a lot differently than what you would attack people for based on what they've said in the game.
So where I draw the line is that if you know or you don't know, you're just shooting random bullets. Usually it's gonna find.
Taylor, you are.
That's why a lot of times people don't understand. Like, oh, dude, don't call people bro.
Rot. No, he's
like
not.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying.
If English is XQC's first language, he needs to go to prison.
Hold on, that's
person.
your perspective. His perspective is that, like, well, as long as you're not the actual thing that he's insulting you for, then it's not that big of a deal. That's his perspective. That, like, well, it's not really. I can't be
It's a
homophobic against you
stutter.
if you're not gay. Like, so
Well,
whatever.
it's
Fair enough.
intention based. That's how I see it.
Yeah, but even for intent,
based.
it's not just intention. It's a difference in application, because he'll say that even if the intention, he'll say that the intention is determined by knowing whether or not you're actually gay. Because he's saying that if he knew
He's
you
so
were gay,
real.
he wouldn't say the word.
I don't know anything
right?
about him.
So
I
he's
just,
saying
every
that
time
he
I
would
hear
change
him talk,
his
I know it's
intention, right?
annoying
Well, I
as
feel like
fuck.
intention is drawn when you put the pretext behind it. That's why I was saying
No
it.
disrespect.
With the preface of like, oh, dude, I see the clip. I whatever, like you're kissing dudes. I think the intent is drawn there. Like, am I delusional here or like?
No, what are you talking about? So is it intention of the word? Because
Who the fuck
clearly,
is joined? Cut?
clearly, Cufflin does not hate gay people. So is it the word?
Also, I feel like it's a bold move to just pop into somebody's fucking chat, don't say anything, and just start talking. That's a bold move. But I get it. These two don't like each other, so, you know, it's kind of a little passive-aggressive, a little pussy, but it is what it is. Also, alpha. I'm just kidding. It's just pussy.
Word of the intention.
Why do we say clear? There's nothing clear about that. How do we know that?
He just said he doesn't hate gay people.
That's what I'm saying. I have
Wait,
a gay
if somebody
brother.
says they don't hate gay people, that means they don't hate gay people? Since when has that ever been the standard by which we determine
Rod, I
somebody's
see what you
like
did there.
feelings?
This is
that's
this is the grand finale 2024 cuck off.
Yeah. Well, I'm asking you as QC. So is it the intention or is it the word? Because where do you draw the line?
I think I try to be reasonable about the intention based on what I have.
Josh, fair point.
In front of me. If I do feel like because intention is impossible to fucking to prove, right?
Are there any Muslims, as my grandfather would say, in the chat?
And that is not a court of law, but it's like if you have a general feel, it's what the target was. I don't.
I feel like me and Shoe on Head kind of have a similar vibe. Am I imagining that? I feel like in terms of like the political, social sphere, we'd be like in the same one.
hear it. I won't be there for it.
Why do you draw the line for the word with your community?
Oh,
But
wow.
you can call your fans broke. You could say you want to kill Cheezer. You could say thug. So why did you draw the
That's
line
true.
there?
That is true.
So, okay. So, I don't agree with the Caesar thing. I think that was kind of out of pocket. But the other thing, I think one is because is it something that this is like more of a worldview thing, right? Is it something that you can change, right?
I'm on the
Is it
left
something that people
too.
agree that you shouldn't hit somebody
Relatively.
on? Is it like a protected class? Are broke people or let's say as an insult even if you don't know the person's broke or not, right?
Like, what the just speak your language. Speak your language. What was that? I'm gonna go back.
broke people or let's say as an insult even if you don't know the person's broke or not, right?
What the fuck did he just say? That, you can't tell me that was English. Fuck you. Speak your language. I'm sorry. That's awful.
Right? Is that like
That was awful. There is no excuse.
a marginalized
Please,
group in that way?
Taylor. What the
Okay, so you
fuck
can
did
change
he just say?
being offended. Like you can stop doing that.
Jesus, Nico is so annoying.
Or you can't when you call
guy
Cuff him a
sucks.
thug, he can't change his skin color. He's always gonna be black.
Wait, okay, hold on.
You
Wait,
just-
nothing about thug. Wait,
so
okay, two
many
things. Wait, two things.
assumptions are being made.
Couple things. Wait.
What?
So
Trial,
it's
that's
so
all
we
I
use
do.
executive class and everything, but usually it's a proxy for like these things probably shouldn't be bad things. So if you make fun of somebody for being broke, right? Usually it's because being broke is a bad thing. Nobody wants to be broke. Broke people don't want to be broke. If you make fun of somebody for being fat, well, nobody wants to be fat. Like even fat people don't want to be fat. If you
Yeah,
make
I don't
somebody
want to
for
be fat.
being gay, well, the implication is that like being gay must be bad.
Yes, Josh. I know you thought I was, but I'm not.
The same with it
And
being
that's why
fat
you
or being
gotta
broke.
Also, I don't really watch them like that.
The reason that get offended when you say that word is because they don't actually want to be.
No,
That's
the
why
reason they
he's
get
censoring
offended
it.
is because they think that other people are loading that word in a really negative way and they're being hateful with it.
No, it comes from a deep-rooted shame that they're never going to be accepted for who they are. That's-
Really?
Oh god, he's such an idiot. Like, does Sneeko actually believe this shit? I don't even know anymore. He's speaking with such confidence, but saying the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I can't stand motherfuckers like this.
That's not the
Is that
reason,
so?
yeah.
Wait, is that why Muslims are the
being-
most? Wait, is that why Muslims are the most fragile people on the internet? Then, is because when you make fun of their religion, they get so ass mad about it that they come out and they attack literally every person they see, even if it means beheading people in a comic book shop. Like,
Well, that's not true because you're still walking around and you've made fun of Islam. If that were true,
that's because
you
I
would
live in
not
the
be
United
doing
States of
either.
America, thank God. But no, so I'm asking you. So then, would you say every time a Muslim lashes out at somebody because you make fun of their religion, is that because they have a deep-seated shame about it?
No, I'm saying that the reason that XQC draws a line there, it's not because of this morality thing, because nobody wants to be fat, nobody wants to be broke.
Nobody wants to be a Muslim. Why do they get so offended when you make fun of them for it?
That's not. That's has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Like,
That's
people,
It has exactly to do with what the fuck he's talking about.
Exactly.
get
You said
offended.
that people get offended for being gay because they're ashamed to be gay. So I'm
That's
asking
an-
you, then, do
okay, you
people
see-
get offended by being called
let me-
Muslim
let me
because they're
explain
Muslims?
the
Are
way
they
he
ashamed of
debates
being
it.
Muslims?
the way he debates Cuffham is he's going to equate being Muslim to being gay. Nobody gets offended if a blue-haired Destiny calls me a Muslim. Nobody's offended, right? If I call somebody gay and you're not gay, they'll get offended because nobody wants to be gay.
They're not offended. They don't want to be around people that are hateful. They're upset because you're being hateful towards them. The same way that Muslims
Okay.
get offended when you talk about their religion in a negative way.
Also, I think that
I will say, in fairness to Sneeko, which makes me want to fucking delete myself, as the TikTokers would say, it's not exactly the same as if you call a Muslim, they're not going to get offended. I mean, well, if you call a gay person gay, they're not really going to get offended either. Actually, yeah, Destiny's right. Never mind. My bad. My bad.
they have kind of the right to be upset, right? To be kind of shit on for something that they can't change.
Bro, what?
Right?
No, it doesn't have to.
Especially
No,
when
no,
it
it
happens
doesn't
I need
have to-
subtitles.
No, it doesn't have to do with
Go
can't
ahead.
change or can change. Like there are, for instance, you can change your nationality. It doesn't necessarily mean you should attack somebody over their nationality. You can change like the country you're living in or whatever. It's a
Well, that's gonna how. That's like my view on it. It's like
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good thing that you go around just being who you are and getting clapped on all the fucking time for it. I think it's just I think it's a I
Sure,
think,
it can feel bad, but I mean, like insults are supposed to feel bad. But the question
Yeah,
is,
yeah, of
the
course.
question is like, what do you want to make somebody feel bad for, right? If it's a bad characteristic, so if you think somebody's generally bad because they're like a Nazi or a tanky or a brokey or they're fat or whatever, those are all like bad characteristics. Then you can say like, oh well, fuck it, yeah, you can make fun of people for these things. If you're making fun of somebody for being gay, the implication is you think that being gay is like a negative, bad characteristic, and that's why you're being bad for it. That's why the person that came in here.
Here's the next issue: is that thinking that being gay is bad doesn't mean you hate gays.
You think Destiny sounds like XQC? That is probably the worst thing anyone's ever said about him.
Right? If
I don't know
being
how-
fat
I
is
don't know
bad,
how
I
he
hate
will
fat
recover.
people. It's
Yeah.
gross. Like
That
thinking
is-
something is gross, thinking being broke is gross or bad does not. I don't hate broke people. There's no
No one said anything about hating them. They're just saying what they are is negative. Is Sneeko retarded? Yes, he is. Thank you.
rich people don't hate broke people. Just like
Some do.
straight people
I can guarantee you some definitely do.
don't hate gays. It's just weird and disgusting. You're
Some definitely do. What is he talking about?
allowed to be disgusted by something and not hate it.
You're allowed to be disgusted by something and not hate it. All right.
It's fine, but it's literally in the language you're using. If you're expressing publicly that you think something is gross and disgusting, the idea is you're being hateful towards it. You can play word games like, well, it doesn't mean you hate it,
Right,
But I mean, I
Josh?
guess essentially what's being expressed.
I mean, I like to use extremes to really draw the picture, right? If you really think about it, what if you say, "Oh, I'm disgusted by a certain skin color"? I mean, it's gonna come off pretty hateful. Do you not agree?
Yeah, of course.
Wow, I agree. And I actually understood him. Shout out. Shout out XQC.
What? But you can't
Does-
change your
I
skin
take it all back.
color. You can change. Like you can just stop. You can stop kissing boys.
What the fuck does... Oh my, you can stop kissing boys? Really, dude? Like, holy shit. Are we on the fucking playground in, like, 5th grade?
So now you're
can't-
now.
Oh, this guy's, like, painfully stupid.
You can't change being black.
Whoa, hold on. Sexual orientation and the manifestation of that sexuality are two different things entirely.
Right? No, but being gay is a choice. That's a decision.
Is that your worldview on it?
That's just the truth. You choose to kiss.
Is
a
that
boy.
your worldview or not? Could you say how it is?
He
That's-
doesn't believe it's real because he's on some retarded shit. It's not worth arguing over.
That's just the objective truth. No, I don't know what
It's
you're
just the objective truth. Oh, wow.
saying.
Yeah, but
You can't. There's literally
go.
there's no place in the world where it's been like discovered how to change somebody's sexuality like that. It just doesn't happen. So no, you have no
You wanna know
foundation
how
for
to-
saying that.
You want to know how to not do that? Is just don't kiss a guy as a man.
Oh, God. I'm not for deplatforming, but, like, holy fuck. You know what I mean? Like, people like this shouldn't be listened to by more than 4 people at a time. You know what I mean? In terms of like making the world a better place. I'm not gonna say he should lose everything, but fucking shit, you know, he's not helping.
Yeah, but then, so what? Do you just not have
There you go.
relationships? Do you just not have relationships anymore? Or
No, you could have a relationship, but with the correct sex.
yeah, but if you don't have any sexual attraction towards them, why would you do that?
That's the wrong feeling. That's just an incorrect.
When
thing.
you
It's
say
like
the
saying,
wrong feeling, what? According to who?
Incorrect.
according to the world, the same reason we tell pedophile that they should stop being attracted to kids. It's like you should have a morality about
Hold on.
that.
Why do you think pedophilia is wrong?
Uh-oh.
Because because you cannot.
No. Answer. It's a good question.
Yeah, I
Answer.
need to make sure you have any idea.
You
Before, yeah,
la-
tell me.
you
No,
laugh, but
wait.
you
Make him
don't-
answer. Yeah, don't bail him out. Make him answer. Why is pedophilia wrong, Sneeko?
Because it's not how a relationship. Because God says it's wrong.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
That's the
going.
reason why. Hold on, wait. So
Okay,
Sneeko, no,
God
wait.
says
This
it's
is so
wrong.
easy. So then Sneeko. So if God tells you that you can f kids like He did with Muhammad or whatever, you think that's okay then? That you would change your mind on that tomorrow?
That's not what
Uh-oh.
happened.
No. I'm asking you. If God tells you, Sneeko, I think that f kids is okay, then you would change your mind on it tomorrow.
There has to be a justification for everything.
Oh, hold
for
on.
everything.
God has
God
to
didn't say it,
justify
though.
himself? God has to justify it? If you're talking about the need for a justification, then that means something's not good because God says it. It's only good because he's giving you whatever the justification is. So God saying things doesn't mean anything then. So you're just wrong on that. So then what's the justification then for why pedophilia is bad?
What are you going to say, Sneeko? What's the answer? I feel like you're kind of fucked here, buddy. He's got you.
Because it's not. Kids cannot consent. if
There
they're
you
not able
go.
to make a
Good job.
decision.
Yep, you got there. Good job. So
And also, no, it's
homosexuality.
really- don't good job me. It goes down
My mom's complaining. Woman, what words did I use?
to what we see from God. If God
No,
created
it
two
doesn't.
genders,
No, because you don't
There
see
is
God.
no
so it
such
doesn't
thing as
matter, okay?
objective morality. There is to me.
there's no purpose. There's no purpose for a man to kiss
Listen,
another
that's
man.
Cinco.
It
If you
doesn't
need a
serve
book
any
to tell you
objective-
not to f kids, I don't know what to tell you, okay? But most people can figure out why it's wrong on their own, and you got to the
I
answer in
think
the
maybe-
end, which is good.
maybe you need
which
that
is
book.
good. Which is good. Which is
The
good.
fact that you
Okay.
answered that question, maybe you need that.
No,
book. And
because
if
you
don't have-
compared homosexuality
these
to.
guidelines, you
Yo,
get people like you.
Why? Wait, no, wait.
No,
Wait, so wait, no, make him answer this question. No, hold on. Why is it then that homosexuality, which can be practiced between two consenting adults, why should that be a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing. It's just not right. There's no.
Oh my god, this motherfucker is so stupid. It's not a bad thing. It's just not right because Daddy said so.
Purpose that it's serving. What are you doing that
The
for?
purpose it's serving is two people that love each other, might want to be in a relationship and build a household and do that together. That might be something they want to do.
It doesn't serve a greater purpose.
Every single thing in your life has to serve a greater purpose?
Exactly.
Oh god, this guy's so fucking dumb. I mean, we have to remember that Sneeko is the same adult man who said that every single entertainer must be like speaking their truth and making the world a better place and all this dumb shit, as he acts like a complete hateful piece of shit degenerate every single day of his life. But, you know, I gotta move. Like, what country am I moving to? Just let me know.
No. It was a
Exactly.
question. It was a question. You didn't answer it. It was a question. Yeah, he asked you a question.
Well, he said, yeah, I guess everything in your life has to serve
I said everything has
He
to
answered the
fulfill a greater
question.
purpose. Why would you do anything meet for no reason?
Sneeko, you bring the book a lot and the whatever you read a lot, you reference that a lot into what's good and wrong, but I don't think that the fucking book told you to fucking set the red rock and fucking gamble. I think that's like usually called the haram order. I don't think people think you should do that in that book. Does it?
Uh-oh.
So why'd you do it then?
Gambling is a sin.
So why'd you do it then?
Because no Muslim is perfect. Like that's.
But it's not for a greater purpose, Sneeko. What the fuck, man?
Okay, so you pick and choose, and then you choose how wrong you're gonna be, and then you dictate what people should be doing based on that same book then.
No,
And
we should strive to be perfect, right? So that was an example of me sinning, and I don't publicize those sins because I know that we have an audience, and it's important that we do the right thing. The
So
difference
you
between-
only
the difference-
publicize, but
right,
you
the
don't
difference
uphold those
between-
values yourself. That's gonna
No, we should take-
that's
we should-
grifting. That's you're just a
It's not
grifter.
grifting. It's taking responsibility to promote the right things, right?
No, that's
Difference-
grifting. That's grifting.
I don't think you know what that word means, XQC. The difference
Yeah.
between me and you is that I'll sin. Like there's a lot of things that I don't publicize, but you profit off of it. Like you make a lot of money, you make millions of dollars selling sin, and I don't. And we should take
That's because you're an idiot
the responsibility to
with
not.
no business sense. If you could, you would.
do these things. Do I sin every day? Of course. I listen
See,
to
because
music.
I don't see life as a sin or not. I make profit on my life off my lifestyle, not off the sin, off my lifestyle. I just do my thing. It is not guided by some book or some scroll or some writing in the sky. It's what I want to be
So
doing.
how do you know what's right and wrong if you don't get it from God?
Is that a real question or is that a controller?
That's a real question. How do you so you decide what's right and wrong? How do you know what's good?
Just
I always hear Sneeko saying that. How am I supposed to know how to act if you're not getting it from somebody? It's like, holy fuck, man.
overall.
It's so
I just-
interesting how these motherfuckers who always want to bitch about women for not taking accountability want the least amount of accountability. Accountability. I said countability. Not a word, you know what I meant.
Morality, values, just overall world.
It's just like, what's his face? Gokinaru said he's always looking for a daddy.
Views, just generally what I know about society and history, and I try to have a good understanding.
Society.
With-
So where does it come from? Because there's been a lot of people that have been
history,
wrong
I
about
just told you, you're not listening. History, yeah.
History. So which historians are good? Which ones are bad?
Wait a minute, which ones are bad? Wait a minute, which ones?
I'm asking you. You brought it. You're saying that that's where you get it from. How do you know who's good and who's bad in history?
Dude, I try to navigate the world with what I know overall, and I get them as much as I can with what was taught to me, what the schools tell me, what society, and I try to go above and beyond to
So you
learn
get
more
your
about the
morality
world
from school?
for all the elements that I can.
What's up?
If you take only your morality from some book that was written a long time ago, I mean, you're bound to be maybe outdated on some of it. No.
No, absolutely not. I mean, God.
Okay.
Never,
I mean,
God
that's
is not outdated.
That
It's
is
not
your
outdated.
worldview, and I respect it. I
Oh
respect.
no, and then
your-
we update it, and like let's be real.
Oh, it's
the
updated.
reason-
What
No,
version is
you-
that?
I said you
it-
update it. I said
wait,
you
did,
update
did
it.
it. Did it patch already? So what patch are we on right now?
I said you updated it, and that's the reason why you're
No, I
drawing
didn't.
the line.
No, I did not did anything. I don't abide by it.
Okay, so but you didn't give me an answer to where you get your morality from. So you're saying
I
it's
told
all-
you from the information I haven't given, navigating the world. That's it.
Bro, he
As
gives
much as
me
I
a
can
headache
from
when
all
he
other
navigating the
places.
world. Correct. So it's always
Yes.
updating. So it's always updating, and it's always
Yes.
changing.
Yeah, that's a good thing, isn't it?
100%. Yes, it's always yes.
Okay, so
Because-
it's in a constant software update.
Because the man, if you, I like some of you guys that like to use the word man. and-
Because you should always be growing and evolving and learning from your mistakes. My teeth, they did the little anime thing where it goes like, ding. You guys didn't see it, but it happened.
male is I think overall mankind strives to be better. Once we know more, we can change things. Sometimes textbooks are wrong, like science, and they have to fix
Okay,
it.
please tell me, Mr. 16-year-old child, why you shouldn't be constantly growing and evolving.
They know more, they improve.
Please tell me how to think and feel, whatever teenager. What are you, like 14 years old?
Adapt and add new parts of the machine that are a stronger machine. It's what I do. It's what I think people should try to do.
So your
Because
morality could be different tomorrow than it is today.
absolutely 100%.
Really?
There are things
Slightly.
that we don't know yet about human cognition, psychology, just social behaviors. Something we just don't know some things, and we have to adapt to new information.
Also,
in order to
literally,
cause
Evan,
less
even
harm in
also
events.
even religions literally do this. Okay, like even religions update their standards for how they exist and how they are
True, Christianity certainly is. I'll say that.
spread amongst their people and how their nations are ran over time. Like Islam's done this, Christianity's done this,
No,
Catholicism.
Islam has not done that. That's not true. And Christianity has been adapted, but that's besides the point.
What do you mean Islam hasn't done this? You don't think that Islam or Islamic states haven't changed the way, for instance, that they approach like dhimmi, like the way that they have like other religious groups that live in their countries? Like there are tons of.
You're changing morality to politics, and that's not what I'm
That's
talking
hold on.
about.
I'm sorry. Wait. Shut the. That's not politics at all. What do you mean? That of course that's morality.
You
There
said
should be.
Muslim states. You said Muslim countries. I'm talking about the book.
I'm
the
sorry.
alphabet.
What do you think
Yes,
Muslim state
zin-
means that's not
zins-
involved in religion?
zins.
What do you think a caliphate is? Who do you think Muhammad was? What the f- are you talking about?
Okay, you're shifting the goalposts. This is not.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait. I just need to hear you say this. Do you think that politics and Islam are completely dissociated from one another? They don't have anything to do with each other?
Right. You saying that it's changing. That's sort of an example of politics changing the religion. That's not to the core, and that's besides the point.
How is that?
Is that
beside-
even a sentence? Is the politics changing the religion? It's not to the core. What?
It's the point. I'm sorry. Hold on. I need to hear you say this. Do you think that the political system, Islamic theocracy, you don't think that has anything to do with Islam, the religion? You think those are two totally
Okay.
separate things?
Genuinely, I don't really care about what you're saying about Islam.
I know,
right now.
because you
I'm
have no
talking
idea.
to
But
XUC
okay,
about
if
the
you don't
word.
have any
I'm
idea what the
talking
f- you're talking about, why are you roasting him on not knowing where all of his morals come from? You don't even know about the own religion that you grift on. Like, Jesus, who cares?
I'm asking questions to
Lorraine?
XQC. Okay,
You're not. You're trying to grill him because he doesn't have an answer to
Exactly.
the ultimate source of morality, and you don't even understand your own source of morality. It's a retarded conversation. You're just trying to like go for gotchas here, so you can clip it up on your Rumble channel
No,
later.
I'm not clipping up anything. I'm not streaming right now. I wanted to talk about the word faggot, and then you started like yapping over him to save him. All right? You don't
Nobody's
need to go help
yapping
me
over
out here.
anybody. I started asking you questions because you compared homosexuality to pedophilia because you didn't know why fucking kids was wrong.
I just told you why. Okay. XQC,
You stumbled into the answer eventually. Congratulations.
Why the word faggot, for example? Why do you? The reason that you draw the line there is because of the always updating morality that we have. Right?
That's not what I said. No, it doesn't do with it.
That's why within your community you draw the line at this word because Twitch tells you that this is the word. You don't want to insult.
Oh,
anyone.
is that what he's been trying to get to this whole time because he's mad because Twitch doesn't fuck with him?
Engaging. What do you? He didn't give Twitchers an answer for anything.
I'm explaining something. It's not his answer.
You're
This
not.
is
You're
why he
talking
draws
about the
line there.
Matrix.
What are you talking about?
Are we streaming on Twitch right now?
What do you,
I'm on Kick. I
talking
didn't
about-
even go to Twitch today.
He has fostered a community, a Twitch community that tells him.
If you want to know what it is, I don't mind leaking my shit. My contract has no morality clauses. What that means is that I don't have to abide by some morality standard of Amazon or anything to keep my contract at Kick. They don't give a shit. I can tell you anything I want to, and I'd still be fine about it. Anyone cancel my shit. I don't give a pussy. Like, I don't. It's not why I do it. I don't want to do it. It's that simple. And I have a few set of things on why I do it or not. And the only thing you can reference is some fucking book written like 9 million years ago, dude. Like, I don't give. I don't abide by that. I don't abide by that. I respect that you do.
Lorraine, exactly. That's the thing. If Sneeko was like, like, I'm still trying to figure things out. This is my process. I'm trying. Nobody would give a fuck. But this motherfucker wants to act like he's the expert on everything. But every time he opens his stupid fucking mouth, he always has something retarded to say. And that's why people don't like him. Because he's a stupid cunt who always has something stupid and very judgmental to say. And it's like, bro, when your life is this much of a fucking mess, maybe you should just sit back and shut the fuck up. But he just can't do that because he has to stay controversial because he's a streamer and that's what they do.
I don't.
Okay, but why do you think that you stop there at this word? It's because
Lyric,
being on Twitch, I'm not saying that you
couldn't
have
agree
a
with you
contract
more.
for it, but being on this website so long with people that run it that also don't believe in God, they follow your morality system where it's always updating and it's always changing.
It has to. It has to.
No, then we start tolerating crazy things, right? If it always updates and changes, we don't know where.
Nah,
If-
I haven't
if
played
you
it.
never
Assam,
updated on morality,
Assam?
like Disney said,
I don't know saying
people
it,
would be
but I haven't played
kids
it
now,
yet.
and it would be accepted.
I gotta chill off the video games for a bit.
Yeah, we had to understand
I spent money on fucking Dragon's Dogma, and that game sucks dick.
why it's bad, right? And have core fundamentals and really get why is this bad, and then apply that in real time. That's an update. That is an update. It's how that works. We understand why something is bad through whatever in psychology, cognition, logic, whatever, and then we apply that. Otherwise, you stop being better. Like, why is the concept of being a better person and going so foreign to you? Do you not want to be better?
Here's an easy question. Listen, okay, so should we update or not? What do you think the age of consent should be, Sneeko?
Yeah, this is not an important conversation.
No, it's a super important. You don't think f***ing kids are not as an important conversation? What do you think the age of consent should be? If you want to be consistent, you don't think anything updates, just tell us what you think it should be.
I think it should be past at a developed age.
What is a developed age?
Uh-oh.
If you had to set a law for it, what would you set it? What would you set it about?
I'd say it's a developed age.
No, answer the question, you fucking pussy. Holy shit, you're such a cowardly f***. Stand up for what you believe in. If you actually are Muslim, you're actually Islamic or whatever, then stand up for your beliefs. Every other Muslim scholar online will do this. Do it. Stand tall on it. Don't act like a little pussy in here trying to grill XQC on modern meta ethics or whatever. If you won't even answer basic questions about your worldview, what should the age of consent be?
Do you see how?
You see how you want to answer the question? You see how he's going to yap and not answer the question? I'm going to ask the same thing when you're done. Go ahead.
I just answered the question. I just told you.
What was the age?
I just told you at a developed age.
Sneeko thinks you should be able to f 9-year-olds. That's what Sneeko thinks, and he won't answer that question honestly. Or he's going to have to give a different answer, in which case he's updated his morality. He's updated his views, and that's really uncomfortable for him. You don't have an answer to any of this shit, bro. Go back to that corner in London where you're getting roasted by year 1 debaters on Christianity. This is retarded. I don't know what the you're doing in here.
Damn.
Okay, so you can leave
That hurt me.
the call. I wanted to go talk about this.
I don't want to
war
leave the
and
call.
make
I
the
like
issue.
hanging out here. I've talked to a lot of files in the past, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Damn. Let's just take a moment of silence.
Sneeko,
Just kidding.
I'm actually curious now. What do you think the age of development is?
I just told you. It depends on where you are. It depends on the world.
God, he's such a cowardly little bitch.
Then at what stage do you think something is developed in? What stage of development? 'Cause there's a lot of stages in
It
development.
varies. I don't think
It
there's a
varies.
specific-
Does
You know
it?
what?
Does it?
It varies on the age.
Can you give a range?
Age,
It depends on where you are. It depends on the
You need
person,
to have set ages for that. There are stages of development. As a child, an adolescent, an adult, and then fully developed. Like, is it the brain?
Just
Is it the
joined in
body?
with the diamonds.
Is it cognition? What parts of development is? Can you target that?
I don't spend too much time thinking about that.
Okay, so if a man,
Next
so if a man fucked a 12-year-old and he was like, well, this person was like really developed, would that be okay then? You wouldn't call that person a pedophile?
No, that's wrong. Absolutely.
Why is that wrong?
I just said that you're not supposed to do relationships with people, but look,
Oh, you can't do relationships?
you can't do
You're supposed to do
relationships,
relationships with
with children. I said
people.
that,
Wait,
like,
what is a child though? But what if they say they were developed?
I think there was a donation. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, what did you
18
miss?
plus, bro. Like-
Nothing.
Come on now.
Literally
We
nothing.
all
That,
know
do you
that.
co-sign that, Sneeko? Is that what develop means? 18 plus?
Well, people believe that, but throughout a lot of states, a lot of it's like 17, a lot of it's 16.
Oh, so you think 16, 17, that's the ethical age to start f***ing or
No,
marrying people?
I don't follow, but see, I don't follow the legal morality that you guys are following.
So
Then what do you follow, bitch? Say what the fuck you think. That's the whole point of the conversation, you weaselly little hypocritical bitch.
I'm asking you for the
What's yours?
Sharia. I'm asking you for the Sharia morality. What's the religious one? What do you think is the morality there?
It says developed. It's not a specific age.
So if the pedophile or if a guy wants to f 12-year-old, if he feels like they're developed, then you're saying it should be okay in terms of religion, right? In terms of at least ethics or morality, right?
No, in the Quran, it does not specify. It doesn't have an age. Like you're gonna go in circles about this forever.
I'm just curious why it's so
I feel
hard to get
sorry
you
for
to get.
Sneaky. He doesn't recognize his own. I think. I don't know if Sneeko realizes. I think Sneeko knows he's full of shit.
An age for when you think is an acceptable time to f somebody.
I answered the same question 4 times.
You haven't given it. Developed isn't an age. It's not a number.
Nico, I think he's trying to make an understanding of how you apply it in the
Bro,
real
Rod
world.
Dog
How
for
do you
real,
apply
though.
that knowledge or that piece
If that.
of that phrase you're using, develop age, into the real world? How does somebody navigate that? Somebody who read the same book that you did, had your information. How do they navigate the world? How do they do it?
It's
What?
hard to understand you. How does someone navigate the world without a book?
No. You're missing the point. How if
The
you
one
were
time me and Sneeko will ever agree.
to use that phrase, developed, right? As a concept, somebody knows this and they intake that. How do they apply that to the real world? How
Lorraine,
is
no
they supposed to
comment.
know?
No Diddy.
There's some sort of specifics behind it, right?
What is your? How do you apply the Quran to the real world?
Yes, if the book says that phrase, developed, right? Somebody, when they go into the real world, how do they apply that? How do they use
solid
that
question.
to know what to do? It's a simple question. Please answer it.
It's pretty easy to tell if somebody's a developed human or not. If
Explain
somebody-
it.
You trust every human that has read the book to know what's development and know how to use that, and you trust that people will do that responsibly, yes?
Well, this is also the value of having a community, of people around you who are on the same sort
Also,
of
if you
values.
do it, so if you say, oh, my bad, I thought they were developed, they were only 13, let's say, you say that the community should now, I say, oh, you should have done that, and that's good course correction.
Right, if there's people around that are educated, you have sheikhs and you have other people within the
So
community.
after the
that follow
mistake,
religion.
so after you've done wrong, they go, hey, yo, dude, you probably shouldn't have done that, bro.
No, if,
Like,
if they're
"Oh, I'll get it."
if they're following the faith, then they're gonna have the right intentions and they're gonna ask people, and it's gonna be pretty obvious.
So they have
whether
to
or not
wait
it's
for
right or wrong
faith to
thing.
to come down on earth and
No, I'm
manifest
saying
itself,
it's the value of having a community that's on the same page about
Yeah.
it. The same, and you know that.
but
That's
when
why
do
you
they
establish
come
Zen? I'm
rules
just gonna
within
call
your
you
the
Zen.
community is supposed to come
doesn't.
in and tell
Clearly.
you what to do and when not to do it, or if that's how you use, if that's the number you use to navigate the world.
You guys
should-
keep
they
trying to
should-
make it seem like it's as concrete.
I'm not trying to make it has to be concrete. That's how the world works, legally and morally. You have to know.
No, that's actually, you just contradicted yourself. If you have
No,
to know,
no, I
you
didn't.
said you said your morality always changes and updates.
Exactly. Because if you don't know something, then you'll know more later. But you cannot say, "Oh, dude, I didn't know because my community didn't tell me." Like it's such a stupid way to navigate the world. Like what? You don't have to. You don't have to fucking make the jump to see if there's if the hole will kill you. So other people might have seen it. Will tell you ahead of time. Do you have to jump? No, you don't. But you're saying, yes, but it's a community. Brother, what are you talking about?
I'm not. It's hard to understand.
How? I asked you a simple question. You failed to answer like 10 times. If the only thing that somebody knows is what you know, is what the book says, that one phrase, when they're developed, how can they use this knowledge and then operate in the real world and use this information to not be a deviant or a weirdo? How can they do that?
The same reason that we know intrinsically when you look at somebody, if they're a man.
Not
or
a good
woman.
answer.
Oh God. I'm gonna try this for another 5 minutes. If he just keeps being fucking retarded, I'm moving on. We're gonna move on to the Hassan thing.
I didn't finish making my answer.
The format sucks though. The same way. I don't know what the same way that is.
I'm gonna give it
Just
to
give me an
35.
I'm giving you the answer.
Okay, go ahead. I'll let you do your answer then. Go ahead. Do your
Right,
thing.
the same way throughout history, it's always been known. You could tell when you look at somebody if somebody is a man or somebody's a woman. It's the same thing when you could look at somebody and you know if they're an adult or they're a child.
Okay,
it's
Sneeko.
only
That
within.
is a goddamn lie.
Let me answer. It's only when the updated morality that you're following that now these simple things of biology that we've all understood throughout human existence,
Oh my
now
God.
it's changed.
It's like every NPC talking point. Are you gonna roll climate change into this next?
Give me it.
Jesus Christ.
What does climate change have to do with
So
what
you
we're
can
talking
tell
What the f do
guys
trans
die.
people have to do with any of the conversation?
about? Did you not get the point? Do I have to explain it again?
No,
About
it's
how
not that.
looking
It's,
and-
if
and
you can
seeing
only
biology-
an analogy is or a metaphor is something that you use to further illustrate a point. It's not something you use in substitution of an actual answer. You don't have an answer, and all you have are analogies or metaphors. It means you don't understand what you're talking about, and you're just trying to preach to the audience on some hot button issues or whatever.
Nobody's preaching. These things have all been understood forever, and then now they're becoming complicated because we
Yet
have
people get
updated
them
morality.
Yeah,
wrong.
because people
all
have
the
different
time.
interpretations of things all the time. Why do you think there's a Sunni-Shia divide in Islam? Why do you think that there are differences in theocratic rule or law or regulations amongst even different Sunni states that all ostensibly agree on the same religion? Like even
Those are
Islam
small
has
differences, but that's not worth focusing on the small differences of these different sects of religion. Where like now, if in the West we have your point of view, like the blue hair, whatever. I don't believe in anything. We don't even know what's a man and what's a woman. Those are biological, visual differences. You're telling me that I don't know based on my eyes what the truth is.
That's great.
Talking about
Listen,
the differences of sects of
yeah,
religion,
that's
you cannot
great.
compare that.
Yeah, and I
to
know,
the
and I
Swiss point of
understand
view.
that in your life, like trans issues are like the most important fucking thing in the world to talk about. That's fine. You might not be able to know the difference between a man and a woman in the West or whatever, but depending on how things continue to go in the Middle East, you might not know the difference between a thriving nation state and a nuclear waste pile if these people all start nuking each other. How can you say that the differences over there are minor when two Islamic states, fucking Iran and Saudi Arabia, are literally like firing missiles and shit at each other historically? Like, how can you say the differences are minor there and then focus on trans people in the United States and make it like 0.1% of the population?
I'm not focusing on this. I'm talking about his point of view of changing what we know,
You
changing simple
have
truths.
to.
Of changing simple truths. Like
Bro,
you keep
bro.
just you say that I'm making bot talking points about talking about climate change, and then
You are. You're not saying anything because you have to stick to this bullshit fucking grift because it's the only way for you to make money because you're a dumbass that burned every single bridge humanly possible and you can't look for the truth. You can't answer questions honestly. You can only try to spread this little bullshit fake grifting ideology you have, and it is exhausting to hear somebody just bullshit their way through every single thing. It's so fucking annoying.
bring in Iran and Saudi Arabia. Like, does anyone else hear this?
Yeah, hold
Why
on.
did you
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me speak a little bit slower, okay? Maybe you're not following anymore, okay? You seem to make the claim that things are changing in the West and they're not as good as your static, unchanging holy book. And what I'm saying is multiple countries that all ostensibly are theocratic regimes that are following a religion all seem to have pretty interpretations of parts of that book and are even like warring with each other, like trying to blow each other up. So the idea that change leads to bad things, but Islam, this one religion, is this like crazy good, amazing
thing. You made
thing.
the same dumb argument earlier. You cannot equate politics and a government to a book.
You got it, bro. What are you talking about when you say you can't
equate?
equate politics and Islam, Sneeko? Do you know how fucking retarded that state? What do you think a theocracy is?
You cannot equate the way that men make mistakes within government and politics to a holy book that's perfect. The same reason that XQC brings up me gambling at Red Rock and says, oh, look, you're not a perfect person. Nobody is ever assuming that a person can be perfect. We make mistakes and we make sins, but we need to have a perfect conception of morality.
Wait, Saad, why do you say his point is dog
shit? That's the word of God.
Yeah, but people don't even agree on what that word is. They don't even agree on in Islam what that even means. And I don't know why you keep trying to separate the politics from the religion when Islam is a political religion.
Yes, Sped. The difference is...
Why do you keep calling me Sped when you don't understand the foundational aspects of what you believe in?
On minor differences. The reason that I bring up the issue of people not knowing the genders or him not censoring the word community is because people are lying about obvious truths.
Oh, okay. So things like different interpretations of how your Islamic government, theocratic government looks, that's a minor difference. But whether or not you call people or whether or not you acknowledge trans people, those are huge differences in society. Seriously?
No, the theological differences that separates the sex of religion is different than people not even knowing what they're looking at and saying, I have no idea what this
Sneeko, you don't even know what the age of consent could be. I don't know how the can criticize somebody else for not knowing some other basic fact of the world. None of us have a problem saying 16, 17, 18, whatever years old.
You said that I was trying to get a gotcha earlier, and then this is exactly what you're trying to do here. You want to get the clip with this question.
I'm not getting a clip or a gotcha. I'm pointing out that, Sneeko, your Western poison brain is like, you know what? Fucking 9-year-olds is probably not good. Yeah, it probably should be a lot higher than that.
No, that's absolutely not what I said. But you said I was trying to do a setup, and that's why you're defending your Twitch partner over here. But
my Twitch partner, yes, because Twitch is so important to me. The platform I'm banned on right now. Yeah, keep coping, dude. Keep coping. Nobody can really believe different things than me unless they're bought and paid for by somebody else. Mr. Grifts to a fucking audience of Muslims that doesn't know who Muhammad was. Okay, dude.
Jesus Christ. Dude.
Absolutely not. I have mostly Christians and atheists that watch my streams, but they like that I have some sort of actual morale. I don't just change, and I don't think that there's a million genders, and I can't.
Did Sneeko just said he doesn't just change? I would pull it up, but I know we've all seen it. Did he really just say that? Sneeko, of all people, said he doesn't change. Okay, got it.
Even agree about specific truths.
Have some sort of actual morality? What, that's lasted for what, 16 months, 17 months? Okay, leaf in the wind.
Sure. Great. I came in here and I was talking actually, and you said I was trying to get a gotcha question, but the truth is, like, even the world can't agree about the age of consent. So you trying to pin that on me is stupid.
The world has a pretty rough range. It's like between like 16 and 18, Sneeko.
Actually, no, it doesn't. It's some places it's 13. In some places in Africa, they don't have one.
Oh, really? And what kind of places? What kind of places is that age of consent a lot lower?
I don't want to tell you because you're going to go there, but it changes all over the world.
Oh, yeah? You've probably been to more of those places than I have, but okay, Chief.
No, I haven't been to Africa.
Never?
I went to Morocco one time.
Oh, okay. Guess that doesn't count as Africa now.
I feel like you would kind of do much better in these debates, whatever, with Destiny, if you had just like your simple things just ironed out.
Yeah, no, but I didn't. I wanted to hear and talk to you about this word and why you choose to, why you draw the line there. Like, I don't like that's.
All right, I don't care anymore. This is fucking stupid. I can't hear Sneeko talk for more than 20 minutes without wanting to. You know what I mean? All right, let's see Hassan make a complete ass out of himself. I think a lot of us probably saw this fucking, the last stream we did the college protest stuff. It was interesting, so I'm assuming that's kind of what this is about. I've seen clips. I have not watched the whole thing. Let's watch it.
Well, the war in Gaza has incensed communities across the world. Many Jewish people
Right, I can't say I blame them. That was pain. Physical pain.
They don't feel safe on the streets of Western cities. Many Muslims feel the horror facing innocent Palestinians is treated only as a second-class concern. That's with any emotive cause. A lot of
motive cause. I'm gonna turn my fucking heater or my fucking AC on.
People with no.
Todd, I'm not gonna pull us on. We respect peers. I don't know if I do, but you know. See how quick that was? Holy shit, I'm fast. Holy shit, dude. I honestly think, like, listening to Sneeko makes me dumber. I was just like, oh. I feel like I hit with a fucking flashbang. I'm just all discombobulated. I'm like, what's happening? Where am I?
Fight have molded this crisis into
a
battle of good versus evil,
horrible.
oppressors versus oppressed. Hysterical scenes at some of America's top universities this week have generated more coverage and commentary than the war itself in the last 2 weeks. Columbia says that all in-person classes are now cancelled until the end of the semester. Arrests have been made at encampments outside NYU and Yale. Well, one notable Jewish professor at Columbia shared a video of Muslims praying as if it was a shocking assault on US values. Many badly informed pro-Palestine demonstrators, meanwhile, have called for an intifada and chanted, "We love Hamas." Others believe that synchronized dancing is a long-lost secret to peace in the Middle East. Well, these people are all spending $80,000 a year on tuition. Many of them haven't found Wikipedia, and this virtue-signaling fever is now emboldening a growing number of people to confront public figures. There's simply no connection to the war. This was New York Mayor Eric Adams, berated for supporting genocide as he took his seat on a flight.
Are you Eric Adams? Yeah, you!
Damn. Oh, wow.
The guys in Palestine, they're homeless people all over New York. You're always partying. You don't actually care about the citizens of New York. People cannot afford food. You keep cutting the education budget so you can fund the police.
Bro, if they look. Also, when I'm president, I'm sorry, presidents are pussies. When I'm emperor, supreme leader, whatever, sun god, whatever you want to call me, all politicians under me, you will be rich. But you can't take any money from anybody else, but you're going to be in first class. Like, come on, dude. What are we doing?
And this so-called performance artist has dominated timelines for days after achieving what previously seemed impossible, and outpouring public sympathy for Alec Baldwin by doing this.
Put innocent people in jail, Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, this
Free
crazy
Palestine,
bitch.
Alec, just one time, and I'll leave you alone.
Like, what the fuck is that going to do? If you really care about Palestinians, you really think Alec Baldwin saying Free Palestine is going to do anything for anyone but yourself and your goofy-ass TikTok? You stupid bitch. Ugh.
Leave you alone, I swear. Just say Free Palestine one time. One time. One time. One time, Alec. You know he's a criminal. You know he's a criminal. Come on, Alec. Just say Free Palestine one time. Israel, Zionism. Please
Fuck
say
you.
it.
How about that?
One time.
There it is. And
Does
there
any
it
of this
is.
make a difference? Are these demonstrators forcing the rich and powerful to confront and condemn the horrors of war? Or is it a wave of self-indulgent
They should
protest
ban
just to
TikTok.
distract us from the deadly serious realities of a grim ongoing war? In a moment, I'll debate all that.
The
with
bill has been signed.
Hassan
Here
Piker,
he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Hassan.
Emily Austin, Esther Cracker, and James
Shank's
Barber. I'm joined
nephew.
by Alec
Let's
Baldwin's
go.
antagonist there, who calls herself Crack.
What in the fuck is that? What is that? I know Piers Morgan, as soon as he saw that, he's like, what is my life? What is my career? I've clearly made wrongdoings. This is my punishment. Where did I go wrong where I ended up here talking to this professionally? What am I doing?
Ked Barney. Well, welcome to Uncensored.
Hey, Pierce! I've been waiting for you, Pierce fucking Morgan!
Bro. What country do I need to go to because America is fucked? It's over. Game over, dude. Even though this is technically Europe, this is still us, I think. This counts. Taylor says, strap in. Why? What?
I
Okay.
wore my diaper today for you, Pierce. Do you like it?
Not particularly, no. Do you want to sit down?
And Pierce, can you bring me to Buckingham Palace? I would like to meet the Queen.
Well, I'll tell you
I'd
what.
really like to meet the Queen.
I don't think the Queen, if you mean Queen Camilla, she is probably tied up with royal engagements at the moment. If you meant the Queen who
Yeah, well,
died.
get me in, Pierce.
Yeah.
Get me fucking in, Pierce. I want it.
Okay, can I take
Like what? Like what? As soon as she would have put her shit on camera, would have been like, yeah, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're obviously not doing this because obviously, you know what I mean? Like what? Like where are we at? Like where are we at? For real, is this Jerry Springer? This is worse than Jerry. I've never seen no bitch with fucking
you back
whatever
in my
that
name,
with
to-
fucking band-aids on her tits, white face, and fucking pink lipstick and a goofy ass wig and sunglasses. I haven't even seen that on Jerry Springer. And isn't this supposed to be like a serious show somewhat? And this is what we're doing? This is where we're at? We're fucked.
what you did to Alec Baldwin. Can you explain why you did it?
What did I do to Alec Baldwin? Pierce, do you see the damage that Alec did to me? Do you see the damage? Look at my arms. Look at my arms, Pierce. Look at my neck.
I don't want to look at the
I was
screen.
maimed by a white man on Monday. You're
No, you-
telling me what I did?
No, you weren't maimed by Alec Baldwin
Hello?
on Monday, were you?
I was maimed.
No,
My
you weren't.
hand is broken. My neck is broken.
No, it's
my
not.
legs. Look at my legs. My legs don't work. Look at this. Pierce.
You have no idea how much I hate that she's black. You have no idea how much I hate that she is black. I'm like, why? Why? Remember when black people used to be like, white people are crazy, they always do this shit? You can't say that anymore. That was like the only thing we had on you guys. Can't even do that. We don't even have that anymore. Now we have crackhead Barbie just fucking it up for everybody. Fucking up all my jokes. This stupid bitch. You need to be 5150 like Emperor Sun God Kamal. As soon as this happens, she doesn't even make it through the interview. People in black suits come and pick her up and take her to the facility. You don't get to drive a car acting like this. Who knows what's in your fucking brain? You might try to take out a nice little 12-year-old Korean girl just because you're having a bad fucking day. We can't risk that. You're going to the facility. And if it doesn't work out there, you go to the gulag. And if the sun gets you and you pass out and get deleted, that's on you. We tried. We did what we could with this. You know what I mean? You're not giving... We're playing Texas Hold'em. You give me 7 deuce, and I have to win the hand. I'm going to try, but if I bluff and they call, there's only so much I can do.
Pierce Morgan! Don't do this to me, Pierce! It's too early in the morning, Pierce! Pierce, it's too early!
And the wig is off.
Your wig's come off.
It's not a wig, Pierce. It's my hair. I'm a white woman. I identify as a white woman.
Let me ask you seriously, if I may, for a moment.
Like, I don't know, is she actually just, like, trying to be funny, or is she, like, just crazy? I don't know. I feel like to do this, you need some level of crazy, but is she just, like, fully fucking crazy, or is she, like, crazy and, like, trying to be... I genuinely don't know what I'm watching.
Is it your...
I know that I'm concerned, but I don't know what I'm watching.
Trying to make a serious point,
Yes.
I presume, with Alec Baldwin. He was getting a coffee.
He was trying to make a serious point. What would make you think there's anything serious about this goofy-ass bitch? Why? What would make you think that this dumb bitch has anything serious to say? This is so disrespectful to the Palestinian people. That, like, this is their representation? Really? Like, holy fuck, dude. Like, this is a war. Like, real shit is going on. And then this bitch is just using it for attention so she can do this. It's honestly fucking disgusting. And she should be ashamed. Her goofy-ass mom should be ashamed. Her goofy-ass dad should be ashamed. Siblings, everybody should just have their head like this, apologizing for 24 hours straight.
You run in, you call him a killer.
I was getting a coffee, too.
Okay, but you decided
I was
to...
getting a coffee,
Okay,
too.
you don't have to shout.
Oh god, I'm having such violent thoughts. I'm trying to control them. Okay.
Out at me as well. We can have a civilized conversation. I want to know seriously.
I'm very civil.
I wanted to know seriously why you did what you did and what you hope to gain by it.
Nothing.
Pierce,
This is her best case scenario, is that you let her goofy ass on TV.
Pierce fucking Morgan. You're asking too
Just for the
many
record, my
questions.
name is actually just Piers
What's
Morgan.
wrong with saying free Palestine? Pierce, can you say free Palestine for me?
I think-
Pierce, can you say free Palestine for me?
If you stop shouting, yeah.
I want you to say it.
Yes, I'm happy to say...
Okay.
This is what happens when we get rid of the fucking asylums. Bring them back. We need one on every corner. A lot of you motherfuckers are batshit crazy.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to shout.
If you just...
Mr. Pierce Morgan,
If you just
please
keep
say
quiet,
free
I can answer your
Palestine.
question. Yes, I'm very happy to
I'm
say
never
that...
quiet, Pierce.
Sorry, you're still talking.
I'm never quiet.
Okay, but try
I'm
it.
never
Otherwise,
quiet,
I can't...
Piers. I cannot
You asked me to
shut
do
up.
something.
I have a way to make her shut up.
If you don't shut up, I can't
have a
give
way.
you the answer.
Oh my God.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'll shut up for you.
I absolutely believe that Palestine should be free. Yes.
Oh, okay. And how are we going to do that, Pierce? Give us the answers, Pierce Morgan. Give us the fucking answers.
Okay,
How are we going to make Palestine free?
Yeah, if it was as simple
How
as
are we
me...
gonna do it?
If it was as simple as me just giving...
I guarantee you will never be a part of that process. Oh, there is no we. There is just them, and then honestly, there is you, and there is everyone else. There is no we. Holy fuck, dude! Like you're just gonna give everybody the right to vote? Everybody gets to drive a car? You just gotta pass a test and be 16? Everybody gets to use the internet? No. No. Some people need to go to the facility.
answer now, it would have been done by now. It's a very complicated issue. But let me ask you again. Let me ask you again, seriously, why did you do what you did to Alec Baldwin?
Is this a what? A YouTube video? It
Alec
is.
Baldwin, look at me. Pierce, honestly.
Ew.
Look at this.
Oh,
Look at
hell
this.
no.
Pierce, I was maimed. But this is the third.
Made your joke about your terrible maiming.
Satellite, you're lashing me.
Right, okay, I'm not lashing you.
This is the third. This is the third white man to beat me this week.
I can't take this. This is literally making me racist. We have to move on.
Hassan Piker, journalist.
I can't do it.
Uncensored contributor, Esther Kraku.
We came here for Hassan.
And podcast.
Honestly, he can't be any worse than that.
To James Barr. Well, Emily, I mean, on one level, I guess it was quite funny, but on
No, it wasn't. That was just annoying.
another level, I didn't like what she did to Alec Baldwin. I've got no truck for Alec Baldwin whatsoever. And I think with this case that he's got hanging...
Bruh, Saad, I appreciate you, and absolutely, I'm not going to say they need to get fired, but somebody needs to have a conversation.
I hope that justice is served, because ultimately he did fire the gun that killed that poor woman and has been on some kind of weird PR tour ever since. But I don't like to see any public figure, whether it's Eric Adams, the mayor, on a plane, or Alec Baldwin getting a coffee, harangued and harassed in that manner. Now, I tried to conduct a serious interview. She obviously wasn't interested in doing that, wanted to turn the whole thing into a foul-mouthed rant and joke and performative thing. Fine. That's entirely her right to do it. But what did you think of these harassings, not just by her, but by other people, of public figures?
Goofy as fuck, Piers. Goofy as fuck. All those people are goofy. That's my answer.
You tried to conduct a serious interview with Crackhead Barbie?
Whoever casted
I was asking her.
when there are dozens of NYC organizers/activists/Palestinians that he could have interviewed should be ashamed.
Facts.
About a viral video of her harassing Alec Baldwin, which I do actually think is a serious thing. I do actually think public figures should not be harassed in that manner. I've had a bit of it myself.
Yeah, but couldn't you tell from the vibe of the video that bitch was fucking crazy? Like, why would you be like, oh, okay, this person that's screaming at Alec Baldwin for to tell him to say free Palestine to her fucking phone. Yeah, this is someone I can have a real conversation with. Like, obviously, this bitch is goofy, and she needs to be treated as such. But, you know, you wanted some clicks, you wanted some clout, just be honest, okay?
I think it crosses a line.
Okay.
Right, and Alec Baldwin, you know, as far as
I know, right? Hassan was right about this one.
aware, has not said anything particularly sensational.
So far, so good,
about
Hassan. You're killing it.
So why she is harassing him in the street in the way that she did?
Also, I don't know what's up with this lady's face, but I feel like we're going to find out soon.
I think is worthy of examination. Wow. Now, as it turned out, she had no interest in having a serious conversation. Okay, so we've cut it off. But I don't think I should be blamed for getting on someone who is literally at the center of a quite big news story in America for harassing a famous star. You, Hassan?
No, it was for clout. She was doing it for clout. That's why she went on the show, also for clout, which you were correct on pointing out that using the ongoing ending.
Folded. He folded because he's pussy. You should have said what I said. That would have been the cool answer, but you're soft and you folded, so it's okay.
Cleansing campaign in Gaza and what's happening to the Palestinian people as a vehicle to.
I would have been like, no, Piers, if you want to come around, like have her on for fun and laugh at the bitch, then sure. But if you're expecting a serious conversation from somebody like that, just from the video alone, you should have known what you were walking into. That would have been my answer because I'm fucking cool as shit. And then I would have set something on fire.
To create more social clout for yourself, social capital for yourself is pretty disingenuous, pretty messed up.
Because isn't that what everybody's doing?
Hassan, of all people, to say that using like Palestine or politics or whatever the fuck he said for your own personal clout coming from you, pretty insane, but we're gonna let it ride.
Isn't that what this show is also doing? Because you're talking about create political clout, create noise,
I'll come back
to get clicks, to make money.
Listen, let's not all be disingenuous.
No,
right?
but the whole conversation, and actually
on.
Crackhead Barney isn't that different to you.
Well, actually,
and Crackhead Barney said it herself. She said, we're no different. And I kind of agree with Crackhead Barney. I didn't think I'd say it.
If you think there's...
I think they're a little different. I mean, maybe in the grand scheme of things, but I think there's a way to talk about serious topics without being a dickhead, which Crackhead Bonnie, like, really? Like, that's what you go by, Black? You have no issues with calling yourself Crackhead Bonnie, but that's fine. Clearly, you don't have a lot of issues with a lot of things that you should have issues with, but that's probably why you're doing what you're doing, but we're just going to move on.
any correlation.
You guys get it, hopefully.
Between what she just did on the show.
Someone screaming over someone and not letting them speak.
Right.
There's definitely a correlation.
Well, you think that I've treated you like she treated
No,
Ali
I'm just
Baldwin?
saying that I think that actually you aren't that different. You're trying to do the same thing.
I'll come back
You're just
to
doing it in a different way.
No, it's a preposterous suggestion. I do not do what she does, right? But Hassan, here's the point I make to
Y'all
you. A lot of
hilarious.
people think a lot of these protesters at universities in America are performative. The ones who are chanting their support for Hamas, the ones who are chanting about Intifada and pretending it's not about a violent uprising. I mean, do you accept that a lot of that is not only performative, but
Nice pivot, Piers. I like it.
public demonstration of support for terrorism?
Absolutely not. I don't think that. I mean, all protests are technically performative, obviously, but there's a very clear-cut goal for the group of students at Columbia and many other universities. I was in Melbourne.
The goal is stupid. If the goal is what I understand it to be, Saad, I appreciate it. Let me know what you think of the video. Fuck, I forgot my point.
Not
Yeah, I
that
forgot.
long ago.
Fuck.
And I attended a Palestinian protest there, Palestinian rally there, and the students there were also demanding the exact same thing, that they divest, their colleges divest from a lot of the companies that are aligned with the state of Israel, a lot of the companies that are directly involved in operations in the West Bank, a lot of the companies that are playing a role in the regular maintenance of the apartheid regime of Israel and helping Israel conduct an ethnic cleansing campaign. That is the ultimate goal. That is why.
That's a stupid goal. That's a stupid goal. Am I crazy? It's like if America was doing some fucked up shit, which we've been known to do, and I go to college in Japan, and the Japanese college has like some fun that like some of the business are in America, and like people are dying, and I could like raise money for them or give them any fucking resource, food, water, whatever the fuck. Like that's what I want to protest for. Like you motherfuckers are lame. You're lame. You're lame as fuck. This whole thing feels performative when that's your actual goal. When there's so many better goals you should be striving for. Like that's such a stupid fucking goal. Like if all the colleges drop their little ETF funds or whatever the fuck, who's that saving? Are any Palestinian children really better off because you did that? Like, don't you think the goal's kind of fucking dumb? Come on, dude. And you motherfuckers are supposed to be like the smartest of us. You're dumb as fuck. Focus your attention on anything else. It's a stupid fucking goal.
Why they're trying to very clearly cause a little bit of a disruption and engage in.
But are you comfortable? Okay, but are you comfortable,
the most American
Sam?
thing you can do?
Are you comfortable
civil
with the
disobedience.
ones who are seen chanting support for Hamas or chanting about Intifada?
No. See how easy that is? That's crazy. Hamas is fucked up. Uh-oh. Cuck.
I am perfectly comfortable with people chanting about the Intifada. As far as Hamas thing goes, any kind of protest is always going to have a litany of random people, but ultimately it doesn't.
Oh, okay. It's just a couple randoms. Oh, okay.
Doesn't really matter. You have to look at the actual tangible goals that the protest movement is stating they're interested in. And I think that those goals, and I think you will agree with me on this, Beers, I think those goals are pretty
Stop being a bitch.
valid overall. I think that they want to.
No, your goals are gay. I'm sorry. Your goal is stupid. That's a stupid fucking goal, and you look like a bunch of obnoxious, privileged white kids, which is what you all are, who don't give a fuck about anyone but themselves. I guarantee you, if I'm at Yale and I'm like, look, Yale, we're not doing XYZ until you give $5 million fucking dollars to Palestinian kids. I bet you they could get that shit done in a week. But you have this objectively dumbass goal that's not going to help anybody. But you get to give yourself a nice little pat on the back like you fucking did something, and you fucked school up for everybody else. Imagine how fucking mad I would be if I'm like struggling, right? And I'm like, all right, we're going to bet on college. Fucking tuition is 80 G's a year, but fuck it. We got some scholarships. We're paying, let's say I'm paying 50, right? Out of pocket, I'm busting my ass. And now I have to go take classes online because you want to fucking have a little pretend protest for a stupid fucking cause? You're a dickhead. Now, if you're actually championing for Palestinians, that would be great. But even if everything works out for you and the school caves, nothing changes. You know what that means? That means your goal is fucking stupid. And you know what else that means? You are an asshole. So, shout out to you.
One, recenter the attention to the genocide that is ongoing in Gaza, and 2, demand that their tuition dollars do not go to operations in Israel. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's a campus. There's going to be a sister campus that is being built in Tel Aviv right now for Columbia University. This means that Columbia University, which once housed the likes of the late great Edward Said and many others, and that currently
don't know who that is,
has many Palestinian students who pay tuition for projects such as this one, will not be able to go to that sister campus. I find that abhorrent, but it's everyday existence in Israel.
Let me bring in Emily. You've been listening to all this. Your response?
I have a feeling she's not going to say anything intelligent. Her face is too shiny.
With all due respect, Hassan, why do you feel that Columbia, or any college for that matter, owes you to divest from Israel? Why do you think your opinion is correct? Because so far, I heard the classic...
Saad, what am I missing? Because I'm willing to learn.
Buzzwords. Apartheid, discriminatory, ethnic cleansing, and genocide, which is funny because it's all the exact opposite. So if I may ask you, what about Israel is apartheid? You also just said the students in Israel, the campus in Israel would not allow Palestinians to join. Are you confused, or do you know nothing about the country of Israel? Because let me remind you, Jews are not allowed in the West Bank and Gaza. However, Arabs have full Israeli citizenship, have the rights, are members of the Knesset, which is the equivalent of, you can think of Congress, and even prosecuted a former Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, an Arab judge. So what apartheid exactly are you speaking about? What genocide? What ethnic cleansing? And secondly, how dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada? Let me remind you, the intifada last time it happened in Israel consisted of thousands of people dying in bus bombing. So are you saying that you support terrorism and killing innocent people?
Well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1776
violent
we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. Yeah. What do you think? The American?
Okay,
do you think the American Revolution
we also
was a
bombed
party?
Hiroshima. We also bombed Hiroshima.
Don't. Yeah, I know, and that was also unjust and unimaginably cruel. But of course, the Israel Defender is also defending nuking civilians and killing them by the hundreds of thousands. Now listen, let's get back. Let's get back. Let's refocus the conversation to the points that you made. Let's refocus the conversation to the points that you made. You said,
bro, Saad, come on, dude. You're going to send me a voice message? You can't type in it now? Well, I guess it's probably a lot.
That's an interesting point that Emily just raised, Hassan. It does seem that you're very selective.
CJ, right? Question. This is going to sound racist. But fuck it. If I'm born and raised in a country... No. Let's say I was born in Brazil, right? But I moved to Japan. My parents are Japanese. I was born in Brazil, though. I immediately move back to Japan after being born, because Brazil has this rule that if you're born there, you're a Brazilian citizen, right? And I shout out Brazil. But my parents are Japanese. I'm raised in Japan by Japanese people until I'm 18. And then I move to Brazil when I'm 18, 19. Am I Brazilian or am I Japanese? Or am I both? What do you guys think?
About the violence that you support. That when you support it, it's justified. When other people use things in a violent way that you don't support, it's unjustified. Seems like it's all skewed to what Hassan Piker thinks.
Lyric, from what I understand, and holy shit do I not know anything about history, but I have the mic, so we're going to speak. Crab says both. Rex says shouldn't count. Star says Japanese. We have 3 different answers. They say they did the Hiroshima to save lives. The bombs to save lives.
Well, not necessarily just what I think. I think that there are obvious markers, obvious boundaries. I don't think violence against civilians is justified. I have talked about October 7 on this very same show, saying that it was a tragedy. It was atrocities that occurred on October 7 specifically. When you target civilians in any capacity, I think that that is unacceptable. However, this does not mean that violence will not occur.
Oh, this is you. Okay, I didn't know that was you, dude.
Violence has occurred in
Do you want me to play it?
Revolutionary action.
You want me to play it on the thing? Let me know. I will.
Many good revolutionary actions. Obviously, America bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with an atom bomb. That was not a very good...
what Hamas did on...
Because honestly, I hope I'm wrong with the college shit. I hope I'm wrong. But that's what they say. Oh, it's divestment. It's like, who is that helping?
October the 7th, it was not a very good moment for human civilization at all.
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th?
Same.
An example of what you would call a justified revolution?
I know, Ben. I know. I've seen some clips.
I don't look at every single act of violence. I look at
You've literally just been reciting a whole load of them.
Oppression.
Why are you avoiding October the 7th?
You do it too.
No, I don't.
I'm not avoiding it. I've talked about it a million times.
Well, let me ask you one more time. Hang on. Emily, hang on.
He's weaseling. He's weaseling out of it.
Let me ask you directly one more time.
He's being a pussy.
One more time. Do you believe what happened on October the 7th was a justified act of revolution? Yes or no?
Uh-oh.
I do not, and I do think that. Oh wait, hold on. Let me.
Oh wait. Oh whoa.
Clarify. Let me clarify something very important here. Events that unfolded on October 7th were atrocities. That much is clear. Those atrocities could have been avoided if Israel was not an apartheid regime. Israel has been an apartheid regime
can you answer
for
how
75
Israel's
years.
an apartheid regime?
In the
Because
early,
you keep repeating
no,
that.
you can't
keep
just
repeating
chime in.
that.
You can't just chime in. You ask me a question. You want it?
Why
you
is
ask me a question.
Israel an
I'm going to
apartheid
give you an
regime?
answer.
Because you're repeating
Israel
these
has been an
lies.
apartheid
Go
regime
ahead,
since
please.
its inception. Until 1967, Israel was an
Yeah,
apartheid regime
actually
for the
makes it
Palestinian
an
citizens of Israel, the
active
Arabs, as you
fact
called them.
that
There was a two-tier criminal
Okay, Azar, Brazilian people wouldn't consider you Brazilian since you probably had true.
justice system.
Well, obviously, guys, my answer is Japanese. I think you're Japanese.
They were subjected to the military court processes and not the civil court processes.
But I'm not trying to be racist, so.
Until 1967. After 1967, they got citizenship. There are obviously still many different social issues that pertain to the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Arabs that are living.
But to be fair, I think you're definitely both. But you're definitely more Japanese. If you were just like, I'm a Brazilian, and be like, not really. Like, not really, but okay.
Israel, those who are not Jewish.
If you say so.
However, Israel currently is occupying the West Bank. There are more than 2 million Palestinians that live in the West Bank. Israel's illegally occupying the West Bank. There are checkpoints. There are license plates that restrict Palestinian travel. The Israeli operations in the West Bank have destroyed Palestinian statehood. Now, of course, all of this is readily available for those who want to
200, this is true.
learn about it, yourself included. I hope you look it up.
Okay, how about this? I'll add one more caveat to make it a little more accurate. So everything else is the same, right? Born in Brazil, my parents are Japanese, raised in Japan my whole life. But while I'm in Brazil, my entire career is based off of shitting on Brazil and its government. Now what? Does that change things a little bit? And also, I think Brazil is evil, and every chance I get, I shit on it for everything that it's ever done. And I only like living there because I like degeneracy, and it lets me be a degenerate, according to me, or hedonism, or whatever the fuck he says. Does that change things for you guys? Do you think the Brazilian people could be looking at me like, Bran, hey, fuck this guy? You know what I mean?
B'Tselem is an Israeli human rights organization which declared Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021.
It's a little weird, right?
Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Let me. Okay, before I move. Okay,
Would that make me an asshole? No way, right? That wouldn't make me an asshole.
Hang on.
No way.
Before I just want to bring in our two British panelists here, but just finally, just to clarify, Hassan, I can't quite work out whether you said you do think October the 7th was an unjustified act of revolution.
He's not letting him weasel out of this shit.
Or whether you changed your mind. So can you clarify?
He's like, motherfuck. So much attitude. Oh.
I think
looks like me when I had to go to school in the morning.
That violent means of maintaining an apartheid is inevitably going to yield violent retaliation.
So was it justified?
Something that is completely avoidable.
Was it justified?
Civilian deaths are never justified.
You know what, Hassan?
Hang on, Emily.
Hang on, Emily. You look Hirsch Goldberg, Poland's mother in the eyes. No, you look this person's mother in the eyes, and you tell him that this was justified. You tell him his arm being blown off and being held in captivity for 200 days is justified.
I do love that the Israel defender has no capacity to fucking hear anything I'm saying.
Palestinians who are made of identity.
It just. If you're not going to respect me
you
and
think
listen
that
to what
we're
I have to
occupying
say,
the West
which, by the
Bank?
way, of course you don't respect.
Gaza?
Well, if you talk over each other, nobody can hear you.
I think it's not. I think.
Uh-oh, this is becoming a shit show. Couldn't have seen this coming.
I think it's the entire world knows.
No, it is. You think the only thing that promotes your narrative.
Let me handle this, Emily. Hassan, just before I come to the two people who are with me here, I just need some clarity here because it seems like you're dancing around whether you think October the 7th was justified or not.
Doing this?
He said no. To be even, you guys know I fucking hate Hassan. He said no. He said it twice. He doesn't want to say it because he has to fucking, when he gets back on Twitch, he's gonna be like, come on, and fucking sucking that Hamas cock. But he did say no.
Why are we doing this back and forth masturbation? I've already given you my fucking position.
Why are you doing this?
Whoa. calm down, buddy.
Jews
Repeating it over and over again.
Okay,
Because it's Jews, it's okay.
Ask this
Emily,
demon
stop
next to me.
talking.
Where the
Emily,
fucking
come
idea
back
of
to you.
dog
Only when
tag?
it's Jews, it's okay.
Please
Ask
stop
this
shouting
fucking
at each
demon next
other.
to me. Where
Oh shit, calling her a demon.
bring an idea of
It's not very progressive.
dog tag if she actually thinks Israel's
No,
actions are
bring them
justifiable.
home.
Do you
It's
see
to bring
me
the
rocking
hostages
fucking
home. The hostages
All right,
that you
it's all
rightly
you know,
believe
Richard.
belong in
All right.
the
You know what
tunnels
it
of
is.
Gaza.
I'm going to give you two. I'm going to let you two calm down. It's pretty-
And you know who's getting fucked over? The black woman. She hasn't said a goddamn word because these fucking clowns are talking over each other. Shout out.
We cannot hear you when you talk over each other.
People.
Every time recently, I have someone from both sides on, like, it goes like this.
I'm wearing this rusty necklace.
Please,
because
can you
there's
listen to me,
200 Israeli
Emily?
civilians in
Just
Gaza right
mute
now.
Please
the
stop doing
bitch.
this to each other, please.
Emily,
Nobody
Emily.
can.
I'm talking
nobody
about
can understand
Hassan.
a word either of you say. Now, let me come to Esther and James here. This is one of my problems.
No, I want to
actually.
hear if Emily condemns
No,
the
no,
actions of
Hassan,
Israel.
you
Why
will
don't you
please
ask
let
her
me
about that?
moderate the
Why
debate.
don't you ask her about
I don't
30,000
condemn the
people?
idea.
I've got two
I
panelists
condemn
here
the
who've not
fact
had a
that on
word yet.
October 7th,
Because you're a
they
fucking
kidnapped
terrorist.
Please stop
civilians from their
talking.
homes.
Oh shit, she's
And I think
a
you're a
terrorist.
And I think you're a terrorist as well.
Okay, well, I'm not the one wearing.
Because
I'm
until
not
the
one
hostages
wearing
are home,
the
don't expect the war to be over.
insignia. Yeah, I know.
Bring
you don't
them
care about the
home.
hostages. If you
I
care
love
about
how
the
you're
hostages,
condemning
you would
me. You
be
are
screaming at
exposing
Benjamin
your
Netanyahu.
own terrorism
Benjamin
on live
Netanyahu
television.
is the hostage
You are
killer.
exposing. You know.
Benjamin
Excuse
Netanyahu
me.
has
You
killed
should
more
condemn
hostages
Hamas.
than
What do
You
I
need
have
to
you
be
think you're
condemning
achieving
Hamas
here?
for not only oppressing the Palestinian people, but for spreading terrorism. I don't see your outrage at Hamas. Israel gave Gaza
All right,
back
listen,
in
I would
2005,
like to, please.
and Hamas has turned
Can
it
you
into
both
a.
please?
Oh wow.
Terrorist haven.
Emily and Hassan, can you please show some courtesy
Hamas
to
is
the other
the lesser
panelists?
evil in comparison to Israel.
Can you please stop talking, both of you, and let the other two panelists have a
You want a
say?
soundbite, Pierce? I'll give
Give
you
them
a
some
soundbite.
courtesy.
Oh my god, Hassan, shut the fuck up. You're not making yourself look good at all here, buddy.
Please, some courtesy for your co-panelists here. Now, Esther, this is one of the problems I have with this whole debate, is that increasingly it just descends into a screaming match between pro-Palestinians and pro-Israelis.
And the biggest losers are the victims
no
of this
respect.
war. 33,000 dead
Facts.
Palestinians, over 1,500 dead Israelis. These are the biggest victims of this because you're shouting at each other and nothing is getting, like, you're completely, forget having no courtesy for us. You're completely disrespecting actual victims of this conflict, which, by the way, didn't
Facts. Shout out. Magical Negro has to come in and save the white people. It's a damn shame.
happen in a vacuum. And I think that's the most important thing to say about this. None of this happened in a vacuum. Of course, October the 7th was an atrocity and it was completely unjustified. There was no justification for butchering people in the way that they did. But it didn't happen in a vacuum. A lot of the people that live in Gaza weren't even born at the time that Hamas came in power. So I really just, I despise this, you're a terrorist sympathizer, you're a genocide supporter, all of this, when really the people that we should be talking about deserve better.
Okay, James, on the wider point.
Damn. Black people back on top. Yeah, thank you. She made up for the fucking whatever Barbie. Damn, the British had to save us? Fuck. Look at you, fucking crackhead Barbie. You made the fucking British have to make us look good. Fucking goddamn you.
Under these protests.
Well, I couldn't get to that part because I wanted to describe what the apartheid is, and Emily cut in immediately.
Oh, I couldn't even do what I wanted to do because I'm not going to take any accountability as a man in my 30s because I'm a fucking cowardly bitch. Ugh. This is why I don't like rich kids. They always suck, except for the ones that don't.
To chirp about some random shit.
Okay, you were both abusing each other. It was very unedifying.
It was very
let me ask James. James, on the protest.
Yeah, dude.
On the protest.
Yeah, dude. Whatever.
Jeez,
he's such a fucking child.
Look, I believe in the right to protest. That's an absolute bedrock of any democracy. But I don't believe in the right to support terror groups publicly or to chant about.
I do, but you will have to go to that country. If you want to support Hamas, you can. But you will be on a plane. Once Sun God Kamal is in power. I like Sun God more. You know, it just sounds a little bit more badass than Emperor or Supreme Leader. I like Sun God.
Support for Hamas or to chant about Intifada, which is a violent.
I think I'm going to go with that.
Where's the line for you with these?
I agree. I think we have to condemn what Hamas did, and I don't think the words that have been used so far.
Exactly. You'll be on the first plane there, but you can support anybody you want.
The worst thing we've seen in a very long time. It was disgusting, appalling, awful for everyone involved. I also have a lot of sympathy, if not, I can't think of a bigger word, for the people of Gaza. It's awful, and I will agree with you. I do want a free Palestine, and I also want a free and successful Israel, but I don't want innocent people murdered. So yeah, you can't go to a protest and start shouting about support for Hamas. That's insane.
Isn't it ironic that something like this has become a haven for like the mentally unwell? You're talking about something as serious as a conflict in Israel and Gaza, and for some reason you have really uneducated people that are clearly 20 years ago would have been in an asylum.
Yep. You got 2 on the line right with you.
Supporting this openly, not even knowing the conflict, not even knowing the context of what they're supporting, and for some reason we even give it airtime. That's what upsets me. because people-
Yeah, Saad. If you want to hop on, I'm down. After
Everyone
this,
deserve
no Diddy.
Everyone is so triggered on both sides, on all sides.
I actually think it'd be a
and
good
rightly so,
conversation.
because a lot of
But you got to talk slow, dude. I don't know all this shit, all right? You got to talk to me like I'm in 5th grade. Yeah, she's killing it.
terrible stuff has happened. So that's where the emotion is coming from. But really, I think we all want the same thing, and that is for innocent people to not be murdered or slain in the streets.
Right. I mean,
That is Kamal's take, for the record, just so you guys know.
look, Hassan.
But
Hang on,
can I ask
Emily.
something?
Please,
Oh,
I'll come
Lord.
to you. Let me just ask Hassan. When you and Emily go at each other like you just did, nobody wins. I mean, no one can really understand a word you're saying because you're shouting over each other.
Yes.
You end up just calling each other terrorists.
Yes.
There's no sensible dialogue here. There's no
100%, Piers. You're 100% accurate.
constructive conversation. It's just two
No, but I do
implacably
think-
opposed sides abusing each other. Do you understand that?
Now, Hassan, this is what adults would do, okay? You fucking child. Somebody clip this, and maybe by the grace of God, he will see this. Hassan, this is the moment where you say, you know what? I got emotional. I apologize. That's what adults do. You own up to you being a dickhead, and you apologize. Is Hassan going to do that? If I know anything about him, he will not. But that's what you're supposed to do here. I know you don't know that because you're a fucking idiot. But that's the move. All right, buddy? Now let's see how you handle it. Make me look like an asshole. Let's see what you do.
Yeah, listen, Pierce, okay? This is going to always be a very heated discussion, okay? Having a conversation about how heated this discussion is utterly unproductive. Every single moment that we...
Okay, got it. Talking about how heated it is unproductive. You didn't apologize to anything. You just blamed him for bringing up you being a dickhead and say that it's unproductive. Nice move. Definitely makes you look like less of a dickhead.
use on air, not talking about every single university building being desecrated, destroyed. The fact that we're having this conversation in the
Azar,
eve
that's
of
true, my
hundreds
bad.
of mass graves being unearthed right now in many different parts of Gaza around hospitals that Israel had laid siege to is disgusting. I agree. I came on here, as I have done last time as well, and as I will probably do in the future as well, with
Hopefully
one simple
not.
goal in mind, which is to address all of the misinformation that surrounds stuff like this. As far as the crackhead Barbie thing goes,
Hassan talking about misinformation is crazy. But here we are.
yeah, she's a random TikTok influencer who gives a shit about what she has to say. She's obviously doing it for clout. But the students over at Columbia, okay, the students that I have talked to at the Columbia University Apartheid Divest group, the students that I've talked to from Jewish Voice for Peace.
All right, Emily, let me just ask you
Damn.
the same thing I asked Hassan. When you guys scream at each other and call each other terrorists, it doesn't obviously achieve anything.
Now let's see how
other
she
than
handles it.
It becomes unintelligible to the audience. You know, is there not
Better already.
a
I
better
agree,
way
but
we can
it's
have this
funnily
conversation?
enough, correct. And funnily enough, I have the same exact answer as Hassan. My job here is to
Yikes.
make sure that I'm debunking false narratives that Hassan is clearly spewing. My job here is to call out hypocrisy. And I just saw another one where he's saying that crackhead Barney, whoever the hell that girl was, is a lunatic, but Aaron Bushnell, who lights himself on fire, is a hero. You can't pick and choose whatever fits your narrative. And I keep on repeating that over and over again because the Palestinian movement will literally just take what they can get, spew all of the truth into their false narrative, spread misinformation, and then you say that we're the liars. You tell me I'm wearing an IDF dog tag. I'm wearing a bring them home for the hostages that you... No, it says bring them home.
You're using
This says bring
the
them home.
hostages as a simple political tool to make
As
propaganda
what?
in the West. It's quite disgusting. The protests that are
think
happening in Israel
humans
right
in
now are massive.
captivity are a
and
political
those
tool?
and those protests.
What?
I mean, you saying wearing a dog tag that says bring them home. I mean, come on, dude. I feel like that's a message we should all get behind no matter what side of the war you're on. You want hostages to go home, right? Like, what the fuck, man?
You are using
Hassan,
humans
pause.
in
Why do
captivity
you
as a
think the
political
hostages
tool.
are
It's so obvious.
You're supposed to say no Diddy, but it's fine.
Why, Hassan?
She didn't get that
Why
far.
are you dehumanizing the hostages? Because I have no problem admitting the Palestinians deserve
I'm
better.
not.
I feel
You're
terrible
using
at the
them as a
casualties.
political
I
pawn.
can say
If
that.
you cared about
You
the hostages,
can't.
you would be
Hassan,
in
not
Tel
a
Aviv.
problem.
Damn, even she's smarter than Hassan. Fuck.
Using alongside.
All right, let me bring in James. Let me
Hassan,
bring in
that's
James,
not
please.
I'm sorry that I can't listen
Please,
to that,
let me
Hassan.
bring in
No,
James.
I agree with both of your
Sorry, can you
arguments,
please, when I say stop talking, please stop talking. We've got 4 people here.
Mute
James.
them.
but using hostages, surely it's Hamas, Hassan.
Mute them.
How can you say that? How can you use that argument? That's a crazy thing to say. It's Hamas
What do you
that
mean, how can I
have
use that
taken
argument?
these
There are
people from their
currently
homes,
tens of thousands of people in
murdered their
Israel.
relatives.
There are currently tens of thousands of Israeli citizens right now in the streets of Israel, in the streets of Tel Aviv, outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's house, protesting every single day. What are they protesting? They're protesting for Benjamin Netanyahu to facilitate a ceasefire with Hamas so that they can actually bring the hostages home. That is precisely the number one goal of the family members of the hostages.
Who
and
is
if
using
anyone
the
on
hostages?
this panel was
No,
being
answer
even a
that
little bit
question.
honest,
You
they would
changed-
recognize
You're
the
not listening to
reality.
my question.
Just listen.
You didn't listen to my question.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply
very
here.
patronizing.
Ooh, so patronizing, isn't he though? Listen to what I'm saying and maybe you'll get it. Ooh, he's such a cunt to be this stupid. Ugh. Damn.
Utilizing the hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over.
Woo! Damn. Damn. Not very progressive.
Here chirping all the way from fucking London about Palestine and doing it both sides are fucking fine.
Bro, you're American. What's the fucking difference? What is the difference? You're American, buddy. What the fuck are you? Why does your fucking voice matter so much?
Type bullshit where you're talking about how you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Whoa. Wow. So because this guy wants the best for both, he should shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Hassan, his true colors are coming out. Bro, how fucking dare you care about both sides dying, you white cracker bitch? How dare you? How dare you care about innocent lives? Fuck you being from London even though I'm from America when it's convenient to me. How you don't fucking know anything even though there's like 100 videos of me getting shit wrong all over the internet. Fuck you caring about people. Fuck that guy. Get him, Hassan. Get that motherfucker. Hell yeah. Tell him what's up.
I don't give a shit about what your perspective is.
I agree
Hassan
with
doesn't
quite
like
a lot
what
of
you
the
have
things you're
to say,
saying,
so
Hassan.
you're wrong. It's Hassan's way or the highway.
Hassan's emotional. She's like, God damn, this is the motherfucker who's got to be on my side. Why I couldn't get a rock. I couldn't get literally anything else. Anything else.
I mean, you are. There is no both sides on a genocide. Is there a both sides on a genocide? There is no both sides.
The thing is,
Wow, this motherfucker's a psycho.
it's interesting you should mention the hostages.
What is in the
both
Hamas
sides
charter?
and
They want
apartheid.
a Jewish genocide, but that's okay. But a
the
Jewish
thing
genocide is okay.
if you're talking about the well-being of the
Hamas
if you're talking about the well-being of the hostages, what sense did it make for the IDF to flatten about 70% of Gaza? Because I completely agree.
Thank
Bring
you.
the hostages home. If you look at Gaza, the topography of
Why didn't you say that, Hassan? Oh yeah, because you're a dumbass.
Gaza right now, it looks like a pancake. So I'm sorry, there's a whole argument of Hamas using them as human tools. Fine, but the IDF has also
I'd
been
like
using
to
it to
fact-check
continue
that
their
because that's
campaign.
just simply
If
not
you
true.
if you were told that if God forbid if your relative was one of the hostages and you saw what's happening right now, and I met someone whose mother is a hostage, and he said he didn't want his mother and her being taken to be used in the name of violence. Right now he's sitting at home wondering, okay, what is the logic of trying to bring my mother home when you flattened Gaza? Please explain that to us.
So can I
Because
pose
you
a
might
question
very
to
well pull
Everyone
those
seems to
hostages from
criticize
under.
Okay,
this.
let Emily respond to that.
Everyone wants to criticize the IDF's response, but nobody wants to tell me what should Israel be doing to retaliate October 7th, eradicate Hamas from preventing another October 7th, and bring the hostages
I have
home.
an idea.
Do you have a
I have an
solution?
idea. I have an idea. Do not flatten Gaza and potentially pull your own hostages up from under the rubble, like have been done with thousands of Palestinians. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Have you found any
So
of them
you're
under
saying
the
that
rubble?
you don't have an answer.
That is the
So
answer.
you
Don't
have
kill
an
your own
answer.
hostages.
But you're quick
That's
to
an
condemn the
answer.
IDF,
How
but you
does that
don't have an
sound?
answer.
I also
How
have
about
an
not killing the
answer.
hostages?
Very interesting.
I have an answer.
Thank you
Okay.
for proving my point.
It's
Oh
called
my god, Hassan's gonna say something stupid.
the
Yes,
dissolution of the apartheid regime. That's what it's called. Dissolve the apartheid regime.
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians
Hassan?
breathing room. Do you not understand the English language?
Bitch, and when I say bitch, I'm referring to Hassan. You're just saying a bunch of vague shit. You're not saying anything like... You're not giving real suggestions.
The
And the apartheid regime, what does that actually mean?
You need a Xanax, first of all. You need a Xanax. Okay, so should Israel do
Yeah, I'm
to
sorry.
the West Bank
30,000
what they did to
Palestinians have been
Gaza?
ruthlessly slaughtered by the
Should
Israeli
Israel
state.
give
It makes
back
me a
the
little
land so
upset
that it can
when
turn
someone
Oh god, this guy sucks. This guy sucks.
to another Gaza? Is that what you'd like to see? Another terrorist haven launching rockets all day instead of turning into Singapore? That's what they did in 2005.
Assad, you're probably right.
$3 in aid, they turned into building.
That's probably fair. I mean, from what I could tell, he does have motherfuckers on here talking about this shit like every single day. I would feel really shitty just like sitting making millions off of this shit and like not doing anything for the Palestinians. Hopefully he gives them like a check or like something. Like you should be doing something, right? This seems fucked up.
the tunnels. Is that what you like to see?
Bombing,
I don't know.
who's
Have I
bombing
gone
Singapore
deaf?
every day?
Sorry,
What,
Emily, is the
Singapore
West
an
Bank
open-air
supposed to be
prison?
Singapore?
What are you talking about?
Is the West Bank supposed to be
The West
Singapore?
Bank received. The West Bank has a port. They can import and export. Israel gave them a great piece of land. They received billions of dollars in aid, not only
Israel
from the
gave
U.S.,
them a great
but
piece of
Israel
land?
gave. Are you
No.
mad? They had a chance to rebuild, but they spent the last 15
Fast
years
level
trying.
overnight.
They don't have enough land
West Bank
because
of
there is
Singapore.
never enough land for them instead of rebuilding. But that's okay. Build terrorist tunnels. Don't build hotels and don't rebuild
Israel
civilization.
has
Just build
not
terrorist
allowed
tunnels to keep hostages
Palestinians
in.
to have a nation state that they deserve by international law since the inception of the Israeli nation state. What you are saying is insane to me. The fact that you brought up the last 15 years as Palestinians crying is disgusting.
Oh, I have one more question.
You are a disgusting
how
little
does-
monster
one more question.
who thinks
One more
that
question.
not offering contiguity to the Palestinians in the form of a state, which is under international law, is just simply
Wait, I have
Palestinians
one
crying.
question.
Okay?
This West
Palestinians
Bank
don't want a
Singapore.
two-state
Hold on.
solution.
This
They want
West
a
Bank
one-state
Singapore.
solution that eradicates the Israelis, which is not an option.
Fine. This
My
West
mom
Bank.
said hit the like button. Under 70 likes, she's disappointed in you guys, just so you know.
You're wrong.
Singapore. What place
You're wrong.
does the
She's
settlements
hot.
play in that? How? Please
She's
paint a
pissed.
picture of how the West Bank of Singapore or whatever, Singapore of the West Bank. How does this illegal settlements fit
Ma'am,
into that?
I think you're completely missing. You're missing the picture.
Just explain to me
Israel
how the
wanted to
settlements
give
fit into
them
that picture.
a piece of land. I'm explaining it.
Okay, I'm listening.
The picture is they got a great piece of land to turn into society. Instead
Who
of turning
got
it
the
into
land?
civilized society,
Who did?
Israel gave the land to Gaza. They
So then why
withdrew.
the
They
Israeli
removed
settlements?
It's not
Israelis
Israel's
from
land
their
to give.
homes.
It's
then
not
why
Israel's
did
land to
they
give.
Israeli
It is not Israel's land to
2005.
give.
There are no Jews or Israelis. There are no settlements in Gaza.
In the West
they
Bank.
gave it to
In the West
the
Bank.
Palestinians.
They're not in the West Bank.
I'm speaking about Gaza, and
Oh,
now
I'm
you're
asking
changing
about
the
West Bank
narrative.
because I was interested
I'm
in knowing about
showing you.
Singapore.
I'm telling you that if Israel
Palestinians.
pulls out completely from the West
Hassan,
Bank,
please shut the
if
fuck
I'm
up.
speaking, if Israel pulls out from the West Bank, you
My mom
can
said
bet your ass it
52
turns into
likes.
the next Gaza. The world does not need two Gazas because one
She's
Gaza
mad.
has already caused enough damage. If, however,
Yes.
Gaza decides to demand
Every
that
argument with
Hamas
Israel
remove
is
themselves
about
from
some
power,
hypothetical.
and they can have
God.
democracy,
Israel has to do a
I can't take
then
genocide.
this
yes, there's
And if
anymore.
potential for
Israel
a
doesn't do a
two-state
genocide,
solution.
then the Gaza
There's
is
no
not
genocide.
like
The only
you're victim
genocide
blaming
is the Hamas
Palestinians in
charter that
Gaza.
wants
You
to
cannot
eradicate
do
the Jews.
defensive genocide.
You know, it's interesting the word
do defensive
genocide.
genocide.
Because, hang on, it's
There's
interesting the
no
word. It's
genocide
interesting. Hang
happening.
on.
It's just a
Israel is
buzzword.
I would love to
Y'all
get a
are
word in,
forever.
please. Interesting the word genocide, because I've listened to all this fractious debate, everyone talking over each other. The truth is that actually only one side has publicly said that they wish to pursue a genocide, and that is Hamas. Hamas, after October the 7th, through their official spokesman on camera, said they wanted to do it again,
Bad vibes, it's very real. And we're all living this reality, unfortunately.
again, and again. That is the purest articulation of a genocide imaginable. And the one thing I never hear from the pro-Palestinian side
You
is
really think-
what Israel was
Here's-
actually.
here's-
Hang on.
here's-
No, don't interrupt.
One
But I can
Hamas-
ask you a
Yes,
question.
we all know you
One-
did not mean that.
Hamas guy.
Sorry, I
But
need to
that's
ask you a
ridiculous.
question.
You're being a ridiculous person.
I'm not
You're
being
being a ridiculous person.
I'm just
Everything about you is ridiculous, Hassan.
saying nobody ever
Because
tells
how
me.
many Israeli officials, even on your show, have said we should keep doing what we have been doing to Gaza over and over again? How does that not register in the same genocidal intent? If you think what that dude was saying, which was, by the way, ridiculous what he was saying, the Hamas official was saying, is that we're going to do October
Bizarre,
7th
I don't
over
know.
and over
But he
again.
said it.
We are justified in doing it over and over again. I don't, yes, I find that to be abhorrent. However, what you fail to recognize is that's the genocidal intent, but not Amalek. That's the genocidal intent, but not saying we are fighting human animals. And that's why we have to cut off their food, their water, and their electricity. That was Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
There we
who said
go with
that.
the lies
Benjamin
again.
Netanyahu
You're saying
has
Israel
routinely
cuts
talked
off their
about this over and over
electricity.
again.
They don't even
Israeli
provide
interior
their
security-
electricity. You're
Israeli-
saying they cut off their water. They don't
Israeli
cut off their water.
politicians.
You are
Israeli-
spewing lies on
Can you
national
stop?
television.
Can you? I'm
They
talking.
I think so.
provide them
Hang
with-
on.
No, because I'm not
Again,
gonna
you're
stop.
talking
I'm not
over
gonna
each
let you
other.
spew lies.
Some of
I'm
the
sorry,
some of the
name me another
comments.
army that
There's no
provides
doubt,
aid to
Emily.
people they're at war with.
Some of the
Only
comments.
Israel.
Some of the.
Pierce,
Israel is.
No, Pierce,
All
I'm not
right.
letting him spew
The most
misinformation.
caring
I'm not
country
letting
on the
him
It's
spew
pointless.
blatant
I
lies
swear to
on
God.
television.
This is pointless. We're getting
No,
nowhere.
because he's
Thank you.
spewing
Did Yoav Gallant
misinformation.
not say that?
Israel's cutting off electricity,
Okay.
water, and aid.
We're
Just
getting-
Did
spewing
Defense
lies.
Minister
I'm not
Yoav
gonna let you do
Gallant
it.
say
Mom,
we are
I don't-
fighting
I don't
human
ever
animals
wanna
or not?
know that, but
Answer
thank
question. Did Defense Minister Yoav
Yes,
Gallant
yes,
say
yes.
we are
Hamas
fighting
is
human
human
animals and we have to
animals.
cut off their
Hamas-
electricity?
I know it's
cut off their
holy fuck. I can't. They're so annoying. Saad, are you ready? I want to learn about Israel and Palestine. I don't know anything about this. I'm gonna piss real fast. Is there anything else to watch? Let me think. I feel like we're good on this, right? We get it. Okay, there's like 10 more seconds. Let's just finish it. We're almost done. There's literally less than a minute. Might as well finish the
Cut off
play.
their water.
Okay.
Yeah, the slight
You know what? I'm
Israel
going to cut off.
provides
I'm going to cut
7
off
to
this
9%
debate.
of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to
Smart
cut off
man
the
That's not
debate.
cares.
We're getting absolutely nowhere. But I appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, okay, there it is. I told you we were almost done. Yeah, that was absolute pain. Pain. That was pain. Wow, that was bad, dude. I can't believe Hassan's an idiot. Of course I can. Of course I can. Wow, that was embarrassing. It's crazy how, like, easy it is for him to just, like, not be a dickhead, but he can't not be a dickhead. He's so good at just making himself look like a fucking asshole. Probably because he is a fucking asshole. So shout out to him. You know, at least he's living his truth, and I have to respect him for that. You have to respect him for that. Alright, well, as we wait for Saad, I'm going to take a pee-pee, and I'm going to BRB. Alright? That's for be right back for you fucking old folk who don't know my cool kid lingo. G, don't make me fucking ban you. Alright? I will. I don't give a fuck. I rule with an iron fist. Oh, goodness gracious. What's going on? Shut up. Dang. Get back. Oh, wow. Damn, I only see black people getting arrested. I don't like this. God damn. Yeah, not only. That didn't sound good. What the fuck was that?
Go! Back up! Back up!
Jesus. That's so fucking crazy. Look, even though I think what they're protesting for is potentially stupid, if I'm getting it right, I still think they should be allowed to protest. And, like, shutting them down as long as they're doing everything peacefully is fucked up. That's what this country is founded on, man. You can't just be shutting down protests just because you don't like them. That's the whole point. That's why they're protesting. Is this muted or... Yeah, I don't know why there's no sound for that, but whatever. Saad, you still in this bitch? I don't know if he's gonna be in here. No, did he? I don't see him. I don't see her. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the gay stuff. I blame Colin. He's not even here, and he's still making
anti-war camps are popping up on local college campuses. This is Sky Eye video over MIT where you can see protesters gathering.
Oh, you're in Free Talk. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the call-in thing. Let me make it right now. I didn't know you're still here. And you have to, like, join it and then ask. You have to, like, you know, put your little fucking hand up or whatever, and they'll let you in. So, because if I have you in Free Talk, then 16 other motherfuckers are just gonna join, and it's just gonna be a whole fucking mess. So. Yeah. So, yeah. But also, remember, alright? I don't know shit. So you're gonna have to talk slow, and we're just going to have a conversation. There is no debate. Usually I don't like to talk about shit if I don't know anything about it, so I'm trusting you to not be an asshole. I don't know. I don't make the music. That's Discord. Alright, I created the stage. It's called Palestine Talk. Oh yeah, that's you, right? Okay, there we go. Wait, did I mute you or did you? No, you muted yourself.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Say something?
Testing.
It's low, but I can't hear you. Maybe I can.
Shit.
Maybe I can turn you up. Yeah, user volume. I can turn you up. All right, say something.
Okay, how is it now? How's the audio? Testing ABC 1 2 3.
Can you guys hear him? I can hear him. It's a little low, but I know I can hear you. I'll turn you up all the way.
Let me try to go into my settings and see because I had to pull out my fucked up PC.
Okay. Well, I'll turn you back to like 100 so you don't, fuck everybody's eardrums up.
Okay, I have my input volume right now at 100, so yeah. Is it good?
Say something.
Testing. ABC 1 2 3. ABC 1 2 3. Daimi says it's getting better.
Yeah. I'll turn the desktop up. I have you up all the way. On Discord, you're at 200%. How's he sound, guys?
Testing. ABC 1 2 3. ABC 1 2 3.
I'll turn up the disc a little bit more.
Yeah, Discord they say it's fine. I'm waiting for people to say it in the YouTube chat for you.
Yeah. They're saying it's good.
Okay, they're saying it's good.
Swag.
Okay. So it looks like this is like a little bit a ways from your scheduled programming, and out of respect for you, I want to try to keep this on topic.
Okay.
So I think the most important thing is like your whole thing is, oh, why are these people protesting? Why are these people protesting? Okay.
Well,
now, before we get
well, let me just say what my understanding is. You can tell me where I'm getting wrong, or if I'm getting anything wrong. So, from my understanding, the college kids, they don't like that their college has like a fund, kind of like an index fund that has stake, and that has to do with certain, like some of the businesses have dealings with Israel or are
like
in
Israeli
Israel.
Corporations. Yeah, Israeli private corporations or defense companies. Right.
Okay.
So that is part of it, but that's not everything, especially in the case of Colombia, and Hassan for once in his life actually alluded to something productive. So yeah, so before we get into that, just real quick, just because, and I'm not gonna lie, this is just a teeny bit tangent, but whenever you watch the peers interviews or like any interview with the West, they always label Hamas as a terrorist organization. Now, I am not going to say whether or not I believe Hamas is a terrorist organization or not.
Okay.
I am not going to say my opinion, but what I am going to say is if you go look at AP, if you go look at the United Nations does not designate Hamas as a terrorist organization. Now, with that being said, where I get annoyed and where a lot of Palestinians, Muslims, Arabs get annoyed is if you are going to call an organization a terrorist organization for killing 800 civilians and 400 soldiers on a particular date, then do the same thing for the organization that has been killing 30 to 40,000 people over the course of 6 months, 70 to 90% of which, depending on whose numbers you look at, are civilians. However, people just on the news just don't do that. So that's number one. Number two, like I said, the United States and the EU designate Hamas as a terrorist organization. However, there is the rest of the world which does not. Do with that what you will with that information. Now, we can move on to the topic of why people are protesting. So I kind of have experience with this because I live in the New York City area and I have organized a couple of actions, not with Colombia specifically, but actions elsewhere. So when it comes to the Colombia case specifically, Colombia does not only have investments as private colleges do in general with corporations because they have their own ETFs and 401ks and all that stuff.
Sure.
It's not just that. Colombia has a special case where they are planning on building a sister campus in Tel Aviv, Tel Aviv University.
I did
so
hear
the
Hassan
students
say
want
that.
Right. So the students want to terminate that relationship while there is a quote unquote genocide, what they consider to be a genocide going on in Gaza. So that's number one. Number two, it's not the only thing with the whole sister campus thing. It's also like, if you look at it contextually with what was going on New York City campuses, specifically New York City colleges, since October 7th, there has been multiple attempts by student groups, by Arab groups, by Muslim groups, by Palestinian groups, by even some Jewish groups as well that have tried to make events and partner with professors to talk about what has been going on in Gaza. But a lot of these events have been canceled, rescheduled, or condemned by president heads both in private universities and in public universities. So this is basically a two-pronged assault that students across all of New York City are seeing as their freedom of speech being impeded. And it's not like just Arabs or just Palestinians want to talk. There have even been, for example, there was a film that was created by ex-IDF soldiers that are Jewish, that they were trying to basically show this film called Israelism on multiple college campuses. And this was a film that was produced by Jews and by people that identify as Israeli, yet on multiple City University of New York college campuses, including Columbia, they basically canceled the showing of that film. And that's just one example of basically students seeing that there is some kind of bias where college campuses are siding with not necessarily Israel, but with the position of the US government, where it's like they're basically putting Palestinians and Muslims that are supporting Palestine and saying that it's a genocide and putting them on in a bucket and saying, yeah, you guys are supporting Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, which completely deflects from the humanitarian crisis that is going on the ground.
But
now,
what about the people who are chanting, like, we love Hamas, we love the missiles? And
Right. So remember, from there, if you look at, okay, so here's my thing, right? It seems to me that you find people endorsing Hamas to be controversial. Now, I want you to answer my question.
I will.
What makes Hamas controversial? Now, keep in mind, when you answer that question, I want you to, just because a lot of people don't do this, and I'm not saying you're one of them, but we're going to see, is the same standard going to be applied on the Israel Defense Forces, which is the armed group that is having conflict with Hamas?
Right.
Go ahead. Let me see your answer.
Okay, right. So, I like the questioning. I'm going to try to answer this to the best of my ability, all right? So, from what I understand, there was no war. Obviously, the Israel-Palestine conflict had been going on for a long time, but Hamas, who is like the government of Palestine, I guess, they attacked Israel and killed a lot of their citizens. And then Israel's like, all right, since you guys fucking did that, we are going to war. We are officially in a war now, and we're trying to eradicate Hamas.
All right, let me know when you want me to contextualize stuff for you.
Okay, and I'm going to keep going. So, the war is starting, obviously. Now, from what I hear, I've done no research. I don't know shit. I don't know if anything you're saying is true. This is just my understanding at this moment. Israel says, I'm putting in air quotes, that they do everything they can to try to not kill civilians. You know, they say, hey, if we're going to bomb this building, we say, hey, we're about to bomb this building. We think Hamas is in here. Everybody that's a civilian, leave. And they bomb the building. Now, it's not like Hamas really has like an army base they can go to. From what I understand, they kind of integrate with the citizens of the country, so things get messy. That's my understanding. That would be the difference to me. Like, one just like attacked civilians looking to kill civilians, and the other is saying, hey, we're going after this group that's integrating with the civilians and we're doing our best to not kill civilians, even though I would go, hey, let's not kill anybody, ceasefire, blah, blah, blah. But that's my understanding.
Okay, so let me fill in the blanks for you. And if you want to do it for the viewers, I don't know how it's going to be, how hard it'll be for you. But do you want to open Google Maps real quick and just zoom in on Israel?
All right, I got you. This might take a second.
Okay, and then while you're doing that, I can just explain a couple of things. So when you pull up the map, there's basically when we talk about Israel proper, right, quote unquote Israel proper, there are three distinct pieces of land that we have to differentiate between. So on the bottom, zoom in on Israel. Now like try to make it so that the whole country is like within. Zoom out a little bit. Scroll up.
Oh, okay.
Scroll up a little bit more. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. Okay. So, do you see towards the middle left of the country where it says Gaza Strip?
Yes, this shit right here.
Okay, yes. Right. Okay. The stream is a little bit delayed, so I kind of have to follow with you here. Okay. Perfect.
Oh wait, I can share my screen on the thing so you can see.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that. Here, give me a second. Boom.
Okay. Let me pull this up. Okay. So if you look on the left side, that is the Gaza Strip.
Right.
That is that strip, right, which is basically the size of, I want to say, okay, you can compare Gaza to basically all of Manhattan, all of Yonkers, and then basically half of New York City. You can come. Gaza is basically the size. It's basically half the size of New York City.
We're just gonna take your word for that. All right.
So, Gaza is its own autonomous zone. It is governed by Hamas, which is a political party.
Right.
The same way that you have, for example, so when people say Hamas is a terrorist organization, they're referring to the armed division of Hamas. So Hamas, the same way that you have in the United States, Democrats, Republicans, third party, Democrats, Republicans, you have Democrats, Republicans. When it comes to Palestine, there are two distinct pieces of land that are governed by two separate political parties. When we talk about Gaza, they are governed by Hamas. Now, Hamas has, just like you would in the United States, they have a division that handles schooling, a division that handles economic structure, a division that handles policing, and a division that is basically their military, right? So that's what people mean when they talk about Hamas. Now, that's Gaza. If you look at if you zoom out and just look at the entire country, do you notice on the right side there is a word, it says the West Bank?
When I saw it earlier. Yeah, right here.
Right, on the right side. Okay. Do you see the dotted lines? It basically looks like a I don't know even how to explain it. It's like two ovals, two like weirdly drawn ovals, and it's going in and in itself. Yeah, so if you zoom
right
out,
here?
you can see the dotted lines. Well, can you see the dotted lines?
I mean, I see these dotted lines,
because
but
the way that Google shows you borders is they're solid lines, right? But when it
Okay.
comes to territories, they show you dotted lines.
yeah, I see dotted lines right here. Yeah.
Okay, so this whole dotted line area on the right side is considered the West Bank. So the West Bank is not governed by Hamas. It is governed by Fatah, a political party called Fatah. However, the government, that's the political party. But right
Okay.
now, the governing body of Palestine is considered the Palestinian Authority. The same way, for example, how you would say the president of the United States, Joe Biden, is of the Democratic Party.
Right.
So right now, Fatah, which is basically to the left of Hamas, is the party that is in charge of the Palestine Authority, which is the West Bank. And then in the middle is Israel.
Okay.
Okay, so that's Israel. Okay, so now that we basically have that out of the way,
Running some of the basics. All right.
right? So when we talk about like Hamas is doing this, Hamas is doing that, that is essentially the second government of Palestine, because it's weird, right? Because you have two pieces of land that are completely separated from each other, but they are both quote unquote Palestine. But
Right.
one of them is governed by one political party and the other is governed by the other. Now, when we talk about Gaza, obviously Hamas did the military operation on October 7th, and I don't know if you remember, but a couple months ago you basically had a Discord live and it was me arguing with this like Zionist kid that I don't even think
I remember.
is 19 years old. Okay, right. So when that military operation happened, around 1,200 people were killed. 1,200 Israelis were killed. Of the 1,200, around 400 of them were military personnel and police, and the rest of the 800 that were killed were unfortunately civilians. Okay, now there is still debate going on to this day on when it comes to that 800 count of civilians, what proportion of those civilians were killed by the Israeli Defense Force and what proportion of them were killed by Hamas. However, most people on all sides, including Israeli human rights organizations, the United Nations, the United States, and even Arab, what's it called? Like basically people that are on the side of quote unquote Palestine, like the political talking heads of Palestine, all agree that it is either that Hamas killed 50% of the civilians or more. So it is to varying degrees. But we do not know this because there is a lot of classified information from the IDF, so like, you know, all of that stuff. But what we do know is that the IDF did kill some of their civilians on October 7th. We just disagree on the statistics of what happened,
Okay,
whether
can
or
you
not
send me some source that says this? Because I'm taking
about
everything for your word as your word.
Okay, yeah, for sure. So let me just pull this up real quick. October 7th. Okay, so we have. I mean, you can search. Okay, well, what do you need? Like an article? Because I can tell you, oh, Google this, Google that. But I can. Because the
Anything.
article itself, I don't have it offhand. But what I do have, let me see. Does Talking Stage let you post a? Is there like a chat box where I can post stuff?
Yeah, there's a chat.
I see. Okay, so this is an article from NPR saying that they had to revise the death toll. Right over here, and then what I am gonna post over here is IDF attack chopper testimony October 7th. And by the way,
the thing
like,
about the 400 being
yeah,
security
400 of
forces,
them,
I
the mix
did
between
look that
security
up,
forces and
that is true.
military.
Yeah, that is true. I didn't know that.
Right.
Okay, so we're learning. This is good.
And then I'm just trying to find. So the reason why a lot of people believe that some of the civilians on October, well, it's not a belief, it's like fact. We just don't agree. A lot of people don't agree on what the numbers are. That the IDF did kill some of their civilians on October 7th was because of two basically pieces of corresponding evidence. One of them is a testimony by a one of the Apache helicopter pilots that was one of the first responders to the attack on October 7th. The person manning that chopper on Israeli news basically said on record that he had to make hot cold decisions on whether he was going to shoot vehicles, and he didn't know whether there was terrorists on them or not. And people basically matched up his testimony with a lot of the charred vehicles that were on those highways, because when we first saw what was going on October 7th, we saw that a lot of the cars that people were saying Hamas burned with their like RPGs, like a lot of basically military experts were saying, wait, this doesn't make any sense because RPGs can't do that to vehicles, and Hamas didn't have enough rocket propelled grenades to do that much damage to that many vehicles in that short span amount of time, which basically leaves the only thing that could do that amount of damage in that amount of in that quick amount of time is an attack chopper. That's why some people believe that the attack chopper, and the attack chopper, the guy that did that was the pilot, admitted he didn't necessarily admit to him killing civilians, but he did admit that he was shooting at vehicles on that exact highway that you see photos of that are circulated online by Israelis. He was shooting on that highway, and the char marks that are on the vehicles and the hole marks that are on the vehicles are hole marks that are coming like from the rocket rounds of that attack chopper or the gunfire rounds of that chopper. So that's number one. Number two, there's also testimonies from one of the first responding tank battalions that went into Israel specifically to counteract what was going on at the Nova Music Festival. Now, those tank battalions also said, a lot of them were women, and they basically said that there were some points where their military commander was telling them, hey, shoot at these houses. Some of the women that were driving those military tanks, some of them driving it for the first time, refused to shoot at some of the houses because they were asking their military commanders, are there civilians in the houses? Some of the tank drivers that basically responded to the attacks on the kibbutzim specifically, which are basically the gated communities, separate from the Nova Music Festival, some of them said that they shot and some of them said that they did not shoot. A lot of the wounds that were on the Israelis that were in those houses, some of them came from grenades. Others came basically from the houses collapsing in on itself, which a grenade cannot collapse an entire building, which is why, like I said, there is debate on what proportion of civilians on October 7th were killed by Hamas and what proportion were killed by the IDF. But the overwhelming majority agree that Hamas killed most of, 50% or more of the civilians on that date. We just don't have the exact numbers.
Okay, so Saad, do you have any proof? Because a lot of people are calling bullshit. I don't know if anybody... Does anybody else want to hop in here and push back? I don't think Jay has much to say. But do you have any proof with the female gunner thing? Do you have any proof of that?
Okay, so I'm finding the Apache helicopter testimony for you right now. So just, and I'm still looking for the Apache helicopter thing. I'm gonna find the tank thing afterwards for you.
So from
And
basically,
I want to make sure that your viewers understand this. I'm not saying that the person that piloted the attack chopper said that he shot at civilians. That is not what I'm saying, because that's what people were saying at first, because there's like a propaganda video where people like subtitled his testimony incorrectly. What he did say was he had to make calls on his own and decisions on his own on what vehicles to shoot, and based off of the military experts matching up the charred vehicles on the highway with his testimony, say that it is very unlikely that he did not kill any civilians. But I'm gonna look for that for you.
and this was on the 7th.
Yeah, this was on the response on so it could have been on October 7th or October 8th, because there were choppers that were flying on October 7th and October 8th because they were still responding to the Hamas attacks. Okay, ignore the first article that I sent you because it references Gray Zone, and Gray Zone was those were the people that were saying that he for sure killed civilians. The second article that I sent you is Jerusalem Post, which is a right-leaning Israeli publication. So I don't know, that just they have more of a vested interest in basically being right-leaning. So take
All right. I'm gonna play the article. All right.
IDF finds
Again, this is above my intellectual pay grade, but here we are.
female Near Oz resident likely killed by helicopter
I hope you're not spreading a bunch of propaganda.
fire on October 7th. A designated team reviewed footage of the strike, Near Oz CCTV cameras, and heard testimonies from those who witnessed the incident. The IDF reported on Friday that Efrat Katz was likely killed on October 7th by friendly fire when an airstrike by an Israeli Air Force combat helicopter hit the vehicle that she was being held captive in during Hamas's assault on Near Oz. The investigation found that the existing surveillance systems used by the IDF were unable to detect that Katz and other hostages were in the vehicle along with the Hamas terrorists. An IDF-designated team investigated the incident and reached the conclusion concerning the circumstances surrounding Katz's death based on footage from the combat helicopter, UAV, security cameras of the kibbutz, testimonies of the aerial crews that operated in the area, and Katz's family members' accounts. Katz's family was informed on Friday about the investigation's findings. The IDF's October 7th failing. On October 7th, the IDF failed its mission to protect civilians and went to war, the IDF statement said. During the surprise attack, Hamas and other terrorist organizations invaded several Israeli communities, murdering both Israeli and foreign citizens. From the findings of the examination, it appears that during the battles and airstrikes, one of the combat helicopters that took part in the fighting fired at a vehicle that had terrorists in it and which, in retrospect, based on the testimonies, also had hostages contained within. Commanding officer of the Israeli Air Force Major General Tomer Bar described the incident as a tragic and unfortunate event that took place amid of fighting and conditions of uncertainty. He did not find fault in the conduct of the aircraft crew, who were said to have operated in compliance with the orders in a complex reality of war. The statement concluded with a message that the IDF shared in the Katz family's grief and a promise that it would continue to examine the events of October 7th, which would be made available to the public.
Yeah, and then someone in the YouTube comments said that that was just one person that was killed by friendly fire. I mean, okay, like I don't have like the articles of every single historical event offhand. I'm sorry, I'm not like a professional debate bro. But anyway, like I said, point granted. Like the point is that people are arguing whether or not the IDF killed 50% to or more of specifically the civilians on October 7th. Now, with that being said, because I want us to like move away from this, because like let's say we grant it that Hamas killed all 800 civilians. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter to what we're talking about. We're trying to talk about here specifically why does it matter in the United States and why people are protesting as crazy as they are in a country that has arguably absolutely nothing to do with Israel. Spoiler alert, they don't have nothing to do with Israel.
Sure.
So the thing is that moving on from October 7th, I'm basically going to try to summarize the 6 months. The Israeli Defense Force has had a multifaceted response in Gaza. And what do I mean by this? So you said earlier that they were basically saying that you were watching sources, they're saying, oh, we warned Gazans before we bombed them. We dropped these things called I forgot what type of bombs they are, but they're basically flashbangs that fall from the sky.
Or some shit?
Knock bombs. There we go. Like, yeah, they knock on the roofs of the building and say, hey, we're gonna bomb this building. IDF sends text messages to Gazans saying, hey, we're gonna bomb these buildings. So what I will say is that those are true in I'm not gonna say most cases, I'm gonna say in a lot of cases. However, those tactics that the IDF uses, they don't do it, I want to say, like, not even 90% of the time that they drop bombs on Gaza. And when we say that Israel is dropping bombs on Gaza, remember 6 months ago when I was talking with that Zionist kid, and I said that if you look at the amount of bombs that Israel has dropped on Gaza, it is the equivalent of the damage of the atomic bomb that was dropped, one atomic bomb that was dropped on Japan. We have now reached a point where it is the equivalent of 2 atomic bombs that have been dropped on Gaza based off of the structural damage that was done in Gaza itself. Now, what has the IDF shown for all of this damage that they have been able to do in Gaza?
Yeah.
They have killed exactly at least 8 of their own hostages. Actually, okay, I don't want to misquote here. So they have killed at least 6 of their own hostages. The reason why I say they killed 8 is because 6 out of the 8 was killed by their own soldiers, whether it be from the air, from bombs, or from like military shelling. And by the way, 3 out of those 8 that were killed were killed waving a white flag outside of a destroyed building. So imagine, Israeli civilians are waving a white flag outside of a building, and they get bombed or they get shot at. I forgot, it was which one or the other, right? And they get killed by the IDF because the IDF thought that they were civilians. If this is what the IDF is doing to their own civilians, and this is one of the most advanced militaries on planet Earth, by the way, with the amount of intel and stuff that they have going for them, imagine what they are doing to people that they do not care about. Because the IDF's official stance right now is that the civilians that are dying, the Arab Palestinian civilians that are dying in Gaza, are simply collateral damage. It's not like they are going out of their way to necessarily kill civilians. At least that's what their official position is. However, they have said, multiple government officials, including Ben Gvir, have said on the news, if Gazans die, it is their fault. They need to give up the hostages, as if a civilian population can somehow go out of their way and basically tell the enacting government to basically give these people up, right? Now, all that aside, right? The 2 out of the 8 that were killed, I don't want to say that they're killed. I mean, in my opinion, they were killed by the Israeli government. But those 2 people, Hamas confirmed that they died of. Hamas has said that they died of starvation, and they have sent the families photos and videos of those hostages. So it's arguable whether or not Hamas starved them to death, which I don't believe. It just doesn't make sense that the quote-unquote terrorist organization is going to starve to death their own bargaining chips. It doesn't make any sense. So I also want to point out that
I'm gonna say something real fast. Just from the little Googling I've done, it says 33 hostages were reportedly killed in Hamas captivity, according to Israel, who you don't seem to trust too much. But any thoughts on that?
The 33 hostages that were killed in Hamas captivity. Let me just Google this real quick. What did you Google exactly?
How many Israeli hostages? I was trying to see how many hostages. How many just trying to fact check what you were saying. How many hostages of Israeli hostages Israel has killed? But it gave me that, so I just
reportedly.
Since I have that.
So this number is basically based off of people seeing, okay, like how much food they had, and based off of the footage and all that stuff. We don't know for sure whether those people died. So when I say that 8 hostages died, that is, I'm talking about the hostages that Hamas was successfully able to take into the tunnels that are in their possession that have been confirmed dead, right? So 3 out of the 8 that are confirmed dead. So we know for sure that they are dead because either Israel was able to get their bodies, or the IDF soldiers were able to get their bodies, or Hamas basically sent photos or videos of the hostages actually being dead. We know of the 8 that are in their possession that have died, right? I'm not talking about the people that were killed on October 7th. I'm talking about when the hostages that they were successfully able to take into Gaza, right? So they're saying that 33 hostages were reportedly killed.
Right.
So we don't know for sure, but we have seen 8 bodies. We have seen 8 bodies is what I'm saying. So With that in mind, right now, I want to basically, okay, we're gonna talk about the United States in a little bit, but you do understand right now that right in Israel, Palestine, there are basically three governments. You have the Gaza Strip, which is run by Hamas. That's where the hostages are. That's where the
Right.
bombing is. That's where the killing is.
Got that.
You have Israel proper, right?
Got it.
Which is everything except the right, which is the other dotted line section, which
West
is the
Bank.
West Bank, which is basically the left, and that is under the Palestine Authority, right?
It's like the left version of Palestine, from what you're you're
Yes,
saying.
pretty much officially. So the government that is in charge is left leaning.
Okay, dumb question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
The open air prison situation.
Right.
That's Gaza or the West Bank?
No, that's Gaza.
Okay, and they say that because why exactly?
Okay, so the reason why they say that is because before October 7th, Israel had something called a mowing lawn policy when it comes to Gaza. So,
okay, mowing lawn.
You know how? So mowing lawn policy. So what that basically means is that they have a within the Israel Defense Force, they basically want to keep the Gazan population not necessarily malnourished, but they only have enough calories in their bodies to survive. That was the policy before October 7th. And just to put it into perspective, you know how they're on the news, people are saying, oh, Israel would let 100 trucks in on this day, they let 200 trucks in on that day. Before October 7th, Gaza itself normally receives 200 to 300 trucks of products, like produce, have to go into Gaza normally every single day. And then on the news, they were basically flexing like, oh, we let 200 trucks in on a particular day 3 months into the conflict. So they basically indirectly admitted that they were starving people when before October 7th, they were already on a starved diet. So Israel starves Gaza. Number one.
Question.
Number two. Okay.
Why? I know, but
okay, go ahead.
I just want to go back. Why
Right?
do they allow? Like, what's up with the open air prison shit? Why do they?
So I'm explaining because it's not just food, because it's not just starving that is the reason why people are calling it an open air prison. It's a bunch of things. So number one is the food situation. Number two, Israel has control over the water supply of Gaza. Less than 1% of the rain of the water that is inside of Gaza is fresh water. The water that goes into Gaza, 99% of it is contaminated. The water lines are in control by the Israeli government.
Why?
So what? I don't know what you mean when you say why.
I know there's been a lot of like different conflicts, but like, why does Israel control Gaza if they're separate entities?
So if you look at it logistically, right?
Mhm.
Gaza has two borders, one with Egypt and one with Israel.
Okay.
The rest is water. So the rest is Mediterranean Sea.
Right.
Okay, so Israel is 75% of the border of Gaza.
Right.
Okay. So the only place that that things can enter from is either with Israel's permission into Gaza or with Egypt's permission into Gaza.
I see. Okay.
Now, the logical following question is going to be, okay, well, why isn't aid being allowed to enter through Egypt into Gaza?
Right.
If Egypt is an Arab country and Gaza is bordering Egypt.
Right.
Well, that is because if you go to the Rafah border, there are literally Israeli civilians that are in front of that border, stopping aid from being able to go into Gaza.
That's
not
the
only
only
that, but
reason?
not only that, but the Egyptian Sisi, which is the prime minister or president of Egypt,
right,
is basically has an agreement with the Israeli government to not let that aid in. And basically, the whole Israeli talking point is that, oh, we have to make sure that there's no weapons, that there's no weapons or grenades or what's it called, military equipment that's being sent into Gaza. However, why that's a bullshit point is that like 90% of the aid that is going into Gaza from the Rafah border is coming from the United Nations itself. So basically, Israel is saying that we have to check this aid to make sure whether or not there is military equipment inside of these trucks. And they're basically saying that, yeah, we're checking. We also have to quote unquote check these United Nations trucks, which are like, you're basically saying that the United Nations is kind of trying to smuggle in weapons for Hamas, which has already been debunked, because I don't know if you remember when Israel was saying that they have to investigate the UNRWA because they found out that some Hamas soldiers or some Hamas cells were basically acting as if they were members of UNRWA. They were basically posing as UNRWA members.
Bro, I don't even know what UNRWA is, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about.
United Nations RWA. I don't know what the RWA stands for, but they're basically in charge of giving aid to places like Yemen, like Gaza, like Vietnam when that whole thing was going on. Like they're like the first responders when it comes to that. A investigation was done on UNRWA, which, by the way, the U.S. has pulled out aid from UNRWA when that investigation, before that investigation even went on, or before that investigation even stopped. The investigation was concluded, and the investigation basically said that there was no Hamas is not inside of UNRWA. Hamas was never inside of UNRWA, and that all the aid that was going inside from UNRWA into Gaza didn't have any military weapons inside of it whatsoever, but the Israeli government was stopping it for just shits and gigs, and they're still doing so to this day. Now, like, because I don't want to talk too much about what's going on in Palestine because your viewers don't give a shit. I don't expect them to give a shit. They don't. They honestly no, because here's the thing. Like, I don't. The thing is like when it comes to like the whole like social justice situation, I don't expect people to care, and I do not like it's just why are we? I don't want to force people to care about a cause that I personally care about, right?
So what's your goal?
So why is it so okay? But why is it that we're doing this in the United States? Why does it matter in the context of the United States? Why are people protesting? So, number one, like I was trying to tell you earlier, basically a lot of students on campuses are being silenced, and only one side is able to speak. And even if people that are on the quote unquote other side that identify themselves as Jewish, that identify themselves as Israelis, want to say anything on campus that is in support of Palestinians, they are called either terrorists, self-hating Jews, or they are sanctioned by the university itself. So the reason why this protest is happening in Colombia is because, one, on the economic front, they want them to divest. They want them to divest from their sister campus that they want to make in Tel Aviv, and they want them to divest from the like 401ks and all the stuff that the college itself invests into.
Do you personally think that that's that big of a deal for like the actual people, like the people in Palestine who are going through all this bullshit? Do you think like the sister camp or any of that stuff like really matters that much? What do you think?
So it does, because when you hurt Israel's economy, you have Israelis coming out and protesting against their right-wing government, saying, look, we're losing opportunities in markets in the United States. We're in the tech field, in the art field, in all of these industries, we're losing opportunities because the entertainment industry is cutting off ties with us theoretically. The tech industry is cutting off ties with us theoretically. This, that, and the third are cutting off ties with us. The food industry, for example, McDonald's and Starbucks, are cutting ties with us economically. So we can't take this as an economy. Is right-wing government of Israel, you guys are doing a shitty ass job in Gaza. Fix your fucking shit. Because historically, 100, I think around I don't want to give the number, but there has been historical protests going on in Israel of people protesting their government's response against what is going on in Gaza. And it's not because Israelis give a shit about Gazans. They don't give a flying fuck about Palestinians. They want to take over the
well, you don't think there's any people in Israel who feel like what's happening is wrong?
Okay, let me just clarify this. So I've been to quote unquote Israel. There are good people in that country, but at the end of the day, like the reason why you see two pieces of Palestine separated from each other is because at one point that was one country and Israel did not exist.
Right.
And I don't want to delve too deep into the historical context of it because, like I said, I want to have the focus more on the U.S. because I think like a lot of people are just like, bro, who the fuck are these people blocking our highways? We're just trying to get to work. Who are these people blocking our campuses? I'm trying to get to class. So I want to focus on that because I think that's what your viewers are more interested in. But when Palestinians like complain about Israel and Israelis, what they're basically complaining about is at one point Palestine, it was its own, like, I don't want to say nation state because it's older than the idea of nation states, but it was its own like sovereign piece of land. It was a state. It was a state the same way that New York is a state in the United States of America. So, for example, New York State was never a country, but New York State was still New York State. So if Russia were to come and occupy New York, you wouldn't say, oh, New York was never a country. New York was still had its own identity. So Palestine was its own sovereign nation in that sense because it was part of the Ottoman Empire, but it was a state part of the Ottoman Empire, and it was arguably, I would say, a state that supported equally the rights of Jews, Christians, Muslims, Arabs, Jews, all that good stuff. And then Israel is a Jewish supremacist state. It is a state that prioritizes Jews. And to basically create that state, they had to create a Jewish majority. And to create that Jewish majority, they had to kick out the indigenous Palestinians from their land and send them to Gaza and send them to the West Bank, which is why we have this dotted line bullshit right now. Now, with that being said, focusing on the whole United States thing that's going on, because I think that's what everyone's more interested in on your server. So the reason why people protest in the United States, right? Like on Brooklyn Bridge, especially in New York City, is because, like I said, on the economic front, it does damage. On the economic front, when we tell colleges, hey, stop investing in these things, Israeli institutions take notice to that kind of thing. And then the general public of Israel responds in kind. And then the other thing is, and this is the biggest thing, is I think the whole divestment thing, yes, you could say that maybe theoretically, if you're talking about one college, right, or even one company, like, okay, that's not even putting a dent in Israel's economy. But if you do it as a collective, it's also symbolic of basically telling the U.S. government, hey, stop fucking giving money to Israel.
Sure, I agree with that. I think America has taken notice, like, hey, a lot of our citizens aren't fucking with this.
And here's the thing, like, even if I was a diehard Israel supporter, I mean, actually, no. Even if I was an evangelical Christian in America that believed that all, like, Arabs and Muslims are bad and, like, white Judeo-Christian values good and we need to support Israel and the Jews are the chosen people, blah, 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 all this bullshit. Even if you believe that, don't you find it weird that when you watch the news and when you watch Joe Biden speak, or any person in the United States government speak, that they say that we unconditionally support Israel? Can anybody in your chat tell me of any country that the United States of America is allied with besides Israel that when they talk about them, they say, we unconditionally support Ukraine? Ukraine's support comes with conditions. The United Kingdom's support comes with conditions. Ireland support, the EU, the fucking European Union that we fought with them in World War fucking II, American Eagle that we fought with them in World War II, that their support comes with conditions. Why is Israel the only country on planet fucking Earth that the United States unconditionally fucking supports, bro? And this is what American Muslims, American Palestinians, and American Arabs are fucking tired of, because it's like, just go to listen, if you want to support Israel and give money to Israel because, oh my God, scared Arab bad, they're going to nuke the shit out of us. Okay, fine. Attach conditions to that support and say, okay, Israel, we're going to give you $3.8 billion a year, even though we have fucking veterans dying in the fucking street and homeless and dirty water in Flint, Michigan and all that stuff. We're going to give you the $3.8 billion, right? Even though we got all that shit going on. But bro, stop fucking killing civilians. You're the most advanced military on planet Earth. We give you jets, we give you an air force, we give you fucking AI. They're using AI, they're using artificial intelligence on the jets and on the helicopters and on the weapons that they're launching into Gaza, killing civilians. Like, dude, use that fucking shit responsibly, bro. At least go after the terrorists. Don't go after the fucking civilians.
So so you fully think that if America's like, hey, Israel, you have to chill, they would listen? You don't think they would tell us to fuck off and just get their shit from somewhere else?
When we talk about the military-industrial complex in Israel, most of their foreign aid comes from either discounts on U.S.-based military tech or military weaponry, whether it be the Air Force or guns or military AI. Like, for example, there's a military AI that they're using called Hey Daddy, and there's another one, I forgot what the name of it was, but Lavender. So these are two AIs that were built in the United States that are being used inside of Gaza right now to basically supposedly like track terrorists, even though that the failure rate of that AI is like 70 to 90%. But Israel doesn't care. They don't care that the failure rate is 70 to 90% for an untested artificial intelligence apparatus that they're basically using to choose when they want to bomb Gazans or not, because it's collateral damage. So, and then also 3.8 billion a year, man, that they're giving to Israel on a yearly basis, and I think they just passed something in the Senate right now where they're going to give them like another like 100 million or something like that. And people can fact check me in the chat. But the point is that, like, that aid, in my opinion, right? And I obviously have a bias. In my opinion, they shouldn't even be given aid at all, right? But even if you were to look at it from an American perspective, you have to say, okay, if we're going to basically give this country military aid, they have to play by the fucking rules, and they're not playing by the fucking rules. So, here's the thing, right? And I think that America conditioning aid to Israel would be good for Palestinians and Israelis because, one, from an Israeli perspective, okay, if America says, okay, Israel, you guys are doing a dog shit job in Gaza right now, do a better fucking job, or we're gonna stop giving you weapons. That's gonna do three things. Number one, it's gonna, if you're an Israeli, right, and I don't believe this, but from an Israeli's perspective, one, it removes the excuse from Hamas to say, oh, look at Israel, they're targeting civilians, because now Israel has to actually go out of their way to not kill civilians. And then number two, what it also does is, like, you basically prime the international community to support Israel more, which, like I said, I don't think is going to happen because Israel loves what they're fucking doing right now in Gaza. But it's going to basically let the international community... Dude,
like, what do you think? What do you think Israel's goal is?
So Israel, okay, when we say Israel, I think we need to clarify because we're talking about Israel, the nation state, and right now the nation state is a right-leaning government.
Okay.
And that right-leaning government, they have official statements calling Palestinians the sons of Amalek. And I don't know how familiar you are with biblical references, but the sons of Amalek were the people that were basically eradicated by the Israelites when they came into Canaan. So when Benjamin...
So you think they're trying to get rid of you guys?
I'm talking specifically about the right-leaning and arguably center of the Israeli government. What they're trying to do is basically flatten Gaza. They want to move, and the reason why Gazans don't want to move from where they are right now is because, well, first of all, you bomb the shit out of everywhere they can possibly go, but they want to move the Gazans from the Gaza Strip into Egypt. But historically, if you look at how Israel was created, they basically move people out and then say, oh, you can come back. And then when they take it over, they don't let them fucking come back. So that's why Gazans don't want to move. And from the offset, they shouldn't have to move to begin with, right? So that's one thing. The second thing is that Gazans in general were never ever given the same rights. Like, they were never given sovereignty over their own land. The Gaza Strip is a territory that is part of Israel proper. And now Israelis are going to tell you, like that lady did in that video, like, oh, Israel pulled out of Gaza on X year. There's all Israelis were moved out, and Hamas was able to govern. Well, Hamas was able to govern for all of this time. Why haven't they been able to make it the Singapore of the Middle East? Why haven't they been able to make it the Dubai of the Middle East? Dude, you kicked out, you left Gaza, quote unquote, and then you basically cut off the water supply. Before October 7th, I'm sorry, when I say they cut off the water supply before October 7th, I'm talking about the fresh water supply. You basically put Gazans on a caloric deficit, or at least a caloric median, to where they barely have enough food to survive. You control their LTE towers. They don't have 5G in Gaza, and that's because of Israel, by the way. They don't have any means to actually create a civilized society because Israel stops them from doing so. Like, Gaza tried to have an airport between 2007 and today. Israel said no, and when Gazans tried to build it, they bombed the shit out of it. Anytime Gazans try to build some kind of productive infrastructure, Israel destroys it. Now, if you're someone living in a fucking GDP-less state...
Wait. Just to clarify, so you're saying anytime Gaza tries to build their own shit, Israel just bombs it?
When we're talking about, okay, I don't mean that literally, but I'm talking about infrastructure that would actually make the economy, like, great.
Can you give me an example of that? Because that's pretty fucked up.
So if you go to the bottom right corner of Gaza, if you go to the bottom right corner of Gaza, do you see outside of the dotted line there is an area called Kerem Shalom?
Oh shit.
So zoom into where it says Gaza Strip.
Got it.
Okay, now go to it's like the V shape. There's a V shape between the Egypt border and the Gaza dotted line. And there's like a blue circle, and it's like a like a monument or something.
Yes.
Okay, there's Kerem Shalom right above.
Boom.
Okay, now scroll up above that. Do you see that dotted line, that like blank strip of? It's just basically a couple of roads. It looks like a penis. Scroll, zoom out a little bit. It dead ass looks like a dick. Like,
Wait.
hover your mouse over it.
Are you talking about this?
Wait, I'm trying to look at your mouse.
Wambai Karam Shalom.
I suck ass at it.
You said it's to the right of it?
So above the dotted line is Gaza.
Right.
Above the dotted line is Gaza.
Okay.
Do you see the dick that's protruding? Like, next to where it says Shokat Sufi. Bro, it looks like a giant dick. I don't know how you haven't seen it yet.
Bro, I don't see anything that look like dicks, dude.
It's like a straight. It's like a. I promise I'm not gay, chat. It's like 3 straight lines.
You talking about this?
Like, oh my god. Okay, you see where it says Rafah Crossing Mosque?
Yes.
Okay, if you look to the right, it's like a brown. Like, okay, all the white shade is the city center. If you look to the right, it's basically a bunch of brown. It's like a beige almost color.
This.
Okay, yeah. So I don't see your mouse. So if you're like moving your
Oh
mouse.
yeah, I see. Yeah, this looks like a
see
penis head. Yeah, okay, I get it.
There you go. So
With
that
the
was
line
supposed
through
to
it,
be an
okay.
airport. That was supposed to be an airport. It was supposed to be Gaza's airport. Israel did not allow it. When they tried to build it, they bombed the construction. They bombed the.
Did they have a reason? Because from what I understand, there's been wars, and Gaza's been trying to fuck shit up in Israel. So they're like, "Hey, we don't feel comfortable with you doing this since you motherfuckers are always trying to kill us." Is there any validity to that from your perspective?
So I'm gonna level out with you right now. I do not know the entire historical context of the alleged airport being bombed. However, what I will okay, I'm not gonna sit here and say that throughout all of history, Palestinians were fucking angels and they never did anything wrong. But at the same time, it's like the point is that they have not been given the right to build a valid infrastructure over the course of Hamas being in power. And I'm not trying to defend Hamas and be like, oh my God, they're like the second coming of Christ and they're gonna save Palestine.
I guess from what I understand, they're always shooting bombs at Israel and shit. That's why the Iron Dome thing exists, right? They're always
right.
They be bombing.
But okay, I could. So here's the thing, like, also you're gonna see on the news that, like, oh my God, Hamas shoots 5,000 rockets at Israel. Hamas shoots 10,000 rockets at Israel, and oh, big number equals scary. But like, dude, the rockets that Hamas are firing at Israel. First of all, Hamas's military strategy during the 2021 Gaza war, for example. The reason why they were firing so many rockets in general was because they know that in their heart of hearts that those rockets aren't going to hit. The way that they shoot their rockets is they move their missile silos from all the way from the right side of the border to the left, because the way the Iron Dome responds is it's basically a trophy system. It shoots its own rockets to shoot down the others. So what they do is they shoot 3,000 rockets that they know aren't going to even, that 90% of them aren't even going to hit Israel. And then they basically at the same time shoot rockets all the way in the north, in the attempt that the rockets aren't gonna so those are the actual rockets that they want to use to bomb Israel. So when people say, oh, Hamas launches 10,000 rockets into Israel, I want them to keep in mind that 90% of those rockets end up not even fucking hitting.
But why shoot the rockets in the first place if fucking people are starving and shit? Shouldn't that be the priority?
So it depends on what point you're starting from, right? So if we're starting from before October 7th, right? A lot of people say, so people want to start the calendar from October 7th. Before October 7th, Kamal, 483 Palestinians were killed in 2023 alone between the West Bank and Gaza. Of that 483, I think around 200 of them were minors. So
super fucked up.
Right, exactly. And then so there's that. So now I'm not going to sit here and say that all 483 of the people that were killed before October 7th were like goody two shoes. No, there were some cases of unfortunately there are some cases of stabbings. There are some cases of police officers, and like, even though like fuck the fucking Israeli police, like, nobody deserves to be fucking stabbed simply for doing their fucking job, right? So in some cases there were in some cases there were stabbings and all that stuff, but you're not gonna sit here and tell me that all fucking 483 of them deserve to be killed. 250 of them around being minors. So that is the backdrop of October 7th. The backdrop of October 7th is the landlock of Gaza, which was going on even before October 7th. Even before October 7th. Yes.
What's life like in the West Bank?
So
do they have blockades and all that shit over there too?
Man. So the thing about the West Bank, right, is Now we're gonna do a little bit of an exercise, but before we do it, I just want to ask you.
Sure.
You would assume that this dotted line area over here that you see, right?
There's a lot of dotted lines. Which one?
Okay, so we're talking about the West Bank right now, right? So take Gaza out of your head.
Okay, got it.
So, okay, you know what? Actually, you know what would be easier?
This is the West Bank. Right?
Okay, you know what, bro? Google, open another tab. Open Google.
Got it.
Okay, and search West Bank. And click on images, and click on the second result from the top left corner.
It might be different, but
it's the same.
The Wikipedia one?
Top left. Yes. Okay.
Let me show the screen.
That whole area in red is the West Bank. Now, I want to ask you a question, right? I just told you that is Palestine. So Palestine is two parts. It's the West Bank and it's Gaza.
Right.
Now, do you think that Israelis live inside of that red area over there, or do you think that's like? And when I say Israelis, I'm talking like, I'm not saying that Jews that there's Jews living inside of that area. I'm saying that there's people with Israeli citizenship that are living inside of that piece of red that is supposed to be Palestine. Do you think that there's
Well, from your tone, I'm gonna guess yes.
Okay, so here's the thing. They're not fucking supposed to be there, and yes, they're living there. They're not supposed to fucking be there, and they're living there. So this whole red area over here that you see is theoretically supposed to be the Palestine Authority, which is under control by the PA. Now, after I want to say 1967, the Israeli government started building illegal settlements or illegal little pocket cities throughout this entire area. Okay? Now, you're like, it's not horrible, surely. It's probably like what, 10%, 20% of the Palestine Authority, right? Okay. Now I want you to exit that image. Okay. Now if you look at, I'm trying to figure out where it is in your thing. There's an image it's on the first row. It's a blue, orange, and purple image. Blue, orange, purple, yellow. Yes. Okay. Can you please read the legend for me? It says, just look at the legend.
Palestinian civil control, built up Palestinian area, Israeli military and civil control. Okay, wait, let me actually look at this shit. In Israeli settlements.
Okay, so every single area that is
settlements,
fucking 90, like 80% of it is I
would say a good 6. Yeah, it's a lot. I wouldn't say 80, but like a good 60.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It's a lot.
Right. So the case of the West Bank right now is like
it's basically Israel 2.0, basically what you're saying.
Right, but it's like, oh, we're letting the Palestinians live there and we're letting them govern themselves in some areas. Not even in the so that whole area that's supposed to be allotted for Palestinians, for Palestine, they're still taking it over. So now here's the thing. Now I'm so glad that you brought this up because I want to bring up something else.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Hamas. I am not a fan of Hamas, me personally, right?
Right.
But I just told you that the left-wing Palestine is this government right here.
You feel like they're getting cucked.
There you go. So
I get it. I get your perspective. You're like, all right, the left side's getting fucking cucked by Israel, so you want to go with the other side because they're like, at least they're fucking trying.
Right. So people that are, So basically, okay. So I'm speaking a little bit Arabic right now. Hamsawis. So people that support Hamas, or like for example, Republican Party Republicans. Hamsawis basically look at Fatahwis or people that support the Palestinian Authority, the left, and they go, you guys are getting fucking cucked. You guys have no fucking honor whatsoever. You have been trying to make deals with Israel for the past, not 75 years because the PA didn't exist for 75 years. It's existed since I think after 67. You've been trying to make deals with this settler colonial state that has been taking over our land for the past 75 years, and the piece of land that they have decided to give to you, they're still sending their citizens there and saying, hey, live there. So it's like, and by the way, the Gaza Strip, ever since it became the Gaza Strip, that piece of land has never, it hasn't moved as much proportionally. Like it hasn't been taken over proportionally as much as the West Bank has been taken, taken control of.
But
So that's where the appeal of Hamas comes from.
question: are the people in the Palestinians in the West Bank, are they able to live wherever in the West Bank, or are there only certain areas they're allowed to go?
I'm so glad you asked that question. So the Palestinians are only allowed to live in the orange, yellow areas and red areas that you see on that
No
map.
way, dude.
The blue areas and purple areas and lavender areas are reserved for Israeli settlers that have a birthright to basically live in those areas. And you also have to keep in mind that after the 1970s, when Israel passed something called the Law of Return, which basically says that simply by virtue of you being a Jew, whether it be not ethnically, right? Because we know that religion does not make people ethnic to a piece of land. It is it's your DNA, right? So religiously, if you are related to a Jew, like if you have Jew in immediate family by marriage, if you are and if you convert to Judaism, by virtue of simply being that, you have a right to live on that land. And what the Israeli government was doing, not all the time, but a lot of the time, was instead of basically letting these quote unquote Israeli citizens, these new Israeli citizens live in Israel proper, which they did with a good portion of that population, what they were doing was they were sponsoring trips, right? And this program is known as Birthright.
Right,
They were
I've had friends who
sponsoring
go there.
trips for Israelis to basically go there, and this was sponsored by the Israeli government, right? And to basically live specifically in the West Bank to quote unquote maintain their heritage. Now,
Bro, now if that's true, that's
Right.
fucked up. I'm with you. Not fully. I don't know. I'm not gonna start supporting Hamas and shit, which you say you don't do. But
Exactly.
I
But
understand the
that's where the appeal
frustration a
comes
bit more
from.
now. That's super fucked up. You tell me this is my land, and then you cuck me moving, and then you're moving other motherfuckers from around the world to take my shit? Bro, that's fucked up. Now look, Joker is over here saying this is bullshit. Now Crab is saying it's true. Z is saying that it's true. Bright Light doesn't send you to the West Bank. This is 100% bullshit. Joker, if you want to hop in, feel free. But yeah, do you have any proof of this? Cause that's fucked up. That's crazy. But also, I don't understand the history. But if this is true, that is foul. Wait,
Now, and then like I
thought
said,
you
because
lost
I wanted to tie it back into the American context. I keep saying that and I keep doing that, but
I don't know anything
so yeah,
about
that's
history,
when
so.
people are when people are protesting, like this is what they're protesting about. They're protesting about well, actually no, let me rephrase that. So a lot of I'm going to admit to you, a lot of the people that are showing up to that protest, dare I say most of the people don't know this context.
Yeah,
But
probably.
at the same time, Kamal, I didn't like I don't expect, for example, the people that show up to Ukraine demonstrations or BLM demonstrations or what's it called? Like or any socially like social justice inclined situation like those kinds of demonstrations to know the entirety of the history that is going on in a particular place. But what these people are responding to is they're responding to the um unproportional response by the Israeli government on a civilian population. So I also find it disingenuous when people with microphones want to go on college campuses and basically pick out visibly black people, visibly non-Muslim, visibly non-Arab, visibly this white person that doesn't know the entire context of what's going on in Palestine, bringing them over and then going, "Did you know that there's 2 million Arabs living inside of Israel? So surely there's no discrimination going on." Yeah, bro, fucking Barack Obama was the president of the United States of America. Of course there's no fucking racism in America anymore. Type of dog shit ass points. And then those white and black people and Asian people look stupid because they don't know how to answer that question, but they don't have to know how to answer those questions because that's not what they're there to protest for. They're there to protest the unrelenting genocide that is going on in this piece of land that is not going after the quote unquote terrorists. It's killing the civilians and it's depopulating them from that land.
Okay. You know what? I thank you for coming on here and giving your perspective, man. I appreciate it. You came on here again. You gave me. I learned a lot. I don't know anything about Israel Palestine clearly.
Yeah, now you know why I'm so fucking tight that people like fucking Hassan are out here defending
I
like
know
bro,
you
oh
have this
my
dickhead
god.
who probably doesn't know, clearly doesn't
Like
know
it's
jack
like,
shit.
dude. And this is why I loved your Hassan video, because ever since he opened his mouth on October 7th, I was like, oh, here we fucking go, because it was the same shit that happened in Black Lives Matter. It was the same shit that happened when he wants to open his mouth about Ukraine. It's like, dude, these are the people that are like representing and taking over the movement. But it's like people like Piers Morgan and people like what's that guy's name? Lex Friedman. Like, dude, stop letting fucking Destinies and Hassan. Well, actually, Destiny is better. He's better. He's not amazing, but he's better than Hassan for sure. But stop letting these like fucking pseudo historians come on and speak, and let the people that actually know what they're fucking talking about or are from there say their piece and talk about their piece, right? Like, let the educators come on, let the historians come on.
Yeah, I respect
But
that.
when you
This
let
motherfucker's
these
just trying to get clicks and views and shit. So
when
yeah.
you let these like pseudo historians and like even like bullshit activists like that 22-year-old girl that he had on with the fucking 55 pounds of blush,
I didn't see that.
she's fucking paid Hasbara. Like, dude, bring out the Benny Morrises, bring out the the actual like historians, the actual people like on the ground from the human rights organizations on both sides that fucking know what they're talking about, and then we'll get somewhere. But here's the thing, Kamal, those don't get the fucking views, man.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
not what gets the fucking views.
Exactly. And this is when the lefties somewhat have a point that everything we do is, capitalism is evil and it's all about money, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, I get it to an extent, but you're still annoying. But what do you think, what is your solution? I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a little radical, but I'm just curious.
Right. So at the end of the day, so here's the thing. Like, you have to take in consideration the Palestinian question and the Jewish question. So the Palestinian question, right, is obviously the Palestinians are indigenous to the land. So Palestinians, and this was proven, what's it called? So this is a claim that is made religiously. It is a claim that is made what's it called, scientifically as well. If you look at DNA and if you look at just just like the history of them being on the land. And then you also have to look at the Jewish question, right? And when you look at the Jewish question, ethnic Jews, and I want to stress this, ethnic Jews are also indigenous to the land as well, right? And if you know anything about Jewish history, I've actually been taking a lot of Jewish study classes in college. I've been reading a lot of stuff like, what have I been reading recently? I've been reading Strangers and Natives by Jude L. Teller, which basically talks about the history of Jews in America in the 1920s, and there's a lot of references to basically like why Zionism, which is basically the belief that a Jewish state should exist, like why they believe there's a connection to that land.
I do know that.
So yeah, Jews definitely have a history inside of Palestine and or Israel. Both peoples have history there. I would argue that a sizable, I don't want to say a majority, I don't want to say half, I don't want to say a minority, because I'm not well versed in the Jewish genealogy. However, what I can say is that if Lamar Jackson from Detroit converts to Judaism, right, that doesn't fucking give him, yes, that does not give him a right to fucking come over and take and live in that land. But my opinion practically, well, okay, so I'm gonna tell you what I think ideally should happen, and then I'm gonna tell you practically what I think should happen.
Okay.
So ideally, I think that Israel, like the whole country, should be, spoiler alert, abolished. That shit should be wiped off the fucking map like a fucking Kleenex does to your boogers, bro.
Okay. All right.
And it should be replaced by Palestine. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at the historical record, Palestine as a sovereign nation has treated Muslims, has treated Jews, and has treated Christians equally throughout the overwhelming majority of recorded history. There are pockets of history where one group, Christians, were discriminated against, Muslims, and also Jews were discriminated against. However, if you look at the overwhelming history, which you can study, it's 3,000 years. Good luck with that. They have been people have been given their rights, And when the state of Palestine is created, right, it needs to be made sure that all Palestinians are given the right to return. So all the Palestinian refugees that are in Egypt, that are in Lebanon, that are in Jordan, that are in the United States, that are in Algeria, that are in the UK, Spain, France, all that stuff, have a right to come back. After every single Palestinian that was kicked out of their land in 1948 until now is able to come back to their land, Habibi ahlan wa sahlan. Any Jew that wants to any first of all, and every single ethnic Jew as well, every single ethnic Jew that is indigenous to the land, Judea, Sumeria, Kingdom of Israel, should also be allowed to stay. That is also their birthright. Because if you look at Jewish history, we have the first expulsion, second expulsion, all that good stuff. Jews have been fucked around with for the last 3,000 years as well. They should be allowed a home. The ethnic Jews, religious Jews are not going to be given, should not be given a right over the people that are actually indigenous.
What about the ones that are already there?
Okay, so I'm gonna get to the practical, what's the practical solution.
But in your ideal world, clearly there's ones that are there. What do you think should happen to them?
Okay, so in an ideal solution, if those religious Jews, so Jews that are only there by a religious association,
Sure, yeah.
If they are living on land that is proven to be stolen, because there is pockets of land, there is a good amount of land that is in Israel proper that was actually fairly purchased legally by Jews, and that they actually own. But if there are Jews that are living there that are on land that was stolen from Palestinians, they gotta get the fuck up and leave. Or they could, bro, fucking Palestine is huge. They could live, honestly, they could get relocated somewhere else, or they could even live in those same exact villages, just not on the fucking land that was stolen since 1948, right?
Okay, so you're saying, just to be clear, you're saying, like, let's say me, I convert to Judaism, I move, I'm in the West Bank, I got a house, I'm chilling, I gotta move. Where am I gonna go?
So what I think should happen is, after every single indigenous Palestinian is accounted for, so they're either told, listen, you either have the option to come back, or the nation state will just, I don't know, give you some kind of like reparations and just say, fuck off, don't ever complain about this for the next 1,000 years. We don't want to hear you fucking bitch and moan.
Sure.
You get a chance to come back. If you don't want to, then you don't have to. Right, yeah. Exactly. Which is similar to what Germany did after the Holocaust. So they get to come back. The Jews that are there on religious grounds will still get to live there. They either have to be, ideally, I don't want to have people fucking transported from the north to the south and all that shit. It wouldn't make sense. Ideally, they'd want to live also still in the same villages, in the same cities. So let them live there. Unless it's like on stolen land, and they have to leave. Like, first the indigenous people have to be able to come back. The ethnic Jews also have a right to live there. I believe they also, like, Jews have been fucked around with for the last fucking forever. Really. I sympathize with the aspect of Zionism that is that wants Jews to come back to their homeland. Ethnic Jews. I'm gonna keep stressing this. Ethnic Jews.
Sure.
They have the right to live there. But now, okay, practically, right?
Okay, question. Okay, Don't you think it's a little weird that you're like, okay, we're fixing the issue of people getting kicked out of their homes by kicking more people out of their homes? Don't you think that might cause problems later down the line as well? So you're saying...
So that's why I'm saying ideally they should be able to live in those same, like, villages. And I think there could also be a situation where, like, the actual owner of the land is told, look, this person has been living here for, like, let's say a decade or 30 years, or look, this person, he was the son of this person who died already, and he didn't know, like, it's not necessarily his fault.
Yeah.
So then the landowner can just be like, okay, fine, like, I guess let them just pay rent on the land or something. But there can be some kind of form of reparations for the people that were actually indigenous to the land, is what I'm saying.
From the people that live there, or from the new government? Because then also, like, what happens to the entire Israeli government if you want to get rid of an entire country? So, like, what happens to all that shit? How the fuck does that work?
So when I say that Israel shouldn't exist, I'm talking about the whole idea of the... So what needs to be erased is not Jewish history, is not Jewish indigenousness to the land, ethnic indigenousness to the land. What needs to be erased is, like, the whole aspect of the Israeli country, like if you look at the history of how it was created,
Mhm.
it was created on the pretext of one, colonization. Two, it was created on the pretext of like Jewish supremacy because they didn't give a shit about the Arabs that were living there. They're like, listen, we're indigenous, we have history here. It's all about us. We're going back to our land. These people are not actually from that land. And if if the Palestinians are allowed to live there, it's because we're gracefully giving them the ability to live on the land that was bestowed to us from God. Even though the founder of the Zionist movement wasn't even a religious Jew, he was an atheist Jew.
Well, from what I understand, the history or why it was created was because of the Holocaust, right? And it was given to them by the British, or is that not? No.
So the Holocaust was a catalyst, but the Holocaust wasn't the reason. So Jews were already migrating to what was called the Mandate of Palestine before the state of Israel was created, and even before Palestine was under control by the British. When it was under control by the Ottoman Empire, Zionists were still trying to. They were basically willing to. They were bartering with the Ottoman government to say, hey, look, we want this piece of land. To which the ruler of the Ottoman Empire said, this is one of my states of the Ottoman Empire. It's not my right to give it to you. This area is for the Palestinians. You can go there, but I'm not going to give you political sovereignty, because they were asking for political sovereignty. They were allowed to go there as citizens, right? Like, dude, imagine if you as an African American go to fucking Liberia and say, hey guys, I looked at and you go there with a bunch of black people from all over the United States and say, hey guys, Liberia was actually founded by African Americans that left America and came here. So we're actually the true ancestors of this land. We want to own this land, and then we're gonna gracefully give you the ability to live on this land. It's fucked up because, yeah, sure, both groups of people have history on the land, but the issue is when one group basically comes in and says, yeah, no, we want to fucking own the whole thing. Now, I think the following question that you're gonna ask is, well, it's like, yo, Slayin, isn't that literally what you're advocating for, but in the reverse from your perspective? What I'm telling you is that Palestine, when it was a nation state, was equal to all religious and ethnic groups throughout the majority of the history. When you make a country and call it Israel, you're only highlighting the Jewish history and the Jewish I don't want to say mythology, it's Jewish history. You're only highlighting the Jewish history of that land, and you're basically priming yourself to create a Jewish state. Palestine wasn't a state that was necessarily for just Muslims. It was never a state that was necessarily just for Christians. It wasn't a state that was necessarily just for Jews. It was a state that was for all of those groups of people. So that's why it's not a controversial opinion to say Israel shouldn't exist, in my opinion, because when people say, Palestinians say Israel shouldn't exist, they want to erase the part of the history that is simply saying that only Jews are indigenous here. Jews they don't have a monopoly on the indigenousness of that land. Palestinians also do too, and Palestinians didn't come quote unquote after the Jews. 80 to 90% of Palestinians share Hebrew DNA, and this is reported on by Haaretz and by the Jerusalem Post. So, going back to like what I said was my ideal solution, erase Israel, or at least erase that part of Israel. Let the Palestinians be able to come back to their land. Let the Jews the ethnic Jews have a right to stay on that land. And then religious Jews, after everybody else is situated, should also have the right to stay on that land. But it should by no means be a quote unquote Jewish state, because Palestine was never exclusively Jewish. Jews, there's a very rich Jewish history there. There is a rich Jewish presence there that has always existed for the last 3,000 years, but that does not give you the right to a Jewish supremacist state. I'm sorry. Now, okay, but what should happen practically? Because, bro, we don't live in the fucking
fantasy world.
In a fantasy world, right? So practically, I think this is what should happen. Let me just open Google Maps real quick. So, what I think should happen is, if Israel, the state, is going to continue to exist, they necessarily need to, first of all, like, obviously the fighting needs to stop in Gaza. The hostages need to go back.
So you're saying ceasefire first?
Yeah. So ceasefire first. And then after the ceasefire, so ceasefire first. When the ceasefire happens, the 9,000 Palestinian hostages that are held in detention by Israel.
Or you just
No, no,
mean
no.
like the people in Gaza? Is that what you're referring to?
No. So when I said free the hostages, firstly, I'm talking about the Israeli hostages.
Okay.
So the Israeli hostages need to be returned if a ceasefire is reached. So first ceasefire, hostages given back, and it has been over the course of the last few months, it has been shown that Hamas gives up hostages. They already gave up 130 hostages before Israel's deep offensive into Gaza with ground troops. 130, that's the number. So instead of doing negotiations, they want to kill people, whatever. So Israeli hostages go back. The 9,000 Palestinians that are inside of Israeli detention centers, I think around 3,000 of them being minors that are court-martialed without charges. Every single one of their cases needs to be investigated. If they don't have charges, they need to be released. If they are actually there under charges of murder or any type of violent crime that is proven to be of like they actually killed an innocent person and it wasn't a quote-unquote act of resistance, and no, walking up to a police officer and fucking stabbing them while they're doing traffic stops doesn't count as an act of resistance, no matter what some doohickeys want to fucking say on Twitter, right? So if people are charged, or if people are charged with crimes that you can actually defend in court, then yeah, keep those motherfuckers in prison. We don't want them in the streets, right?
You're talking about Palestinians.
I'm talking about Palestinians, yes.
Okay, just making sure.
And I say this because I know the overwhelming majority of them don't even, they have bogus fucking charges. So they're gonna they would end up getting released, right? After that happens, and all the people that are supposed to be in prison are in prison, and all the people that are not supposed to be in prison are outside of prison, you bring Hamas to the Hague, you bring the IDF to the Hague, and you basically apply the same standards to both groups and say, okay, some of you are going to jail, some of you are getting the death sentence, and some of you are getting a slap on the wrist, right?
Okay.
And we're gonna get to the bottom of exactly what happened on from October 7th until today. So that happens. Now after that happens, we quote unquote have like stability. I'm not gonna say peace, but we have stability. So what happens after this? What happens after this is 70% of Gaza's population is not actually native to Gaza. They're native to Israel proper. All of those Gazans are given the option. Do you want to go back to the houses and the land that you are actually from? And what's it called? This is going to put, let me be clear, this is going to put Israel proper, is Jewish majority at risk. And Israel's Jewish character as a state is going to be under threat, because according to Israel's according to Israel's Declaration of Independence and according to their government, the only way that they can maintain a Jewish state is if they maintain a Jewish majority, right? But practically, I don't give a fuck about your Jewish majority. I care about the right thing being done, and it sucks that history says that Palestinians, like if you look historically, Palestinians are also indigenous to the same land as the quote-unquote ethnic Jews, which would also theoretically mean that just more Palestinians are going to take up Israel proper, right? So all the Gazans are given the option: do you want to go back to your native homeland? Most of them will say yes, if not all. They're given the right to go back to their land. All the refugees, all the Palestinian refugees are told, look, you can either ask for reparations and shut the fuck up and never complain about Israel again, or we're going to give you the same option. You can come back to the land that you're originally from. And they're given that option. Israel promises, so Israel continues to exist in this practical, in the practical solution. So Israel, the state, continues to exist. They rescind, because they don't have a constitution, they rescind, I don't know whether it's the Supreme Court or whatever it is, but they rescind the part of their government apparatus that basically says that they need to maintain a Jewish majority to keep their state, because that's one of the reasons why they had to kick out all the Palestinians from their native homeland. And they say, okay, so we are going to do this, but we are going to maintain all of our Jewish courts. We are going to maintain all of our Jewish holidays. We are going to maintain all of the Jewish characters of our nation. And you are going to live in a Jewish, like the system that already exists, which they have their own Congress, they have their own president, they have this and they have that. But the Palestinians that go back to their homeland are given equal rights. The Israelis that are already living in Israel stay. They don't what's it called? They don't go unless obviously it's found out that they're living on stolen land, which is the case in places like the West Bank, for example. So those people are like kicked out and they're relocated. Yeah, ideally, if you're a religious Jew, Habibi, if you want to come and you want to live inside of quote unquote Israel proper, or what I consider to be Palestine, by all means, live there, but don't live in that land at the cost of the Palestinians that are actually indigenous.
So
and there's plenty of land to go around, because anybody that's been to Israel or Palestine sees that there's like, bro, it's like fucking New Jersey out there. Like, there's land for people to be able to build houses and do whatever the fuck they want.
So you're saying one state?
No. So it would still. So the West Bank would basically the West Bank and Gaza would ideally become the. Not ideally, practically, because my ideal solution is what I said before. But practically, Gaza and the West Bank would be the Palestinian state.
Okay.
Jerusalem would be the shared capital between Israel and Palestine, because it has religious significance to Jews and also religious and political significance to Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Christians. So it would be, the same capital for both. And yeah, like, because at the end of the day, bro, I don't like at the end of the day, the whole idea of nation states to me is like fucking dumb. I don't give a shit whether it's called Israel or Palestine, just as long as people are able to people are given what they deserve and what they're actually like indigenous to and what they're owed. But the thing is like, we live in a world where like you need a nation state apparatus to exist. We're not living in a world right now where there's kingdoms and there's fucking like villages that are autonomous. We live in a world right now where people function as nation states. People live under nation states, right? So practically, I don't expect the Israeli government apparatus to simply go, okay, we give up and Palestine takes over. And I don't expect the Palestine government apparatus to go, listen, we give up, you guys take over. So both government apparatuses practically, I think, are going to continue existing. It's just that those government apparatuses should continue existing, but the indigenous peoples need to live where they historically used to live.
Okay. I feel like that was a lot more tame than I was expecting. All right. I feel like the chat was a little harsh on you, but I feel like you didn't say anything too crazy.
And that's what most Palestinians believe. I mean, yeah, we disagree on like we disagree on like whether the Israel nation state should exist in some cases. But bro, most Palestinians, they don't give a flying fuck on whether Jews stay living inside of Palestine or not. But the problem is that like the majority of Palestinians have either been land transferred, kicked out of their land, right, and transferred to Gaza or the West Bank, right, and aren't allowed to go to the land that they're actually indigenous to, or they've just had they've had shit stolen from them, they had shit taken from them, so they don't give a flying fuck. We just want what's owed to us back. And then Ahlan was saying, it's like, historically, bro, Jews and Muslims have lived together peacefully, better off than under Christian empires. And Jews can tell you this, that they've lived better inside of Muslim nation states and Muslim empires. And I'm talking about the overwhelming majority of history, right?
Sure.
Over the last 1,000, 2,000 years. Obviously, in the 1900s, we had some fuck shit going on, but I'm talking about in the overwhelming majority of history, we've lived in peace together. So, yeah, that's what we want, bro.
Okay. I feel like I understood about 60% of that. But
Jokers and Spade, you said Dhimmi status, but it's mad funny because Dhimmis actually paid less taxes than Jews do today in the United States of America. Yo, you let this guy in, bro. If he wants to, if by the way, if anybody is on the live right now or in the audience and wants to challenge, come out. If you're okay with it, come in and put holes in my argument. I would love to see what am I fucking chatting shit about, because apparently I don't know what I'm talking about.
This is true. They were coming for you a little bit. Let's see if anybody has anything they want to say. Does anybody want to come in and challenge this man, though, Diddy? I'm willing to let anybody in for a little bit. I don't know who you people are. I know there's people in here, but I need to see in chat. Let's see it. I was about to go to bed. We'll go like Like 30 minutes. You're lavish. Okay, let me see. Are you the dude with the fish thing? I can't see your fucking name. Invite. Okay, I got you. Alright, I'm gonna invite Lavish to speak. This is Joker. Now let's be kind, be nice, and don't get my fucking channel deleted. Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
Lavish?
Yeah, what's going on?
What's up, dude?
Not trying to be disrespectful to...
Appreciate that.
Don't know your name, slang, whatever. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all, but I heard a couple things that I thought were wrong. Okay, first of all, I understand that, yeah, Jews were living better or comparably better in Muslim countries in comparison to Christian countries overall, historically, but there were problems. Dhimmi status was second-class citizenship. We had to pay a special tax called the jizya tax, which I don't understand why you compared it to the U.S. taxes. It's a completely different system, and we're funding completely different things in a completely different time. It just doesn't make sense to compare
Lavish.
the two.
What's Dhimmi status? Can you explain that to a civilian?
Dhimmi status is effectively second-class citizenship that was given to Jewish and Christian citizens of Muslim empires and civilizations over the years. Typically from around the 7th, 8th century until like effectively the 1900s.
Okay.
The early, the 1800s, 1900s. The Ottomans started to phase it out a bit earlier than other empires, though.
Okay.
So Dhimmi status affected Jews in a couple ways, and it was administered differently in some countries. Some countries it wasn't as crazy as others, but in some countries you couldn't look a Muslim in the eye if you were a Dhimmi. Like it was very bad in some places for some people. And there were also a series of massacres against Jews. A couple in Hebron. There was one in Hebron, which is in a city in the West Bank today, which is currently like a major flashpoint for the settlement issue, and a lot of heated discussion around that. Hebron historically also had a huge Jewish population because it was home to one of our most important holy sites. And there were a couple of pogroms in 1834. There was a massive pogrom that nearly wiped out most of the Jewish community. A pogrom is basically when a whole bunch of people who don't like Jews say, hey, why don't we go to where Jews are, we burn their homes down, rape their women, and pilfer their stores to try and basically send a message that we don't want them around.
Okay, so fucked up. Got it. Okay.
So a pogrom basically happened in 1834. There was also in 1929, there was another Hebron massacre that happened more connected to the modern Israel-Palestine issue. And the people that were massacred there weren't Jews that had moved from Eastern Europe in the original Yishuv. They were Palestinian Jews, if you could ever call them, if you could ever use that term for anybody, it would be them. You know, they were living in historic Palestine for the longest time, and they were murdered. It wasn't perfect, and I don't think we should pretend that it's perfect. Going further back, you were talking about blockades, or you were talking about the situation in Gaza and talking about the dietary limits or whatever. Really, what we get from that are dietary proposals from people who are saying that they wanted to cut their minimum threshold of caloric intake per person to be about 2,200, 2,100 calories a day, which is way above starving, and this is minimum. And this isn't similar to like trying to barely keep a population barely above starving. We wouldn't have obesity in Gaza if that was a problem. We would have much shorter life expectancy in Gaza if it wasn't the problem. The life expectancy is 76 years in Gaza.
But why control their caloric intake at all? Why not just be like, yeah, ship in as much food as you fucking want? I don't give a shit. Why monitor that?
The question is how much comes from Israel's dime. So Israel is providing food to Gaza. They also allow imports in for commerce. So a big part of the trucks that go into Gaza are like stores that Gazan companies or that Hamas or the government will buy and send in that Israel isn't responsible for. They don't control how much they intake of that, but Israel gives aid on top of that, and they're like, hey, well, we don't want to give more food than necessary.
Okay, Slain, do you have anything to say? I see you
I mean,
typing.
not necessarily great. I'm not saying it's great, but there's a difference between that and trying to like effectively starve somebody. Hello?
I don't know why he's not talking. He's typing, but he's not talking.
My bad. I've been yapping OD, so I just wanted him to like say his whole spiel, and then I was just writing it down so I could like listen to what he's saying
Okay,
and
I
go
thought
through
so.
every single argument individually.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna turn this fucking AC off because it's cold as fuck.
No. Where did he
know what
go?
just
Where did
happened
Lavish go?
to
He left. He
Locke.
left the
If he needs to
audience.
come back, I'll let him in, but it's fucking cold and I'm gonna turn it off. 10 seconds, I'll be right back.
Lavish, you left the audience. I don't know if you did that on your own, but try to come back if you can.
I don't know where the fuck he went.
Because I wanted to address what he was saying, and then if he wanted to respond, he could respond.
Yeah, I don't know. As soon as I got up, he fucking bailed up. No.
No. So you didn't kick him or anything, right? I guess
No, I didn't press anything. He just left.
Shit.
I didn't even have my hand on the mouse. He might still be able to hear you. What was his name?
I'm just. His name was like Lavish something.
Yeah, but he had a different. It was the Joker guy on YouTube, right? Yeah.
Oh.
Joker in spades. Are you still here? I don't know where the fuck he went. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe his internet fucking. I don't know.
Yeah, because the way that it sounded was like so abrupt. I don't know if you want me to address what he said, because then if he like comes.
Let's give him a minute. But yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, but as Arab, yeah, I live in the United States. I live in. You know what? Fuck it. I don't even care if people dox me. I live in New York City.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, fuck it. I guess you might as well just address the points, because he ain't in here. I don't know, but he might be able to still hear. He's not typing on YouTube, but I don't know.
All right, so I guess I'll just address what he's saying. So,
oh wait, he's back. He's back.
Big ass bear man, you do not love New York City. New Yorkers don't like New York City, bro. It's a fucking shit show over here, especially right now.
He is back. I'm gonna let him in. All right.
New York is amazing.
Hey, sorry about
Lavish
that.
testing. Okay, you can hear us, right, Lavish?
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry, my computer was having a problem and I had to restart it. You were talking about New York being amazing.
No, we're talking about it being shit. Actually, quite the opposite.
It's both amazing and shit.
Right.
I lived around New York most of my life, from Fort Lee, New Jersey.
Look at that common ground.
Fire. So.
Hey, common ground. Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, like, also I hope.
Does Fort Lee also have a shitty mayor?
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Well, we got that in common now too.
Setting speed limits, and also, like, I don't know, my dad was a cab driver for a long time. He doesn't really like the mayors that we've had these past 10 years or whatever. But what I'm trying to say about the blockade and food intake is that I don't think there was enough. I don't think you have enough to prove that there's really a case where Israel is trying to starve out the population. And I think that one of the best examples for why that is how much the population has grown. I mean, if the population is being starved out and if they're trying to trim the grass, why has the population grown by like double in the past 20 years or something like that? It's gone from 1.1 to now 2.2 million in the past 20 years. So if this was a policy of trying to trim the grass, mow the grass, if that's what mow the grass was, then wouldn't we see like more drastic numbers than that? And really what mow the lawn was Israel's approach to military conflict with Gaza. They said Hamas built up all of these militants, all of this artillery and all of these rockets, and we're going to bomb them to try and diminish their numbers Hamas's
Also,
numbers.
Lyric, feel
and
free
try
to jump in just so I can
destroy
make you a
their
mod if you
rockets
still
and their
want that.
military capabilities for now, but they're going short of trying to topple the entire Hamas regime. That's what mow the lawn refers to. It doesn't refer to trying to population control Palestinians. If they are trying to population control Palestinians, they're doing an awful job of it. And again, I'm not defending settlers here. I am very, very, very opposed to settlements. I think it's disgusting. But I also think the start of the settlements is a little bit messier. I think it's really easy to fall into like, oh, well, Israel wanted to take this land and just control it. But it really started out in 1967. Israel took the land because they were interested in Jerusalem, but they didn't really care for the rest of the
Discord.
West Bank. They were kind of torn on what to do
You
with
said you
it.
wanted to be a
There
Discord
were two
mod, right?
strategies. There was either giving
Or are
the
you
land
talking
up
about
for
YouTube
peace,
mod?
which they would feasibly at the time try to give it back to Jordan and have peace with Jordan, or they would try and settle and take over the land effectively.
Okay,
and
Lavish,
happened
I'm so sorry, but I'm like, because I want to listen to you, and I'm writing down every single point that you're making.
Yeah.
What's it called? Do you want me to like just let me know when you want me to address what you've been saying, because I've been writing down the arguments that you've been making so I can just address them.
Okay, yeah. How about I finish this one point and then you could start addressing my points.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the policy on the West Bank was very much in the air for the first 10 years because Jordan was splintered from the Palestinians with Black September in 1970. There was a huge falling out between the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, that had gained a lot of power at the time, and King Hussein in Jordan and his government. And the PLO was doing all of these outrageous terroristic acts like blowing up planes in front of national press and stuff like that to try and gain attention against King Hussein. King Hussein waged war against the PLO, and it was incredibly ugly for both sides. It's a very infamous moment in their history. And ever since then, Jordan has kind of been done with Palestinians in the West Bank. But that left Israel without somebody to negotiate peace for, except for the PLO, who they had just seen blow up fucking planes in to try and get at King Hussein.
Wait, can you give us a brief description of Black September? What was that?
Yeah. Black September was the PLO gained a lot of power. They staged a bunch of big terrorist
which one's
attacks.
the PLO?
The PLO is the Palestinian Liberation Organization. There were disputes over how Jordan was handling the Palestine issue. They felt like Jordan was very weak and that they didn't protect Palestinians enough.
Okay.
So the PLO got a lot of power and they wanted to challenge King Hussein. And King Hussein basically went to war with the PLO, and it was a very bloody couple of exchanges. There was one in 1970, and then there was another military thing in 1971. But basically, we talk about September 1970, and it was a very dark time for both sides. Effectively, is the basic of Black September, and that put a huge wedge between Jordanian and Palestinian solidarity. But it also meant that Israel didn't really have somebody to exchange land for peace with, like what they did with the Sinai Desert with Egypt. So they also took the Sinai Desert from Egypt, which is a pretty empty, big stretch of land between most of Egypt's proper land and Israel's proper land, or whatever. Israel and Gaza. Israel had control of it for a period. Egypt fought Israel back in a big war in 1973. And after a few years, they managed to get a peace deal where they gave back the Sinai Desert in exchange for a long-standing peace agreement. And they wanted to do the same thing with Jordan, but Jordan wasn't there to try and take the West Bank. They didn't want to have to do with the West Bank any longer. It was just a basket of problems for them. So now they have to deal with the PLO, and that stifled the entire plan of action. Now, in the meantime, in 1967, a group of really radical religious Jews believed that there was this one rabbi that said that Israel would be attacked by all of these nations and they would be victorious and take a bunch of land. Basically, a month before the 6-Day War, where Israel was attacked by a whole bunch of nations, won in 6 days, and took a bunch of land. And people thought this rabbi was a prophet. They thought he was a prophet, and they followed his movement that was very big on settling into the land. This was the start of the settlement movement. And they're religious crazies. They were religious crazies from the get-go. I hate them. They're bastards. But they kept trying to move in, and the Israeli government actually kicked them out multiple times. From 1967 to 1977, through that whole decade, there was Yitzhak Rabin, who had leadership for a while, and there was Shimon Peres, who both kicked out settlers when they first tried to settle and move into Israel. And it really only changed in 1977 when, oh God, I'm blanking. It was, oh God, I'm fucking killing. It was Begin, Menachem Begin, and Ariel Sharon took charge. That was the first right-wing Israeli prime ministership that had ever existed in the country's history. And they got a lot of power because they were appealing to a lot of Mizrahim, a lot of Jews that were coming from Middle Eastern countries that didn't gain much of a foothold in the country yet and were suffering from discrimination. So in Israeli politics, it was kind of flipped, where the right wing was appealing to like minority populations, and they got a lot of popularity through it. And Begin took control based off of most of this Mizrahim kind of base. And he started the settler movement with his second in command, Ariel Sharon. And they started bringing in a whole bunch of settlers. They built like hundreds of settlements in a couple of years. And already at that point in time, there were too many settlers for future Israeli prime ministers to get rid of without causing a huge problem politically. And once Bibi Netanyahu took over, we're kind of flash forwarding a bit, but basically it was a problem that left-wing politicians in Israel wanted to stop but really couldn't, without destroying their political base and destroying their political careers. And then Bibi Netanyahu took control and effectively used the settlers to try and derail a peace process that was going on at the time. So it became a problem that spiraled out of control incredibly quickly.
Okay, Lavish, remember we're going to do one more point and then let him go. All right, I feel like it's been like 10 minutes since.
I'm good. You want to go right now? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so I'm literally going to start from the top and then move down. So let's start with we're going to go back not 3,000 years, but like 1,000 years. So, okay, I got to keep scrolling. Okay, so
this is about dhimmis, right?
Yeah. So we're gonna start from dhimmis. Okay, so dhimmis basically equals non-Muslims. And throughout like I said, and that's why I was very careful to say that throughout the overwhelming majority of history, Jews were treated, if not fairly, but as like equals in Islamic empires, whether you talk about the Umayyad dynasty, the Ottoman Empire, the Andalusia, for example. And these are like all different places within like the quote unquote Muslim empires, right? Because the Muslim empires at its peak was from basically South Spain all the way to like modern day Sudan, all the way to like Saudi Arabia, all the way to like North India, right? So it was a really, really, really big place. It was actually one of the biggest empires in the history of the world. But dhimmis, yes, they had to pay a jizya tax, but I've done my research on this, and to be honest with you, throughout when we look at the jizya tax, right? The jizya tax for most of Muslim empire control, and remember, there was different people in control and all this stuff throughout history. We had Turkish control, Syrian control, Palestinian control of like the entire empires. If you compare the jizya tax to, for example, what Muslims had to pay in their own religion, Muslims are required in their religion to pay something called the zakat every single year, which is 2.5% of their entire income that they just give to straight charity. This is not including like for example, what they're supposed to give like taxes, for example, to the government. The jizya tax that dhimmis had to pay to Muslim empires was not even half of that. But people aren't out here making the argument that Muslims were twice as discriminated against as Jews are. So when Jews want to come out here and what's it called, and complain that like 2,000-3,000 years ago they were paying taxes to the Muslim government, which was the government that they were living under, right? It just comes out as disingenuous to me and proves that a lot of people are just saying like Zionist talking points, because a lot of pseudo-Zionist historians say that point, right? And now, the most important thing, what was the jizya tax for? The jizya tax was reinvested into Jewish and Christian and non-Muslim communities, was given back to those communities, given back to their churches, given back to their synagogues, and it was used to basically fund the governments, the Christian governments and the Jewish governments that were under the Muslim empires. Because the way that Muslim empires governed was they allowed Jewish people and they allowed Christian people to have their own courts and to have their own judiciary, which basically in Christian judiciaries they used the Bible, right, to make their like in their courts. And with the Jews, they used the Talmud and they used the Torah. So that's why there was a jizya tax. Now, was the jizya tax abused in some pockets of history? Yeah, there were times where in pockets of history, for example, in I don't know, it wasn't Andalusia, it was somewhere in Africa where, yeah, Jews had to pay a lot more than normal, but that wasn't the overwhelming majority of Muslim empire history. So I want to just get that out the way. You also brought up the Hebron massacre that happened. Yeah, we agree on a lot. Yeah, the Hebron massacre happened. It was shitty. There was pogroms that happened under the Ottoman Empire control, with Jews that simply, with Palestinian Jews that were there for centuries and that were that identified as Arab and also identified as Jewish, and they were discriminated against because they were Jewish. That happened, and that was fucked up. That's why I said, like I said, throughout the majority of like, but that's not indicative of the majority of the Jewish history inside of Palestine and Muslim empires proper, right? Going to it wasn't perfect. We shouldn't be arguing that it's perfect. Yeah, I like I said, I agree with you. So we got that out the way. Now, fast forwarding to present day, because I know everyone right now is fucking snoring right now, and it's not your fault or my fault, but it's just the circumstances that we're in.
Yeah, there's a lot of history, a lot of shit to cover.
Right. So the 2100 to 2200 calories a day pre-October 7th, and basically the whole life expectancy is 77 in Gaza, and Israel provides food in Gaza. I'm gonna be honest with you, Lavish. So I don't know the exact number for the caloric intake, but the reason why I haven't researched it is because I've skimmed. I haven't read the whole report, but I've skimmed through Amnesty International, Beit Selem, which is an Israeli human rights organization, and also UNRWA's assessment of the situation in Gaza pre-October 7th, and all of them agree on all sides of the political aisle that Israel has Gaza as an air prison, that they have them locked under land, air, and sea, and that they basically control the food that goes in and out, and they are effectively starving the Gazans. So that's why, like I said, I don't know the exact number for the calories that are let in every single day, but I don't find the need to research it, because if I have Israeli human rights organizations saying that Israel is starving Gazans, I'm like, okay, then I don't have to research it. But that's just me. You get what I'm saying? So I don't think it's something that you need to defend.
So I agree with if you want to call it an open air prison, you can. I mean, it's covered by an land, air, and sea blockade. It's a huge slum, but Israel is not deliberately starving Gaza. No.
Okay, so that's another point that I want to get to, right? So my bad. Like I said, I just want to go through all your points because you made so many.
Oh yeah. I got you.
Okay, so you also said what's it called? The population has grown, and you said double in the last 20 years. So if you were listening to what I was saying before, I was saying that so the reason why the population of Gaza has grown since 1967, 70% of the population in Gaza is not natively Gazan. They are from quote unquote Israel proper.
No,
they were expunged from that land.
Wait, not now.
Yo, when's the last time somebody from Israel proper came to Gaza? Or like
exactly.
A large
We're talking about 1948 when the Nakba happened.
No.
When the Nakba happened, Gaza was it was originally 20,000, and after the Nakba was 80,000. So, I mean, the population
Right, the Nakba,
grew
which is what
exponentially at
displaced
that point.
Palestinians from Israel proper today, and they went to Gaza, which
But
is
there was
70% of the
right.
population today is not natively from Gaza. They're from Israel proper.
Sure. But I think it's important that we say that that's from 1948, that we're not talking about people who were kicked out in their lifetimes, that were born in Israel, and then like in the past 20 years, they were kind of pushed into Gaza, and that's why the population is growing.
Right.
In the past
Right,
20
but
years.
okay, fine. 1948 to 2024, what is that? Like two lifetimes?
Yeah, but I'm
Okay,
talking
now
about from
think
like
about the
2020 to 2024, the
okay,
population grew
there
exponentially, and
I
it's
see
not
what you're
because
saying because
Gazans were
I see what
being
you're
put
saying.
in.
Okay, but like so but they're put into this piece of land and they're told start a new life. And then they're put into a GDP-less fucking hellhole where they're not basically allowed to advance any kind of industries whatsoever. Which is
Right.
why it
Agree,
comes
it's
off
horrible.
which is why it
I
comes off
agree.
as fucked up when Israel came out when the Israeli government came out with that Hulu ad saying what Gaza could have been, and they were airing an ad on Hulu saying like showing like beaches and like apartment buildings and like airports and like this is what Gaza could have been, but Hamas is in power. Like no motherfucker, like okay fine, some of it is Hamas, but a lot of it is you guys destroying shit. So I just want to like that's basically the point that I was trying to make. But I do see
Yeah.
where you're coming from.
Can I
You said
can
the
I
mo
interject really quick before you get to the
Sure,
rest of your
sure.
points?
Go ahead, because we're
Just
like
really
halfway
quick.
through.
So yeah, I think it's gross that Israel would do an ad like that. I think that's fucking disgusting. But also, what they're saying isn't entirely false either, in that
Yeah, we
Hamas
agree on that.
could have put a lot of aid into a lot, and a big reason for the blockade being as strict as it has been is because Hamas keeps trying to smuggle arms or build tunnels underneath the border fence and send terrorists with guns into towns and stuff like
Lavish.
that, and it makes it much harder.
So I'm gonna get to that. So,
So yeah,
One
Mo, go,
question
go
for
ahead.
Lavish before you do. Have you
yeah.
seen any proof of like Gaza trying to build something and then Israel like bombs it and shuts that shit down, like an airport or something like that?
Well, like bombs in an airport, I certainly don't have anything on that. But about tunnels, yeah, there was a big thing about 10 years ago, around 2012, where Gaza, and even earlier than that, where people from Gaza were trying to build tunnels underneath the border fence and send people in to either kidnap soldiers or whatever terroristic things. Also, we know that there are tunnels underneath the southern border fence, and that's where a lot of weapons get smuggled in into Gaza.
No, okay. Well, that's not. I meant like them trying to build something like productive.
Oh, trying to build something productive.
Yeah.
Hamas doesn't really build much infrastructure, and I'm not saying that they don't do anything. I mean, Israel has bombed Gaza a couple times, and it's rebuilt. So, I mean, I'm not trying to like be as super fucking Zionist as possible here or whatever.
I think you're
And
being
I'm
pretty
not saying
fair.
that Hamas does nothing, but I think it's more fair to say that Hamas gets billions of dollars in aid from international organizations. And really, in reality, even with Israel's obfuscations and making it more difficult to get certain materials and things in, a trickle of it only gets back to the citizens. And they also tax their citizens on top of that. I don't know why they tax their citizens. And they actually tax their citizens a lot on things like tobacco products,
Slain,
which is just
is that true?
nasty.
You agree with that?
So I'm not too familiar with the taxation policies in Gaza by the Hamas government. But what I will agree on is, yeah, Hamas as the government, because me personally and most of the world, like I told you before, doesn't consider Hamas to be a terrorist organization. Um, I don't consider the Hamas government to be the best distributor of the funds that they're basically allotted to, whether it's
Fair.
from taxes or from the international community. The Hamas strategy for the past, I want to say, close to a decade, has been to basically arm themselves because from their perspective, they see it as they are in a state of crises. With not just what happened in this year, but what also happened in 2021 and what happened in 2018 and 16 and 13. And you also have to keep in mind that I think more than half of the population of Gaza are considered like they're either on the age of 17 or below, and a lot of those people are like they're orphans, so they're basically incentivized to basically join the armed regiments of the Hamas government,
Right.
which is what people talk about on the news when they say the quote unquote Hamas is a terrorist organization, this, that, and the third.
Okay. You want to keep going
Right.
down your points? I know you wrote down a lot of shit.
Right. So then you were just saying a couple of things, Lavish, that I'm gonna get to, and I think this is where we're gonna start to contend. You said we're trying to diminish the Hamas regime. They didn't care for the rest of the West Bank. Okay, actually no. Let me not the West Bank part. So going to the mow the lawn was Israel's military response to Gaza. It wasn't necessarily a policy to starve Gazans, and also that Israel did it to try to diminish the Hamas regime. So that's a quote that I wrote down that you said. This was your response to Kamal asking you why they weren't letting food in. Now I want you to listen I want you to understand where I'm coming from. Why is it that the response to the question of why isn't food being let into Gaza, followed by the answer of, oh no, this is just a response to punish Hamas, the armed group, the armed terrorist organization that's in Gaza, because pragmatically, right? I'm not even going to bring up the moral argument yet, but pragmatically, you're basically incentivizing starving children to join the armed resistance against Israel, right? In an attempt to starve the Hamas government. And then morally, it's fucked up because that is, by definition, collective punishment. You are starving the population of 2.2 million people living inside of Gaza to punish the 30 to 50,000 members of quote unquote Hamas.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so I think we have a bit of a misunderstanding here. That's not really what I meant. The reason why I brought up the mowing the lawn thing at all is because I remember that you mentioned it and it stuck out to me, and I just wanted to say it while it was on my mind before I didn't write down notes. So I'm just going off the top of my head of what I remember from what you were saying over the course of like an hour. But that's not my response to why Israel isn't allowing more food in. My response to why Israel isn't allowing more food in is that they're giving a lot of food to aid, and that Gaza gets a lot of food through its own commerce, that it gets from aid from other organizations and stuff like that.
Right. But the food that ends up in Gaza, wait, I want you to clarify this real quick. The food that ends up in Gaza, right? You said that the food that is allowed to be traded in delis and bodegas and supermarkets, that food that goes to Gaza, how does it enter through before pre-October 7th? How does it get to Gaza?
They enter through crossings either from Egypt or Israel, and
most of it being Israel.
That doesn't mean that Israel provides all of that food. Some of the food is bought from international organizations. Some of it is bought literally
but Israel, but it has to pass through Israel into Gaza. So Israel has the ability to stop it from entering Gaza.
Right, but I'm saying that they haven't. I mean, post October 7th, we could talk about that situation. That's different. But pre-October 7th.
Pre-October 7th, they have. Pre-October 7th, they have, because me and you just finished talking about how Israel is deciding how many calories Gazans should eat. We don't see the United States of America deciding how much calories Mexicans should eat, or China deciding how much food they're going to send to America to decide how much Americans should eat.
Yeah, I think that's not necessarily limiting the amount of trucks that go in. They're not taking trucks that Gaza's buying and stopping them because they want to put Gazans on a diet. They want to limit the aid trucks that Israel sends on top of that, because they don't want to give unnecessary food.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
A state of people that are controlled by a regime that wants them dead.
Okay, so I see what you're saying.
We could argue on the ethics of that. I'm not saying that's 100% bueno either.
Basically, we have two people having a conversation on Israel Palestine
to control their population size.
We have Slain here, more on the Palestinian
but
side.
I implore you to read the Amnesty International report, because it is not just Israel saying Israel itself doesn't want to send goods into Gaza. It is pre-October 7th, also Israel stopping trucks, period, whether it's from UNRWA, whether it's from third-party aid, whether it's from Egypt, stopping those trucks from coming in period, because of that caloric intake policy that we were talking about. So, but that's
I
neither here nor there. It's like, yeah. So, 'cause I don't want to get into
I'd
the
love for
weeds.
you to I'll go over the Amnesty International bit again and look for that, but I remember going over it a while ago, and I saw them talk about the trucks being stopped, but I saw them complaining about like stops being done for checks, that Israel would check cars like a lot, and sometimes they would stop items that, like, really, why would they be stopped, right? Why would you stop like a box of cookies from entering in Gaza or something
Right.
like that?
But that's neither
But
here
that
nor
also
there. So
doesn't
I
mean
want to.
starvation either. I'm not saying that's fully right either, but there's an in between space between fully right and starvation.
Cool. Okay, so then moving on to the next point. I mean, you brought up, okay, we're trying to diminish Hamas. They didn't care for the rest of the West Bank. Oh, okay, I love this point. They didn't care for the rest of the West Bank. So this is the thing about like Zionism, right? That I absolutely despise, and why why people on college campuses right now are equating Zionism to Nazism, and rightfully so. So this point that you
Oh,
just
wow.
made, they didn't care for the rest of the West Bank.
Who's
the thing
they?
is
Just to
okay,
clarify.
so the Israeli government.
Okay.
The Israeli government didn't care for the West Bank in 1967, right? They just basically took it over because it was a territory that they were able to take during warfare between Jordan and them.
Okay.
Here's the issue with that. So this is in 1948, we had Israelis saying, "Oh, we don't care about Gaza." We had Israelis saying, "Oh, we don't care about parts of the Negev." We had Israelis saying, "Oh, we don't care about the West Bank," right? And then 1967 happens. They're like, we could and then we have people coming out and saying, "Oh, but Judea and Sumeria are our holy land." And then using that as justification, to come in and live on that land. And we have people in the Israeli government right now, the entire cabinet, saying that Judea and Sumeria is the God-given right of the Jewish people, which happens to be that Google image that me and Kamal were looking at around half an hour ago. So
well, how do you
the
explain
goalpost is
Yitzhak
always
Rabin?
moving. The goalpost is always moving, and it's ironic because it's Israelis saying, "Oh, we give them land, and we give them land, and they're not satisfied. We give them land," but it's like, bro, Israel has been the one taking land since 1948. You guys were never, in my opinion, supposed to ever have a country to begin with, because when you guys made that nation state, it wasn't like, oh, we're gonna keep the native population inside of this land. It was, no, 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 no. We need to maintain the Jewish character of this land, but wait, we're not the majority. So we're gonna start importing immigrants from Eastern Europe, and during the Holocaust, those numbers were inflated even further, right? And we're going to not only let these immigrants come in, but they are going to literally live inside of the houses that were fully furnished from Palestinian families, and kicking those families out and living in those houses. And I'm
I
not saying
actually
that's
don't know
all the
how
cases.
inflated those numbers were, because the British were.
So yes,
the
you're right.
British
The
had,
British
like,
were
really
stifling
heavy.
immigration, right? And a lot of
Yeah.
Zionists were basically
They were
fighting against
also
the British, saying,
shooting.
"Let
They
us
were
bring
also
more immigrants in."
torpedoing some Haganah ships with Holocaust survivors. When
Right.
the
But I don't want to get
Haganah
stuck in
was
the weeds
trying to
because we
like
know the context, but the viewers
smuggle
don't.
Jews out.
We know the context, but the viewers don't. So
Yeah.
I'm just talking about it in a general sense. So
Okay. Fair.
right. So the reason why I say what I say, right, is because every single time Israel establishes their quote unquote borders, they get into a war and they expand it more. They get into a war and they expand it more. They never stop. The Golden
Right,
Heights
but
is
it
supposed to
takes
be
two
part
to
of
tango,
Syria.
my friend. That's my
Right.
point. It takes
Okay,
two
the
to
Golan Heights,
tango.
Golan Heights, every single time Israel has given land back, it was because of force. The Sinai Desert was given back because of pressure that was put on by the, spoiler alert, United States and the international community. That is when Israel gave back the Sinai Desert to Egypt. The
Because
Golan
Begin
Heights,
is a hard ass, but like the Israeli public, they wanted peace. Begin was just he was a
right,
hard
bro,
ass.
right. We're
Jimmy
talking about the
Carter talks
government.
about how much of a hard ass Begin was and how hard he was to work with.
Right.
But
Yeah, you
the
guys are
Israeli
talking about the
people, they
same
want
thing, though.
Right. So we agree on that point. So moving down, we have Black September. I don't want to talk about that too much, but for the most part, I agree with Lavish. It was a it was a black moment in Palestinian history. It's fucked up. But what I will say is that not all of Black September was suicide. Like, I would say it was 50-50. Some of it being suicide bombings and some of it just being like resistance, because there were for example, Layla Khalid was part of Black September, and she took over planes, but she never took over planes with the intention to blow them up. She took them over with the intention of, okay, we're gonna basically send this plane, we're gonna drive this plane to a different destination because I want this to reach world news and publicize the issue that's going on in Palestine right now. And yes, like she brought guns, like her and her partners brought guns and weapons onto the planes, but they never intended to use them. They simply intended to use those weapons to take over the planes, and nobody was ever killed in the 3 hijackings that she was a part of. It's controversial. People have controversial opinions about it, but I just wanted to give that historical context. You could talk about the PLO. We could brush over that. Mizrahi discrimination in the 80s. Okay, so yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. So it's important that when we talk about Zionism as an ideology, that Zionism started off as particularly a Eastern European Jewish supremacist ideology, because when Israel was created, they were importing immigrants specifically from Europe because they didn't want to get Jewish
Wait,
immigrants from Africa or Jewish
hold on one
immigrants
second.
from Arab countries at first. Let me just say my point, and then you can argue with it later. So at first they were importing immigrants from Eastern Europe. When they were importing immigrants from Eastern Europe, after the state of Israel was created, they still realized that that based off of the birth rates of Palestinians and based off of like the makeup of their country, that to maintain their Jewish character, they still needed more Jews. So they're like, ah, fuck. Well, we need Jews to come in. So then they started accepting Mizrahi Jews in the 80s. Now, the Mizrahi Jews that came in were Arab Jews, right? Those Jews were discriminated
You're
against
off.
in
You're
Israel.
off by. You're off by. They accepted Mizrahi Jews as soon as Israel was created. They accepted
Right,
Mizrahi
but not
Jews
as
as
much as
early
Eastern
as
European Jews.
51.
But
What?
not as much as European Jews. Most of the influx of immigration into the mandate of Palestine and Israel when it was created was from Ashkenazim. It wasn't from Mizrahi. And for the viewers watching,
Yeah.
Ashkenazim
Until
is
until
European Jews.
Palestine's creation, or until Israel's creation in 1948 from Palestine, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Most of it. The vast majority was Eastern European. But
Right.
immediately after Israel's creation, not until the 80s, from 1951 really until like 1967, and a couple of years afterwards, but really it was mostly that period of time. That was when hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Mizrahim were moving to Israel. It was like somewhere between 600,000 and 800,000. That's why, because that's why there are 48% of Israeli Jews are Mizrahim. 45% are Eastern European now. The majority
Yes, you're
are
talking about right
Mizrahim.
now, but I'm talking about the time period that you're talking about, and the reason why the 80s is so important is because I want people to understand Zionism as an ideology. So Zionism at first was about Eastern European Jews coming back to the quote-unquote promised land, and it discriminated against the Mizrahim and the Igbo Jews and the Ethiopian Jews because it didn't want to, it ideally did not want to let those Jews into that country, at least not yet. They let them in the 80s by necessity because they wanted to basically maintain the Jewish quote-unquote Jewish character of the state. But even then, they still discriminated against those Jews until later on when you had Mizrahi Jews more integrated into the Israeli government as a whole. But
that's what I'm saying. I think you're wrong about that classification because your timeline is so off. As soon as Israel was a country, it started, not only did it start accepting Mizrahim, but they literally went out and they tried to get Mizrahim into Israel from Operation Ezra Nehemiah, which was like an operation that Israel sent people into. There was Operation Magic Carpet and Ezra Nehemiah, and I get them confused. But basically, Jews in Iraq were in trouble, and Jews in Yemen were in
but
trouble.
you're talking about
And
hundreds,
Israel sent
right,
in.
You're talking about hundreds of thousands of Jews versus tens of thousands of Jews. So we're both agreeing, but I'm just saying that Zionism at first was a Eastern European Jewish endeavor, and that the people that were in the Israeli government at the time, the founding fathers of Israel, were adamant about at first maintaining that Eastern European Jewish character, and then out of necessity, right? Of course, you had those operations in Iran and those operations in Iraq, and I have a thing or two to say about those quote-unquote operations by the Mossad, but I don't want to get into it because, like I said, we're
I know
we
there are a
want
lot
to
of
conceptualize this for
conspiracy
the
theories
viewers that
about
are.
those operations.
Just
There are a
letting you
lot of
know.
conspiracy
Just
theories.
letting you both know. We're going. We got 25 minutes, and I'm calling it. Just go ahead. Just putting that in your ear. But go ahead.
Sure.
Right.
Add me, yo,
So
by the way, let me just say this right now. Add me on Discord so that we can continue the conversation later. Okay.
sure, I'll do that.
All
Let me
right,
just
bet, bet,
move
bet.
down. Let me just move down the totem pole. I mean, pretty much. That's pretty much it, bro. So all in all, I mean, Lavish, we pretty much agree. Like, I
We
mean,
agree on a lot
obviously,
of
I would
things.
assume that you
Beautiful.
would disagree with me into eradicating the Israeli state, but I'm pretty sure you understand when I say to erase the Israeli state, that at least practically I'm saying that you need to erase the Jewish supremacist tendencies of that state. So if for
The
so
concept of needing a Jewish majority, for
correct,
instance,
Right.
yeah,
that
I know
needs
what
to
you
be
mean. I know what
erased
you mean.
from, that needs to be like over and done with, which I don't think is gonna happen. I hope it would happen. And then to let all the Palestinians go back to their native homeland. And I don't want anybody to leave. I don't want to kick anybody out. I'm not gonna lie. I know a lot of I know a lot of people that do want to kick people out. But I honestly think that the overwhelming, because I've been to Palestine, I've been to the West Bank, and I've been to Israel proper. The overwhelming majority of people, at least that I've spoken to, don't give a flying fuck about whether people stay or leave. They just want to be able to come back to the land that they're indigenous from and be able to, travel, have the same opportunities, and be proud of the same identities that they've always been proud of, and feel equal in the nation state apparatus that they're a part of.
Sure. And I not as a counter, but just as like, I'm trying to understand you try to understand me a little bit. I've been to Israel multiple times, and I have been to the West Bank once or twice. But most Israelis, they just want to live in peace, and they don't really care about anything more than that. They just want to live in peace. And a lot of Israelis feel like they're surrounded by people who want to kill them, basically, on all sides. And some of it is justified, some of it is paranoid, but some of it is justified paranoia. I mean, we're talking about a group of people that were genocided, like, within living memory. My grandmother is a Holocaust survivor, so
Damn, shout out your grandma.
comes with it. Yeah, she was a badass. She escaped at 8 years old.
No, she really is a badass though, because I've been learning about the Holocaust all semester, and it's fucking crazy, bro. Like, I used to think before I studied it, I was like, yo, fucking Jews be gassing this shit up. Oh, no pun intended.
Jesus.
Oh, no.
Jews be gassing this shit up. Okay, like, people have died throughout history. I mean, like, if we were to count up like what happened to the Africans, or what happened to, like, for example, under Mao, or in like different parts of the world, like,
Mhm.
I'm sure that it's just as fucked up, if like it's just as fucked up, if not more fucked up. But bro, the shit that they were doing across Europe, and like it's crazy, and that's something that I've been trying to correct on myself. And I've had to have these conversations before with like other Muslims and other Arabs and other people that support the Palestinian cause. Like, bro, don't try to conflate this shit with, like, when people try to hijack the movement and be like, yo, fuck the Jews own Hollywood, the Jews own the news, or wherever the Jews go they fuck shit up. Like, bro, that shit is not productive, and that shit is going to, like, when we say in our protests, we're not Palestine isn't free until we're all free, or we're not all free until Palestine is free, that means that part of that is correcting the rhetoric when shit gets thrown at the fan against the Jewish people, because that shit should not be fucking happening. And that's literally what allowed the Holocaust to happen, right? So that needs to be stopped. So on my end, what I'm trying to say is, we need to, on my end, what I'm doing, and I think what you would want me to do as a Jew and a fellow Semite, is educate those people. What I would hope that you do as a Jew that is like in those Israeli circles, is basically educating those people that they do not have if they believe that they have a God-given right to that land, they do not, that Jews don't have a monopoly on the indigenousness of the people that live on that land, and that the land that they live on is stolen. And two things can be true at the same time. They can be indigenous to that land, but they can also kick out the other group of people that were also indigenous to that land.
and they need to come to terms with the fact that they need to be able to let those people back onto that land, and that's it, bro.
Yeah.
Slane, I just want to jump in real quick. I have to give Slane. What do you actually want me to call you?
Slayin until I get doxxed. And
Okay.
Then you can
well, we'll keep it Slayin for now. I just have to give you your fucking credit. Not only have you been on here, you know, holding your own for hours, but I think it's very easy for when you or your family or whatever, somebody you know is fucked over by a group, it's very easy to villainize that group, and I have to give you the utmost respect for not giving into that feeling and doing your due diligence and doing real research and being man enough to say that you had a perspective that changed after the research and that you have sympathy for this group that is, you know, kind of fucking you guys over. So I just want to give you your credit in that. I don't understand a lot of the shit you guys are saying, but I try to focus on like morality and all that type of shit, and I heard some good shit there, so I just wanted to give you your credit for that. I appreciate you for doing that, because that's not easy to do.
Yeah, and I want to say that I try to do the same thing. I have a friend who's actually an IDF soldier. He was my friend from high school, and he fucking joined the IDF and did a tour in Gaza, I swear to God. And he came back and he started sharing a whole bunch of like Instagram videos that were effectively Hasbara. And some things I agreed with, but some of them were really wrong. Like a lot of things about the Nakba that were wrong. And I had my own journey where I researched the other side and gained like newfound empathy for the other side.
That's what we're all about here.
My ex-girlfriend lost 3 very close friends, people I knew, in the October 7th attacks at the Nova Festival.
No, I'm sorry that happened. Man. I'm sorry that happened. We never want to see innocent people get killed. I don't give a fuck what religion, creed, bro. Even people that I fucking hate with a passion, like just to be the idea of like being killed and you're not even ready for that to happen to you, and you like not being able to. I don't know, like even a fucked up person, like having a gun like pointed at you and having those, that just doesn't deserve to happen to anybody, man.
Right.
Like people that aren't willing to put their life on the line, they shouldn't. That shit shouldn't happen. A lot of people that weren't supposed to died that day, and a lot of people that aren't supposed to be dying are dying right now, man. It's
true.
It's 55 different types of fucked up. And
hopefully, you know, whatever happens in the future, we can move to a situation where both peoples can live in this land in some level of peace and harmony. I did have a couple things that I wanted to say to your points, if you wanted to go back into the weeds for a second.
You got 18 minutes.
Okay, so
yo,
so
this is better than whatever fucking brain rot you've been watching come out for the past 2 hours. So like,
Well, what was I watching before this? I don't even fucking remember because we've been talking for so long. What did we do? Oh yeah,
right.
the
And
Hassan
you've learned
shit.
more in this. Yeah, there you go. So you've learned more.
This
in
is
this
true,
conversation
motherfucker, but I'm tired and I want to go to bed. All right, so fucking 17 minutes. Go ahead.
That shit is gonna fucking marinate when you go to sleep, bro. You're gonna wake up a Jewish Arab.
Yeah, I have an Arabic name, so you know I'm halfway there.
So the point about the West Bank settlements was that Israeli policy from the get-go was very split, and people didn't know what to do with the West Bank. And a huge part, I would probably say roughly 50-50, but at least 50% of Israel didn't want to settle into the West Bank in 1967. Now, that attitude changed over time, but initially it was like that. And my counter to you is that if it was always that Israel wanted to expand into the West Bank, why did they kick settlers out multiple times in between 67 and 77?
To appease the United Nations, because at that time the United Nations had a hawk eye on Israel when they were building the settlements. That is why they passed resolutions.
Then they built settlements anyway, no?
Yes,
it's not like the Hawkeye just disappeared in 77.
But from that point onward, it's been a basically slap on the wrist by the USA. Like, okay, like Israel has been the spoiled brat child of the United States since that time, because every time Israel builds settlements, the US goes, oh my, okay, Sonny, just don't build anymore, okay? I still give you money and all that shit. Just please don't build any more settlements, okay? And it's just been like that for the past almost 60 years. And Israel just looks at Daddy US and goes, okay, this motherfucker's gonna give me money no matter what I do. I have no repercussions for my actions. I can kill whoever the fuck I want. I can literally kill people on live television starting 2023, and I'm not gonna get held accountable for it. So and this goes back to my point of earlier of why people are protesting so much in the United States, because the United States has the power on, like, bro, Joe Biden can call Netanyahu today and say, fuck you, you're not getting your 3.8 billion unless you stop killing civilians at the very least, and you actually go to the negotiation table with Hamas, because this shit isn't going to get your hostages back, and this shit isn't going to stop missiles from landing in your country. And I think Netanyahu is actually benefiting from this war because it's keeping him in power. Because, spoiler alert, before October 7th, there was the Supreme Court was going to go after him. And then
Oh
October
yeah, we can
just
agree on that.
exactly. So you already know. So and in my opinion, so my opinion is Israel doesn't deserve any money at all. But practically speaking, I honestly think that I'm just scratching my head, because if the US just comes out with a policy that says, and he went out again. But
computer.
like I was saying, if the U.S. comes out with a policy and says, Israel, we're gonna give you aid, but under these conditions, you cannot bomb civilians. If it comes out that you're still killing civilians and you're committing genocide, you're not gonna be able to basically get discounts from our military-industrial complex. Dude, the whole bullshit stops tomorrow, because then they don't have the weaponry to support the actions that they're doing.
Slang. There's somebody here named Your Worst Nightmare. They said they have shit to add.
Yo, bring anybody in here, bro. I got all day, yo. I'm gonna give you your content. Don't worry about that.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna invite them in. Hopefully they're not crazy. All right, you're in here. I wasn't expecting this, but you're here. This is your moment. Oh wait, you're muted. My bad. Okay, you are unmuted now. Hello?
I cannot hear myself.
Nah, I can't. Oh. Nobody can hear you, so we all have that in common.
Okay, if you're on your phone, just make sure that your microphone is enabled on. If you have a headset, make sure it's not muted.
There it is. He's doing better than me.
Your microphone is on. God damn it, man. Are you on PC or are you on your phone?
On my phone, but
on my phone, but Jay, don't know why that matters. Fuck, man.
I don't really do this shit
have,
on my phone.
Is your Bluetooth on? Do you have like a speaker or something it's connected to? Maybe connect your headphones to your phone or something. Like turn Bluetooth on or off if you're on your phone or something like that. I don't have any headphones. I mean, bro, your worst nightmare. I'm sorry, my man. I guess I'm not the tech support guy that you get home in.
And I'm definitely not. If you're on your phone, are the sound setting? I mean, I don't know where else the fucking sound would be coming from. It's not like you have a lot of options. I don't know, man. It might be in your settings.
It says hold on, uninvite me and then invite me back in.
You're fucking up the flow, man.
Your worst nightmare. What you can do is you can click on user settings, which is the cog symbol, and if you go over to when you're in settings, go on voice and video, and then like do a mic test and see if the microphone is working or not. And if it's not, you can just click input device and switch between your inputs and find an input that actually registers audio for you.
This man's slang is killing it. I don't even have to do anything.
Cooking with Silence says both sides committed crimes, but Israel is throwing spirit bombs, and instead of the Saiyans stepping in, they're just donating more spirit bombs. Cooking with Silence, W reference. Yes, that's exactly true. And then what's it called? And then
May I add, what is a spirit bomb?
What
the hell is a spirit bomb?
Gaza's just full of a bunch of future
shit,
Gohans, bro, with their arms and legs cut off.
and he's gone.
How the fuck do you not know
Okay.
what a spirit bomb is, man?
I have no idea what a spirit bomb.
You don't
is,
watch Dragon
honestly.
Ball Z, dude?
I don't know. No, oh shit! I've never watched Dragon Ball. That's my bad. Sorry. Yeah, no.
Septic.
Has an anime profile.
I'm
pic
sorry.
on
I'm
Netflix,
sorry.
Dragon Ball
I
Z.
know. I don't have a anime profile
anime.
picture, but this is
Might as
me.
well
Just
be
a
with
That's
drawing
my
of him.
face.
Nah, let me relax. Let me relax. I don't want to get you banned.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I might as well be banned because I didn't watch Dragon Ball Z. My bad. I should just get out of here.
It's okay, Septic. Don't worry. I'm not gonna let anyone bully you. Septic will be handling the clips channel. He is a mod. I just made you a mod too. I think. I don't know if I think I did that.
Yeah. I just noticed that I wasn't able to. I wasn't able to reply or anything before. Now I'm able to.
Oh yeah,
reply,
that's
so
why
I'm
you
like,
just
oh,
jumped in here without me letting you. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that's why, because you're a mod.
Yeah, that's exactly why. That's exactly why.
But
I just wanted to add what a spirit bomb was because I have no freaking
it's
clue.
basically
and if
just like
anybody
the
else does.
ultimate move, a big ass attack, basically.
It's like
huge.
the one thing I do know is it the same series that has the Comic-Con? I watched it when I was a kid. I have
Okay,
not
that
watched
shit
it
still
since.
slaps as a grown ass man, but I'm gonna ignore that you said that. So do you remember the Avatar state?
No.
Come on, man.
I'm sorry. I was little kid, like a
Are you
tiny
fucking
baby
Mormon or
kid,
something? Like, do
okay?
you only have access to channel 13?
Yeah, for like a little bit, but now I have access to the full internet since I was like 9. Okay, I'm sorry. I haven't gotten to every series.
Oh, he's
Okay,
back.
alright.
All right, Scepter. We're gonna try to let
let me
this
get
dude
out of
in.
here.
Hear me now. Can everyone hear me
We
now?
can hear you. How the fuck did you get in? I didn't let you in. How did you get in here? The fuck? I was. It doesn't matter.
I did it. I did it.
Oh, okay.
I think you guys should keep Septic loser. Okay, so now I can speak here. All right. So before I offer my opinion on this whole Israel Palestine thing you guys were
9
talking
minutes.
about after the last Airbender and stuff. Okay, how's everybody?
I'm tired. Nah, I'm good. I'm
all
good,
right.
and I appreciate everybody who's been in there for realsies.
All right.
It's been
All right,
it's
good.
been a really good
So-
stream, I think.
All right, so the thing that I wanted to talk about specifically when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict
This young band, dude.
Well, I had to come in on a different account, but let me explain. Okay, it's really important. It's really
Okay.
important. Okay, because
Slang,
this
just
is
know this
relating.
dude's he's crazy, but go ahead.
Okay, so anyways, as I was saying, my perspective on the Israel-Palestine conflict is that we shouldn't support Palestine, obviously, because Hamas attacked Israel first, but we shouldn't support Israel either, as Israel is killing children. And not only that, but the guy that I have watched talked about this, the guy that I have watched before who talked about this, his name is David Erhan. And David Erhan, he made a video called "Should Christians Support Israel?" and the answer is no. And I thought to myself, well, see, that's my biggest problem with this whole conflict is how we're supposed to defend the quote-unquote chosen people. But if you were to actually take a look at the Bible specifically, if you were to take, I won't even say specifically, but if you were to just take a look at that, you would know that how it all began was, okay, so Jacob and Esau. So Jacob was the younger brother, and he wrestled with God, and he was given the name Israel. So this is the name Israel, the person Israel, but also what would eventually become the state of Israel. And then Israel ended up having 12 sons, and one of these sons was Judah, who was the progenitor of all of the Jews. But the other person, the other son,
Josh.
Yeah. I'm explaining.
I'm
Okay,
just letting you know.
younger
Because I want to save all of us time. Are you just trying to say that Israel came before Palestine?
I am saying that Israel came before Palestine, and I'm also saying that
Fine,
all
thank
of the
you.
Israelites who were. I'm also saying that all the Israelites who were enslaved in Egypt, they were not Jews because
All right.
because
saved
Israel
so
gave
much
us.
time. Okay, so can I just get real quick?
they black?
You're arguing
Yeah.
with the wrong person. I agree with you. Now, can
Okay,
I explain to you why that doesn't matter?
All right.
Okay. Multiple Israeli publications, right? So yes, the kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judea and the kingdom of Sumeria are older than Palestine as a sovereign, not nation state, but as kingdoms, right? So that's true. You're right. Now, Canaan Canaan, which was before all of them, right? That was the that is the oldest recorded city-state of the land before all of these places existed, right? Now, spoiler alert, ethnic Jews, not all Jews, ethnic Jews and Palestinians share 80 to 90% of DNA with those people. So, like,
well, no. See, the point that I'm making here isn't that all these places came before Palestine, because that's obvious. But the point that I'm making here is the biggest reason as to why I don't support Israel is because Israel gave his blessing to his youngest son Joseph, who then became king of Egypt, and because he gave his blessing to his youngest son Joseph and not Judah, who was the progenitor of all of the Jews. The point I'm making here is that the Israelites were not Jews, and many of the people in the Old Testament were not Jews, and the point that I'm making here is that I don't support Israel because they want to talk about how Jews are God's chosen people, even though like those rabbinical Jews created around Judah's time. Here's the thing: here's the thing though, they are not God's chosen people. They are not God's chosen people, and they have never been.
Christianity.
Well, not according to just Christianity, but also according to literally, like, even if you're just looking at literally the Old Testament, not according to Christianity, like I just said to you, Israel gave his blessing to Joseph, not to Judah. And because he gave his blessing to Joseph and not to Judah, this shows that all of the Israelites who were enslaved in Egypt, that no, they were not of the Jewish faith.
Why does the biblical argument matter, though? I think
I feel like this is a ridiculous argument.
Right, we have to talk about the historical, like, scientifically recorded context. I don't think it would be fair to, like, look at the world from right now we're on a stream with we're on a live stream right now with a bunch of people that are in different walks of life that are either secular, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, whatever. I think that the most productive way to talk about the quote-unquote conflict is to talk about it from a recorded historical perspective and not necessarily a biblical perspective. But if you want to,
I know, but you also say you're saying something about like the. Well, let me finish. Let me finish. You're saying something about.
How are you gonna say "let me finish" when you interrupted him in the middle of his fucking conversation?
Sorry. I just
also you went on for like a while there, and I have a couple points that I wanted to say to kind of disprove your whole point.
In 4 minutes.
What I'm trying to make here is specifically the fact.
In 4 minutes, your whole entire
Young Ben's
point
been muted.
is
Go ahead.
basically that. Yeah, you're.
Dude, I can't give you the floor and then your shit doesn't work. Oh, come on, dude. Okay, Slane, take it home. Somebody start talking or else I'm going to end the fucking stream, I swear to God.
Okay. So...
All right, there we go.
Is he muted or...
You want me to take him out or...
Nah, he's fine muted. Just let him be muted. It's fine. You two go ahead.
All right. So the reason why your point doesn't work is that you're talking about the two sons of Israel getting a blessing or not. But what happened in reality is that there were different tribal lands. All of these sons had different tribal lands in the ancient kingdom of Israel. Then the Babylonians expelled the kingdom of Israel, which was basically most of these tribes. And the kingdom of Judah remained. And after about 100 years, they returned, and the Israelites returned to the kingdom of Judah, and they all became one kingdom, and that was the second kingdom of Israel, basically. That was eventually quashed by the Greeks and then taken over by the Romans, and fully that was when the second expulsion happened. So at that point, we're all the same people. At that point, we're all the same people. So if that's your point on why, we didn't get God's blessing, I mean, how do you determine which Jew is the son of what tribe at this point? How do you do that? We're all been mixing for hundreds and hundreds of years in the same territory. And then the other thing is that these are really Christian religious arguments, so I'm not really a religious Christian like that, so it doesn't really matter to me. I feel like you have to make your arguments more about the actual stats, the facts. That's my point.
Okay.
Damn, Kamal fighting for his life right now on that stream. Y'all watching the stream right now, bro? Look at his eyes.
Bro, fuck you, alright? I'm tired. I told you, 1 minute for a reason. I'm trying to go to bed before 12, alright? But because I'm such a kind soul...
Fucking clips off the shit, bro, for real. I feel bad for this man. He's doing so much for us.
I really am, aren't I?
Sleep, Kamal. You're dying. It sounds like
I
you're
am dying. I literally am. I am dying. But okay, but I do want. I feel like we're actually having a lot of great positive conversations here. Correct me if I'm wrong. But okay, how do we organize this? I don't know if Septic wants to hang around. I'm not gonna put that on him. If you guys are all going free talk, it might be a little hectic. Do you want me to just keep it like this, and I'll just bow out? Will that be better for you guys, so you guys can keep talking?
Yeah,
you
I
can talk
can
to
bring
each other.
in.
Okay.
Oh, hell no. I'm not going to lie, bro. I have work in like 8 hours. I need to get set.
Alright, so you're running out of bed too.
I'm not a paid streamer. You feel me?
I do feel you. Well, I appreciate you for giving the people some knowledge. Again, I didn't fact check a lot of the shit you say, but I think you come from a good place, and I think you have a good heart. I do think that. I don't know about all the other shit you're talking about, though.
Listen, I had an open invitation. If anybody wants to fact check me on anything I said, obviously you're gonna post the stream, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, man, I mean, I've been watching your videos here and there, your streams here and there, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I was getting super frustrated, especially when you talk about like Hassan in the context of what's going on in Palestine, and it's not it's not your fault. It's Hassan's fault. That's why I really loved your like Hassan video, because you focused on his rhetoric and not necessarily like the news itself.
Sure,
And
yeah.
you balanced it really well.
Thank you.
But yeah, like I mean, I'm glad that I was able to like educate you. And yo, like I said, like you have me on Instagram.
I
If
do.
you in the future, if you have any questions on specifically what's going on in Palestine, you want me to contextualize like the social movements that's happening specifically in New York City, because I know from the outside looking in, especially like if you're some rando from Florida or Chicago or fucking bumblefuck Oklahoma, you look at this shit and go, oh, look at these motherfuckers blocking out highways. I would shoot the shit out of them if I saw them in the street. Shit, I
Alright.
would too. But just know
He's
the
kidding you,
context
Tip.
first. In GTA 6.
Yeah, exactly what you're talking about, video games. I don't think that works,
What?
but yeah, I hear you, and I appreciate you, because I learned a lot today.
Yeah, so just hit me up, and good stream. And oh yeah, when the Sneeko hit piece drop in, my man went after Hassan. Who's next?
Well, I don't know. I'm actually trying to step away. Well, I guess it'd be FD Signifier and what's his fucking name? Dr. Umar. But really, I'm just trying to.
Dr. Umar Johnson, let's go!
I think I'm gonna make a solo one on Dr. Umar just from this video, because I'm like, wow, I really left a lot out.
You need to include when Gideon went up to him and about the snow bunny thing.
Of
and
course.
Then cut to like, oh nah, that video's gonna be crazy. Okay.
Yeah, but this next one that just came out is more about like race, like just injecting race into everything, and I use them as examples. But I think I'm gonna do just one on Dr. Umar, because that motherfucker is batshit crazy. No one's really done like a solo video on him, so I might do that. I'm probably going to, but yeah.
Also, I strongly recommend, because I feel like your line of work is really critiquing like social media moguls. Look up this guy. It's sort of a little bit out of your alleyway, but there's this guy on YouTube. His name is Always Marco. I don't know if you've heard of him before.
Mm-mm.
Okay, it's sort of similar, but it's just mostly like basically pyramid scheme moguls, but through social media. So I really think you'd enjoy. You get a lot of inspiration from watching his videos and watching his lives.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe it'll inform you like on your next hit piece, separate from all the political news genocide bullshit.
Right.
Oh, also, can I add something?
Please.
Anybody who wants to join into the talk, Kamal has a Discord server, so if you want to join the Discord server.
There you go.
There you go.
Like the stream.
Yeah, I like the stream too, you fuckers. All right, guys, I appreciate everybody. Septic, I appreciate you, dude. Looks like you're gonna hold it down here. I can fucking leave. If you guys want to talk about all this shit, join the Discord. It's free. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, man.
Appreciate you guys.